someone's husband, it don't even have to be in America. It could be anywhere. You offend that woman, and that woman is going to defend her husband. The same way if you were with a man and a dude came
is an adult, he can defend himself, but that's not what she's doing.
You just said don't hit women. So hold up, I don't understand.
I didn't say don't hit women.
You said if I defend myself by being violent to you, I'm wrong. If a woman defends me by you acting me, that's wrong. I have no idea what I'm supposed to.
Neither of you are talking about defense. If I verbally criticize you, the defense will be verbally criticizing me, not beating me up. That is only a violent person who would think that, beating up someone is...
It's a mental disability. I'm sorry. I thought I was on mute, fellas.
Oh, no, believe me. You did not offend me because I'm the mental health.
I haven't heard one valid question since I came in the room. And by the way, your mods are real sensitive. Your mods are real sensitive.
No, they're not.
I didn't say anything negative, and you guys had put me on mute already.
Hold on. Did anyone? Please do not put anyone on mute. I don't do that, and I hope. Unless they say something racist or, don't put anyone on mute. I apologize, Ronin, but no.
First, let me ask Ronin a question. Ronin, when we went on the live, I think I called you that next day, the same day. Matter of fact, I called you that night because I wanted you to be on the show, because that the other person was leaving. And what did I say, man? I said, I know how the YouTube algorithm works.
Absolutely.
The reason Fresh and Fit make it is because of the algorithm. And maybe you can explain what I said so I don't have to explain.
I mean, you have to say, or let's put it this way. It starts off with the thumbnail. The thumbnail has to be derogatory to catch attention. It's a Jerry Springer, Maury Povich fucking world at this point. Okay? So if you don't say something negative or you don't have some kind of negative connotation on the thumbnail alone, you're not even going to get the traffic in the room. And then once you're in the room, somebody has to be the opposition to whatever your point you're trying to make. So at the end of the day, if everybody agreed in the room, where's the opposition to keep the attention? Because what does everybody want for clicks and views? Drama. So if you're not getting drama in the room, and if you're not stirring up the pot a little bit, because it's all for entertainment,
I want to pick.
Nobody should be taken serious up in this about what they really, what their real lifestyles are.
So Ronin, why do you have to attack me? I mean, why don't you? I do that too, but instead of attacking people's appearance, I attack their ideas. Why don't you?
Yeah,
do
but
that?
To be fair, Zed, before Fearless even knew you, look at what your polls are saying. You drug him in guilty by association with Auston.
No. If you guys would let me,
I mean, look at all these polls. You got the polls right up here right now. The polls are basically you're going after him, just like Kim 123 came after me, guilty by association with Andrew's show.
Stop. I have made literally just 2 posts about this guy. Just 2 posts. And the reason I made these 2 posts was because he was on Auston's live being sexist and talking about. He kind of suggested sexist? That. Huh?
Please, since you're using words, I always believe that words have meaning.
I do too.
What does sexist mean, and how was I being sexist?
Okay, let me explain how you've been sexist. For example, you could have attacked my ideas. Instead, you decide to attack my.
No, you called me sexist before we ever met. You called me sexist.
Oh, yes, you were on Auston's live talking about submission, talking about women should do this or do that. That is sexism.
But Zed, do you realize his wife was sitting right across the table from him? So if he was saying something incorrect, you don't think his wife would have had something to say about it? His wife was on every one of those lives.
No, my dear, I do not. I don't involve his wife, but let's say this.
So you're above him, his wife correcting him. You're going to try to correct him.
Exactly.
What power do you have over his commitment to his wife, though?
Hold on.
What puts you in a position to comment on anybody's life over his wife?
Hold on. Let me say.
To hold him accountable.
If a white person, a racist white person, is married to a black woman, and he says racist things, but his wife says, no, he's not racist. are you going to say, well, since you said he's not racist, he's not racist? I mean, it doesn't make sense. I mean, what does his wife? I don't even know why you guys keep.
But I'm going to say this. I guess if you, Danny, you want to call me misogynistic or you want to call me sexist, I would say yes, I am, because the definition I found is a sexist is someone who discriminates on the basis of gender. Do I discriminate on the basis of gender? Yes. I believe that women shouldn't be on the front line of war. I believe that women, they can have the capability, but I wouldn't want to see a woman do that. I wouldn't want to see a woman that has
no, I wouldn't approve of it either.
And you think
do I discriminate against
women
that?
you do not find
Hold
attractive?
up. Zed, I'm talking. Do I discriminate? Yes. If I'm on a ship that's going down and there are women there and there are kids, I'm going to discriminate against a woman and say, you go first, you get off first. So yes, I do not think that men and women are equal. I put women on a higher rate. We as men are
no, you don't.
Hey,
No,
Zed,
you don't.
I have one question, Zed. Whenever I get a free second. Fearless, are you Republican?
Hey, what if I was?
Why can't you answer that? Why can't you answer that?
I can answer. I was prior military, so guess what? I grew up as a Republican. I'm an independent right now. I've never been a Democrat. So if you're looking for that, I've never been a Democrat.
I didn't ask you, Ronin. I asked Fearless.
I have never voted for a Republican in my life.
Are you conservative?
Conservative financially, liberal when it comes to
You're a Republican. That's I got.
Brother, you just asked me a question. I answered the question that I wasn't, and you still, just like Zed, hear what you want to hear. Yes, I'm conservative financially. I do not believe the government should be spending money on wars. I don't believe we should be.
Those are Republican talking points.
You have
then
you
then
can
I'm
say
a
whatever
Republican,
you want,
brother.
but you cannot dictate. We can interpret it the way we want. You do not have. If I tell you, if a white person tells me all black people are, low IQ, I'm gonna interpret it as racism. And whatever you say, the way I interpret it is my own right. You cannot dictate how I interpret things.
So let me ask you, Chris. So you're a liberal?
Sure am.
Are you a Democrat?
I sure am.
Okay.
See how
so
easy
hold
that
up.
was?
As a Democrat,
see how easy that was?
As a Democrat, you don't care how the government spends money.
I'm not gonna say I don't care.
Oh, you're a Republican. Oh, you're
no. I did not say fiscally conservative. I said
that. So here's the thing. What his point was, Chris, was you can have varied views. The whole thing is you can have varied views, but still have an opinion when it comes to how you vote, whether it be Republican or Democrat.
I didn't get choked up, Ronin, when he asked me either.
I don't think you got choked up. I just don't understand the point of asking.
I've never voted for a Republican, but fiscally, I am conservative. Reason why? I don't believe in certain taxes. I don't believe that we should be spending money overseas. I don't believe in that. Liberally, I don't care what you do. I'm for abortion. You can have prostitution, whatever you want to do. It doesn't bother me. And so in that sense, I'm not a Democrat. I am actually more liberal.
You are you
want to have drugs and make marijuana legal and do what you want to do. That doesn't bother me.
Yeah, let's
let's ask him directly. Who did you vote for in the last election?
That would be Biden, my brother. I actually even polled for Biden,
bro.
Brother, don't ask me a question, then I give you the answer, then you tell me I'm wrong. That is feminine energy, bro. You asked me something, I answered, then you tell me I'm lying.
Yeah, you did provide answers. With all due respect, I don't think you come off as truthful.
But to be honest, I have made people like him that vote democratic, but are
sexist
and
exactly.
So I mean 80% of black men vote Democratic, and you think all those 80% are not sexist? Yeah, I mean.
If you're going to use a male, if you're going to use a male percentage, how many black women vote Democratic?
94.
And they're 90-something%.
94%. Yes.
Okay, so what are you saying? I mean, I don't get the point of the stat.
No, I'm supporting what's his name? Fearless. Fearless said he voted Democratic, and
before that, I said I was a card carrying Republican all my life.
Yes.
Especially while I was in the military. I used to get pissed off if there was a Democrat that was in the military voting for a Democrat to get a pay cut while we're sitting there catching bullets. That's stupid as fuck, because guys in the military don't get a pay raise when there's a Democrat in office. Do you realize that?
True, but,
so guys are risking their lives. You guys are sitting here voting Democrat, and they're getting a pay cut while they're trying to do it.
Wait, very few. I mean, what war did you go to that you were risking your life?
I was in the Gulf War originally, and I also went to Somalia.
The Gulf War was not about freedom; it was about oil.
It doesn't matter. I was still trying to catch a fucking bullet. Are you kidding me right now?
See how you
does it matter who
matters? I mean, if I were,
it doesn't matter who was in office. It matters that I was there. It matters that I was being shot at.
I mean, you're
those
making
are the things that matter. Who was in office does not matter at this point.
But what
watch your language.
What were you fighting for, Papa?
It's not meaning it's not meaning anything directly towards her.
So you were cursing at her.
I did, and I apologize. It's not meant towards her. It's an expletive.
Ronin is an ASCII, sir. So is that Fearless guy. And they're both, I mean, Ronin, you are a very fat person. You
what?
cannot attack me directly, so you have to hide.
I defended you. What are you talking about?
You were literally sitting
I defended
there
you against a guy sitting there calling you a mammy. And you didn't even understand the insult.
How come you didn't defend me when your daddy Fearless was calling me all kinds, attacking me?
See how she insults? When somebody insults her,
I believe you
wrong.
just said you could hold your own when you're debating somebody.
Right. I was not there. I was not there. But
when somebody insulted you and you did not catch the insult, hold on. When somebody insulted you and you did not catch the insult, but I did, I'm going to speak to that, regardless of what side you're on. Why? Because I'm a gentleman first. It shouldn't matter what side you're on at that point. I'm not going to let no white racist dude come in a room or Mexican racist dude come in a room and call you a mammy and not defend you.
Hold up, Ronin. Ronin, are you a passport bro?
Someone was calling me.
No, I'm absolutely not. I'm an old school veteran, bro. I've been traveling way before that whole thing even started.
Let's be honest.
I've been traveling since I was 4 years old.
You don't defend women.
I don't defend women. All my wives have been black. Lady, what are you talking about? You don't know anything about me.
I don't know why you guys are talking like as if white people. You can block the black women in your life, but you still could be anti-black women. But I mean, you are sitting behind that.
Well, my sons are black. I marry black women, but I'm against black women. I don't.
Zed, are you a feminist?
Yes, you can.
You have no. Yes, she already admitted to being a feminist.
No, are you a feminist, Zed?
Yes, she is.
No, she's not. No, she's not. That's how you sound, Chris. That's exactly how you sound.
I don't care. I don't care. I'm not trying to do anything to you.
Yes, sir.
Ronin, do you support what Auston Hallman is doing?
Yes, he does.
No,
he does.
No. And listen, and see, this is where Zed doesn't understand me. I've gone against not only some of the things he's done, but his mentality when he's in those cultures, because he's not necessarily respectful. When I traveled, even in the military, we're taught to understand the culture. We win hearts and minds, as you know, is a phrase for the military, right? Winning hearts and minds when we're traveling. So we respect the culture. We respect the people. Some of the places that Auston has gone, because he's young and he's brash, he's been offensive to those people. He hasn't respected the culture at all.
Right here.
Hold on 1 second.
You are literally
okay. So no, I didn't approve of some of the things he's done. Listen, let me finish. So though I approve of him traveling, I believe all young men should have their passports and travel.
But you just justified him. You didn't. You just.
No, I didn't. How did I justify him? I did not justify his actions. I justified him traveling.
You just did. You say
that's a contradiction, Zed. I did not. Everybody on this panel just heard it, and so did your chat. I did not justify this man besides for the fact that he has the right to travel. How he's acting is something he needs to have corrective action in. And I'm sure Fearless has talked to him about that.
And Ronin, you are exactly right. What I was not going to do was what Zed wanted me to do, or what other people wanted me to do, was to go on live with this man and tear him down.
But you tear me down.
But you kind of tore down what's her face, the person he went on the channel with.
Who's
that? He did. What's her name?
I forget her name. Kendra G.
Auston did, or I did? I did.
No, you did. Both of y'all did.
Who did I? We tore somebody down. Who did we tear down? Who?
You did.
Kendra G. What's she?
You talked about her age. You talked about her being single. You brought up a lot of stuff that had nothing to do with the interview?
Yes. Here's the thing. What she does is no. I'll say it. Hold up. She defends women. And if a woman comes on and says, I got 4 kids by 4 baby daddies, and I want $100,000 man to make 6 figures and take care of me, I don't have to work. She defends that. And I said, this is crazy that is acceptable. But if a guy comes on and says, I don't like this culture,
he didn't say
I don't
that.
like that, and I want to get away, that's wrong.
He didn't say that.
I am defending that. Yes, she does too. What do you mean?
You didn't say that. That's not what you said.
What did I say?
You were attacking her because of because she kicked your God Auston off her show, and you said
the phrasing she uses.
I know, man. This is you talking about gaslighting.
I love your phrasing, Zed. I'm just serious. You just throw out the most improper way to describe something for somebody in such a contradictory way.
You guys are deflecting.
No, not when she's calling people gods.
I would talk about Kendra a lot because Kendra defends a lot of women and she doesn't defend the men. Rarely. It takes a man to go on and say, when she says, this is exactly what I want. Did I say she's older? Yes, she's older. And here's the thing, Kevin Samuels
used as an attack.
The same exact thing a year or so before he died. He said, your money doesn't matter, your age, you're getting older, you're trying to, and what she say, I froze my eggs, I don't have a man. Everything that he said came to fruition. And she even says it now the same way that Ebony Williams says it. I was wrong. I shouldn't have done that.
Okay, so Fearless, let's put you on the spot here. Do you think Auston Hallman went on Kendra G's platform in good faith?
No.
Okay.
Then why didn't you criticize him that?
Why didn't you say that?
I didn't say he went on in good faith. I asked him why he went on.
Why didn't you criticize him for not going there in a bad phase? Why didn't you criticize
him? I asked him why he went on.
I can't fault somebody for marketing their channel.
Correct.
And if you're going on somebody that's bigger than you, why not?
This is the thing. You guys you say you criticize Auston, but whenever we bring he said he went there in bad faith.
Because we can understand the business versus the personal. You're taking it personal, and we understand the business aspect of it. It's still a marketing tool at the end of the day. You get on somebody's show like that, you're going to cause controversy. You might even get a viral clip out of it because Kendra G's a notable name in the Shade Room and other places like that that you can catch a viral clip.
Why don't you give us that grace? You only give grace to the men, but not to us.
No, I want to ask Ronin this because he's giving really direct answers. So when Auston Hallman went on there and he was talking about black Afro Latinas got black women beat, that was well within his rights. He should have done that because that got him a viral clip. That he was right for doing that, right? That's what you're saying?
What I'm saying is marketing is marketing.
Now
listen, a lot of people will tell you, even in media, no news is bad news. Any news is good news. Whether it be a negative or a positive on media, if you're marketing, you want your name out there in the algorithm.
So I want to ask you one more thing.
Why do you guys criticize me? If
the same reason
everything can go, why don't you leave me alone? Why are you why are you angry? Maybe I'm
not angry. Again, you started with me. I left you alone and didn't know who you were.
This is like
you should have kept leaving me alone because according to you, what I'm trying to do is trying to use marketing.
I use them exactly. I don't care how you market. I'm happy with that.
You are so angry.
You know how many more subs I got because of that show? How many more comments I got? It's a marketing tool.
Obviously,
it's just like the same way when I was in the chat.
Alone.
What I say in the chat, I'm here to get you views. I'm here to do this. The reason people still watching now is because I'm on here.
Fearless.
No, Papa, no. You haven't brought me.
Zed, you only got 1,000 subs now. It ain't like you was big balling.
No, I was not. So what does that have to do anything with?
What I just say? I said I came on to your
Zed,
show.
It's the same reason you go on Razor Rays. It's the same reason you go on a lot of shows.
I know.
You're looking for exposure and controversy for yourself.
Absolutely.
But then you're turning around saying, why should we bother you? But yet and still you'll jump on anybody else's podcast, sit on the panel and put out your views. And you're entitled to it. Everybody's entitled to their opinion at the end of the day. So to even answer Chris's question even more, Austin's entitled to his opinion. Whether they're right or wrong, that's up to anybody to decide.
That's the thing.
So I want to ask Ronin this. I want to ask him one more thing.
Not imagine me not even wanting. I mean, I actually private my most popular videos. If this was about views, I rarely open my super chats. If this was about views, I would have been doing. I mean, this is not the channel I would be on if it was about views. But you guys cannot understand that. You guys cannot understand a woman.
Everybody's smart. Everybody's stupid except you, Zed. That's what I'm finding out.
Exactly. I mean,
exactly.
I didn't call you stupid.
Bros IQ,
you call yourself
not really
stupid.
anything to brag about. But Ronan, I got a question, and I got a question to you, Zed. I mean, I'm a question to you, Fearless, after this. So, do you see anything wrong, Ronan, in the monetization of gender war content?
I do, because it's not going to help anything. You know, unfortunately,
no. It is, because it's going to put money in people's pockets, right?
Well, here's the thing: it propagates the what you want to call the Jerry Springer effect or the Maury effect. It just keeps on replicating that from the 80s on, man. I mean, eventually, when are we actually going to start getting along?
So then, how do you feel about the past? How do you feel about the Passport Bros?
Hold on, let Chris finish up his question. I don't know if he was done or not.
How do you feel about the Passport Bros?
I don't necessarily agree with everything they stand for.
I need you to be more direct. Are you for or are you against? Are you indifferent?
I just told you I'm for them traveling. I'm against how they disrespect the culture and the people. I did say that.
But you also said that Auston was not wrong for going on Kendra G and going viral for his clip.
No, because he's entitled to his opinion.
But
it was
what he said, what he
said
was basically he weaponized and monetized gender war content.
I mean,
did he really? I mean, that's been going on for a while. That's been going on. Hold on. Auston doesn't have a leash on life on weaponizing gender war content. It's been going on for quite a while now.
No, he's a participant.
Okay with individuals.
There's a lot of people who are participating.
So you're okay.
Even Zed is participating.
I'm not.
And hold on. Let me say this, Chris. If you looked at my show, this is the exact title of my show. You hate these YouTubers, but you keep watching. I'll read the description. Join us as we get into the intricate travel community to uncover the underlying currents and resentment among current content creators. I won't go any further, but with the whole show, the first few minutes is always the hook. That's to get people to watch. You always put something in to get them to watch. Thereafter, if you watch the show, what we were talking about was this. If you don't like someone, and she played the clip, why are you watching him? You don't like Auston. Apparently, you don't like him. Why are you still talking about him, clicking on him, giving his opinion? If you don't like something, you get rid of it. That's what you even said about women. If they are not on your program, you don't date them. So if Auston is not your type of person to watch, why watch it? Zed, if he is not your type of person that you like, why talk about it?
I'll answer this.
Let me answer it because
sure.
For example, I do not like Trump, but I watch Trump because that is what.
I didn't understand the word you use.
Okay, so I do not like
Trump.
Donald Trump. Okay.
Donald Trump. And there are a lot of people who do not like Donald Trump, and they watch him. That is what critics do.
Can I ask you what you don't like about Donald Trump?
Now you are deflecting because I'm not. That is an example. I'm not talking to you. I'm not trying.
Okay. Do you like Donald Trump?
I do not like Donald Trump.
Why don't you like Donald Trump?
Hold on. That's not the discussion. I'm trying to tell you that people watch people.
But I want to know because it's important. Because you can't just say I don't like someone and then I say defend why you don't like them. Because
that is a side conversation.
Okay, let's have a side conversation.
Going on tangent. I mean, I know you try to be, some kind of mental health.
Let her stay focused on the Auston situation.
Yes. When I bring example, you do not go on tangent, and I know that that's probably how your brain works.
What's up, Kansas City? I just moved from there.
Yes, so
lived there for almost 20 years.
People, I mean, there are people who do not like Biden, and they watch him to criticize him. People do watch people they don't like to criticize them. That is what a critic does. So your point doesn't make sense. I do not like Auston, and I watch him to criticize him. I do not watch him so that I could smash my phone or something. So yes. The manosphere doesn't like women, but they watch women. They don't like feminists, but they watch feminist content to criticize it. So what does, explain what does that, I don't. Yeah. Okay, explain. I mean, I know you're.
Was she asking me, Ronin, or was she asking
Yes,
you?
you. Yes.
No, she's asking you, bro.
I make money off of it. That's why I criticize
No,
it.
I don't think you understood the question I asked. You asked me why if I don't like Auston, why do I watch him? And I told you I watch him to criticize him because that is what critics do. So why is that? Why do you make it like, this is unique to me? Like I am the only person in the world who watched.
Our show was not unique to you. It was unique to when we first started the show. Hold up. It was posted on Black Man Travel.
Yeah.
When we first started the show, it was posted.
Yeah, I don't
poll
know.
was posted on Black Man Travels Facebook. And the question was a poll. Do you watch people you don't like? No, I turn them off. So then we put the post up and said, if you don't, so do you like Auston? No. Why are you watching it? Oh, I'm watching because this. And it became, well, let's make a subject out of this. Why are people watching the very people that they say they don't like? And you can criticize, you can do all of that, but you're still what you don't understand, and what Auston does understand is every post that you do, every time y'all put his name in your mouth, he makes money off of y'all. So the more you criticize him, the more you do it. It would be like going to a KKK rally. Like when people say, I'm going to protest, I'm like, why? Just don't show up. If nobody shows up at the rally, they're just walking alone. It doesn't mean anything. So you're actually doing the opposite of what you think you're doing, because the more you criticize him, the more curiosity you have, and the more people go to his show to find out what it is you're talking about.
And the whole point of that podcast, Zed, real quick, the whole point of that podcast was really for Kim 123.
No, it was
for anybody else.
It was not.
And it was.
Why do you think we have a picture of Kim 123 in the thumbnail of the entire podcast?
Because he's just like you guys were saying. You use a thumbnail that would create a more controversy or something. But you spent 5 minutes about talking about him, and a whole
the show was 5 hours. So
yes,
if I
a whole
spent
15 minutes talking about
you,
my looks,
you were insignificant.
But hold on, let me because I want to respond to something you said. Auston gets almost nothing from me talking about him because my channel is very small. But I can tell you, in fact, if I go to my studio, most of the view I get comes from people who search Auston Holman. Like in fact, for the first 7 or 8 months of my channel, almost the number one search term that brings people to my channel was Auston Holman. I benefit more from Auston Holman, if we are to talk about who benefits more, than he does from me, because my channel is so small. It does, like he like one time he showed like 0.14 people come from my channel to his channel, whereas to me it's probably like 97% of my traffic.
Can we bring up somebody? Can we bring up Black Man Travels?
Man, we've had enough of y'all.
Can we bring up Black Man Travels? Chris, man, why you simping like that?
What's wrong with you,
man?
It's
not about simping. This is not a red pill.
I just answered your question. Why do you like?
Who said I'm red pill? Why you keep putting labels on people, Chris?
Please stop.
I didn't call you feminine. I didn't call you homosexual. Why you keep putting labels on?
I might have misspoke. This is not a Passport Bro channel.
I'm not a passport bro.
I'm not a passport bro.
Bruh, I've been traveling, like I said, since I was 4 years old. I'm 56. There's no way you put me in a fucking box and calling me a passport bro.
Hold on.
Okay, so but
y'all are passport bro adjacent at the very least.
There is no such thing as a veteran, a military veteran, being a passport bro unless they want to accept it that way. Are you kidding me?
You didn't listen to what I said.
I've been traveling for over 30-something years.
You got your
passport bro's been around what, 5?
You didn't listen to what I said.
You got your passport and you travel, and you're black. So does that make you a passport bro?
You didn't listen to what I said. I said y'all are passport bro adjacent at the very least.
Don't even put a passport bro near my name, bro. I've been doing it way longer.
Nope. I don't care what you've been doing longer. If you're over here defending,
I'm not defending anything.
Passport bros, If you're over here defending
he never.
bros,
I defended black men with the ability to have a passport and go and see the world. I am not defending anybody's action. I even sit on panels with other passport bros, and they know my position.
Then what's your point of being on this panel if you don't hold a position?
Because I believe all black men have the right to travel, and
that's
when
not
black
what this discussion's about.
When black women
that's not what this discussion's about, Ronin.
What is it about then?
Let him finish, because he's gonna attack black women and tell.
No, I'm not. Absolutely not. Why would I attack black women?
When black women finish it.
Ronin, you don't need to be on this panel if you don't hold a position.
Right. I've been holding my position the whole way. You have not discredited me.
No, you hold your position.
What have you discredited me in, Chris?
No, I'm saying your position in this topic has no position.
And the topic is what?
The topic is look at it's sexist. It's talking about passport bros. It's talking about the sexist mentor attacks. Also wants American black women.
So you don't think I'm mentoring young black men when I talk?
Hopefully not.
Oh, absolutely, I am.
I'll second that.
I absolutely am. You know how many grown. First of all, how old are you, Chris?
41.
Okay, I have sons ranging from 26 to 38.
What does that mean?
That means I am able to mentor young men. I've raised them.
So,
by the way, what does being a faith have anything to do?
If Atlanta's such a good thing and you're having so much fun, what are you doing with these women? Why aren't you making honest women out of them? I guess you just having sex with them.
No,
why not? You said you're a good man.
Fearless,
why aren't you making honest women out of them?
Like
you just like a passport. You an Atlanta passport.
I like Fearless because he's a smooth operator. He doesn't.
You an Atlanta passport, bro?
He's disingenuous with his questioning. You know what you need to do, Fearless?
What's that?
Jay-Z said, if you want the old me, go listen to my old albums. So go listen to the old lives that Zed has, and I'll talk about that.
I can't go back and listen to
he has. Remember,
I got you on here. Why I need to do that?
He is going
no. What did Fearless just say?
I said I don't have to go back and listen to her channel. I have you on here.
You do that.
I'm not. But
was doing that.
But Fearless, this is not the world. Is not the world doesn't revolve about you. I'm not going to restate my stuff just for you.
You want me to do the same for you?
I didn't ask you to come on this panel.
I mean, whose room is this? I think it's Zed's room. You don't have any permission to tell who can come up on a panel or not.
I didn't say that. I'm giving my opinion. I said, Ronin, I don't think you have a really point to be here.
Okay. That's your opinion, and you're entitled.
Exactly.
But I'm still here, right? Opinion. I'm still here, right?
Yeah, I don't understand why.
You don't understand a lot of things.
I'm glad you're here. We're glad. I mean, by the way, yes, Chris is a co-owner of this room. He can literally kick all of us out.
And I came to the panel because the live was about me, Chris.
Yeah, I understand why Fearless is here. I don't really understand Ronin besides trying to.
Well, you know what? Ronin was the person who invited me to the.
I was actually in the room when all this went down, so I can second some of the things that was going on. Plus, I was also the one sitting here defending Zed when she was being insulted and called a racial slur.
No, let me. Can I clear up that and hopefully?
How are you going to clear it up? It's already been out there. Everybody's heard it.
So, some racist white guy called me mommy, and
mammy. Get it right.
Maybe my accent. So, and I know people understand what the word is. And I say,
no, mommy is some kind of a sexy way of saying something about a Latina.
Okay, let me spell.
Mammy is a racist term when it comes to referring to black women.
Can I finish? For example, Taz's wife. What's Taz's wife? I'm so sorry for calling her Taz's wife, but she has a song actually, something like "I'm a mommy," that I would take abuse from black men. Da 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 da. So right now, that word is being used to describe black women who cared for black men. So yes, and do you agree or not, Ron?
That what?
That word, the word I cannot pronounce correctly, is being used to describe black women who
in a negative way.
Exactly.
Okay. Yes, it's used in a negative way to describe black women.
Who do that?
I don't condone. So if I'm a non-protector of black women, I would have never said anything. I would just shut the fuck up.
But you didn't defend me.
I absolutely did.
I hope you were defending blackness.
If he was saying it to you, I was defending you at the time for him saying it, regardless of his racial background. He said it to you. I was making him try to say your name, not just the fact he said the
why
word.
do you think I could not do that myself?
Because you didn't even understand you were being insulted. You didn't understand until after the man was already kicked off the panel. You did not understand the full weight of what he was saying until the man left the room.
You defended me not because I'm a woman, because English is not my first language.
Oh my God. I just said I defended you. I was telling him to say your name correctly.
So why
was I not defending you?
So you defended me because English is not my first language.
No, I defended you because he was being racist and he called you a negative connotation.
You defended me because he was being racist.
Yes, and that he was insulting you.
Yes.
He wasn't insulting me. He was insulting my race, but he wasn't insulting me directly. He was insulting you directly.
Okay.
So by task, me being a gentleman and me speaking up to people that are racist, yes, I'm going to not only defend the fact that he was being racist, but he was being racist towards you. So yes, in a way, I was defending you.
Do you think it is racist to call me African jungle?
Woo.
To call African people jungle something? Is that
jungle
racist?
Bunnies, spirit checkers? What you want to say? What are you trying to say?
Oh, hold on. I know you trying to make fun of my. So this is the word jungle. If I am African, do you think it's racist to call Africans jungle something?
Yeah,
absolutely. But you were laughing when Fearless called me that. Why didn't you tell me?
What did I call you? I didn't call you jungle.
Yes.
I said you were a hyena.
So do you think calling me a hyena is degrading, or is it?
Oh no! Let me explain what a hyena is.
Do you understand what a hyena does?
By the way, no. He called me jungle something. You laughed when he said that.
These are a new breed of dudes.
Yes, I mean.
No, it's an old breed of dudes. You're the new breed.
Yes.
For the better. For the better.
Not really. Y'all are weaker. Every generation gets weaker as you guys come out.
Ronin, the reason
you guys don't go what we go. You don't go through what we go through. There's no way you've gone through what you went through in your lifetime versus what I did.
Ronin, the reason why we have men in the crisis is because of you. Because of guys like you.
Really? Okay.
Yep.
All right.
So
you already have your legacy established, right? You already have your kids. Your kids are grown.
No. I didn't tell
you already set in life, right?
Chris, let me.
Okay.
Fearless didn't call me hyena on that.
Hold on. Let me explain what a hyena is.
Under my comments.
Yes, in the animal world, one of the very few. The hyena female is always bigger than male. They always think they don't need a man. So what happens is with that hyena, once she mates, she gets rid of the man. She becomes the matriarchy. She acts like she doesn't need it. So in that sense, I'm saying yes, you are a woman who says you don't need men. You act like you don't need us. So you act in the animal world like the hyena.
Okay, so that's not what I mean. To be honest, I am against using racist terms against black men, but we should call you guys racist terms. But that's not what you call.
That was not a racist term.
It is a racist term.
You can call it a sexist term.
No,
but it had nothing to do with race.
Can I finish, because I know you're trying to deflect, but that's not what on your show you called me jungle something like. I should use, a jungle perfume or something. And Ronin laughed. Ronin didn't.
That was in the comments. So somebody in the
wait. I know what she's talking about. I know what she's talking about. She's talking about your cologne comment where you were talking about how do you know I stink and I wear nasty cologne. You want the jungle musk.
Yes. So
that was a comment. You were talking. He was talking about the way he would smell. So that would be appropriate for you. He didn't say that you were a jungle anything.
So you don't find that racist. So your racism.
He was talking about a smell. He had no direct conversation with you.
Jungle, and then when he was talking about he was playing my video with an African, with what he thought was African music. You do not think that is degrading? Why didn't you defend me? You only defend me when you do not agree with the men that are attacking me, right? Be honest.
Zed, you just sat up in this room and said, I can handle going one-on-one with men.
Yes.
Okay. So when you were legitimately having a debate with Fearless directly, and he asked you, what do you have a problem with? At one point, you didn't even want to say anything. You didn't start saying anything until everybody got back on a panel. And then you started speaking towards whatever your grievances was against Austin or whatever.
Okay. So deflecting.
That's true. That wasn't deflection. That was actually the account. That was the account of what happened. That was the accounting of what happened in the room that day. Because Andrew put both you and Fearless on the page by yourselves so that you guys could discuss whatever you had to discuss. And at that point, you clammed up and didn't say anything. And Fearless said, I heard you had grievances against me.
So what? But you are bringing a whole new conversation because you cannot handle. Why didn't you defend me when I am not there to defend myself? Because you say you defend Black women. Why didn't you defend me when this sexist?
When you're having a fair debate, why am I defending you?
I was not. How can it be fair debate when I'm not even there?
No, you were in the room.
I'm talking about the live you and Fearless did on his channel where he was.
Because this, Zed, I'm going to tell you why he didn't defend you.
Yeah.
Men learned very quickly that when he tried to defend you the first time, you let it be known that you didn't need to be defended. You were a strong woman.
You absolutely did say that.
That's not what he did.
So ignorance is to keep trying to defend a woman who does
so if he doesn't defend me, that's one thing. But he was agreeing with you. He was kicking and cocking with you. For example,
there is a saying in that my grandmother used to say. She said, if you throw a rock in a whole bunch of dogs, it's the one that hit. The one that hit is the one that hollers. If I call my wife ugly, she's not going to respond. If you call me poor, she's not going to respond. So why are you responding? If you're not ugly and you feel you're not ugly, why would it offend you?
Why? I mean, why? Actually, I like that because you think that you wear a cheap cologne. Because if you didn't wear cheap cologne, if you don't smell like a bad pH balance, why did you respond?
You said I didn't have good cologne, so I
yes. Why did you respond?
In a more musk type cologne.
According to you, the people who respond are people, like hit dog holler. So
I was hit. I was hit because I thought I might put on deodorant or something, and I had a musk smell.
You have bad smell? Is that why it affected you?
I don't know. You the one that talked about pH levels.
I got a question.
Because that is what, according to you, the reason I am reacting the way I am is because I am ugly, right? So the way you reacted.
No, you just said, I don't know if you're ugly. Everybody on the panel said you're beautiful. We never seen your face, Zed. So how can anybody
do not deflect? I know you guys cannot stay. But according to you, do you know what comparison means? Because you said, I don't know.
According to you, I'm ugly. According to your panel, does that make my wife doesn't care what you think?
But my dear, it's hard to talk to you because you keep going on tangent. We're talking about Ronin not defending me. I mean, you said you made a good point, which is that when he defended me, I attacked him. I accept that. But, maybe that's why he doesn't defend me, because I attacked him the first time. But there is a difference between not defending me and agreeing with the attack you were throwing against me. Because according to Ronin, he defends Black women. But of course, he cannot defend me because I attack him when he defends me. So why did he not defending me is okay. But why did he decide to join you in attacking me?
He did not attack you. Did he laugh?
He was laughing.
I've watched Dave Chappelle talk about being a blind KKK person. I laugh. Does that mean I agree with it? No. That means I just thought it was funny. Maybe he thought it was a little humor that we did, and he decided to laugh. So
let me ask you, if a Black woman is, at a KK rally, at a real KK rally, and they're talking about, lynching Black men, and she was laughing, do you think it's okay with her, for her? I don't care what she does. This is America. I just told. But I'm telling you, I just said. But do you support her? Would you support her doing that? I don't care what she does. You know what? See, that's the difference. If you want to go to a KKK rally, that is what I'm saying. Oh gosh, it doesn't matter. I just told Chris. What I say, Chris? I am liberal in my views. I don't. Some of the questions that you ask are so. Some of the questions that you ask are so radical in its thinking. There is no correct answer to answer the question beside the way you want it. We understand open-ended questions versus closed-ended questions. Okay. The way you're asking the question is framed in such a way that if he answers it any other way, then he's wrong.
This is a good time out. Let me ask Ronin a question real quick. Ronin, you said, I really loved your answer, by the way. You said you love to see black men travel. I think we feel all the same way about that. But you said you hate the messaging, you hate how they disparage black women. Is that a correct statement?
Yeah, because I love black women. I date in America still.
So
Thank
why?
you.
So why do you?
I take Stan to the beach. Matter of fact.
Okay.
I wasn't one of those guys that traveled by myself. I always took somebody with me, and it was always a black woman.
Okay. So do you feel in a weird space? How do you feel about supporting the Passport Bros? It really sounds like you just support brothers who travel.
Support the Passport.
I do.
Nah, I didn't ask you, Fearless.
Let him finish. And he almost got it. He almost got it.
I'm saying,
your phrase.
What I'm saying is,
before
I ask you the question, I see from a lot of these panels, the Passport Bros or Passport Bro adjacent people will come up here and what they're really defending is brothers who travel, like people like you who probably traveled way before and went on dates or had international relationships before Passport Bros were a thing. It sounds to me like you are really a supporter of brothers who travel, not Passport Bros. Okay, exactly. Then you are not. Then you should really denounce Passport Bros if you feel this the way you feel about how they disparage women.
And Chris, I agree with you. And Chris, the only way that you can speak to people, you have to be in their rooms. You ever hear keep your friends close, but your enemies closer? No. Listen. Let me finish. I've been in plenty. Listen, let me finish. I've been in razor room. I've been in plenty of rooms where I've been the opposition, saying that this is not the way you should carry yourself in another country. I've been that guy.
In another country, but not the way.
I can't tell brothers how to act in the United States, but I can at least advise them how they should act in within another culture as far as being respectful. And no, they have parents. No, I'm not here to raise them. I can give them advice, but at the end of the day, they don't have to take anything I say.
But
all I can do is try to be a positive light. As far as
Ronin, they're not listening. Ronin, these men aren't listening to their parents. They're listening to the Kevin Samuels. They're listening to the Auston Hallmans. They would be listening. They're listening.
And hence why I'm starting to speak up. Hence why I'm sitting on more panels. I'm tired of listening to the rhetoric, and yes, I'm tired of hearing a lot of the negative stuff.
You are justifying
that's why I'm sitting on the panel.
Okay, so I want to kick this back.
Justifying everything Auston does.
I want to kick this back to Fearless. Fearless, where do you stand on Passport Bros disparaging women?
He supports it.
And I don't want a slimy answer that you usually give.
Well, you're going to get the answer I want to give you, brother, because I'm a free man. Goodness gracious. I mean, brother, you don't know what plantation you think we on. This ain't no plantation. So what I'm going to do,
go ahead. Give him a straight answer, though.
I would like to welcome Black Man Travels inside of here. He is a co-host that we do a show every Friday night.
No. He
understands. How do I feel about Black Men Travels? I like to bring you up because you can just answer.
I gotta go.
Yeah, this man, because what I have understood.
Why did you put him in the back?
Because this is not a Passport Bro channel. We don't.
He's not a Passport Bro.
He's not a Chris,
it's okay. Chris, were you the one who removed him?
Let's hear his point of view, Chris.
Sorry.
Chris, let's hear a point of view, Chris. Come on, good
okay,
conversation.
Fine. I'm saying it's kind of exhausting.
Chris,
he's gonna sound bougier than me.
Okay, but I want Felix's answer. Where do you stand on Passport Bros disparaging Black women and Western women? Where do you stand on that?
I love Black women. I've always dated Black women. So in no way. Do you want me to answer, Zed?
Yeah, keep going.
No, I'm going to laugh through your action.
Keep going.
Good.
I love Black women. 90% of the women I've dated in my life have been Black women. There we go. We can't communicate.
You can go.
Go ahead.
You can go.
You want me to answer or not?
Keep going. We don't need your life story. We don't need your life story, Fearless. Just give us the skinny of it.
Hey, can I chime in real quick?
No.
You can't.
We're talking to Fearless. I don't want Fearless getting off the stage. I want him to talk. How do you feel about them disparaging Black women? And it really and are you a pro Passport Bro or are you anti Passport Bro? I want to understand this.
So let me answer the first part.
It's not just about making money, because that's probably going to be the answer.
The first part is I never think you should have to down one group to make yourself look good.
Okay.
You can have the freedom to go anywhere you want, but that doesn't mean you have to talk about Black women. You don't have to talk about them. There is a way that you can criticize them critically and say, hey, I'm not accepting of the way that things are, but that don't mean you have to put them down. And no other time you can go to my channel. I don't have to put down Black women. We make a podcast every Friday. And the one thing we talk about is the fuckery in the space, how passport bros have gotten things wrong. How do I feel about the passport bros? I've actually talked to the person, Aaron, who started the passport bro movement. So we say to him, bruh, your movement has gotten out of your control. Now, how he feels is the passport bros were a group of men that were traveling to other countries, one for culture, for language, to get out of here and to meet and marry people. I've done that, bruh. So I just explained before that the new group is not passport bros. Those are infiltrators using somebody's name. I repeat, so Chris, maybe you're not listening because this is the third time I've repeated that.
No, I think that was very political. I think that that's very convenient to say that, oh, these guys who are doing the Pookie and the Ray Ray travelers, they're not passport.
Let me ask you, Chris, are you a Christian? Are you a Christian?
We're not turning this into church talk. Stop it.
Man, come on, bro. There's people that go to church every Sunday and they say they Christians. That don't mean they represent Christ.
No, we're not doing. That's apples and oranges, buddy. That's apples and oranges, buddy.
It isn't apples and oranges. There's people who go to church and say they're Christian.
It's very convenient, Fearless, for you to throw out the bad actors and keep the guys who are looking for wives. So that means you got to throw out Auston Hallman too.
I want to hear.
Do you expect a 25-year-old to want to get married right now? That's the whole thing.
Yes, my brother.
I can do that. Here's the thing I did, which y'all don't understand, and I said it before. Before I interviewed with Auston, me and my wife was there with Auston. I was with him for 12 hours, 8 of which was not on the podcast, and I talked to him. What I wouldn't do is, and I agreed to him, I said, man, I'm not going to take you on this show and discourage you or put you down. I'm hoping that by the example that I've set, by you being around me, that you can see that there's a difference to it. You know, he had this thing, I don't want to marry here. Don't want to marry that. Maybe you can see a whole different line of it. Maybe I can lead by example and you can do it. There was no need to put him down. I'm not Drake and Kendrick, brother. I don't have a beef with it. My thing is, if I'm going to talk to him, why not try to inspire him and to show him a different way instead of just trying to put him down like everybody else does? There was no need.
You are okay with him going on when he went on Kendraji. If you were an honest person, even if you think Kendraji is wrong, you would have criticized him, both of him.
How do you know I didn't criticize him for the 8 hours of the day I did?
You didn't. Okay, was it wrong for him? Tell me what criticism you have. You say
we just said that his intentions in going on there were not correct. His intentions were just.
You didn't say that. Or was it downright disgusting? Was it incorrect?
Chris, did we say that or not? We just said that his intentions in going there was not
Fearless.
correct.
You need to tell me. No, hold on. Fearless, tell me the timestamp of that video where you were holding him accountable and said he.
Yeah, if I could find that, actually, I would actually, yes.
What did I just say? I said we talked before.
No, but that's not
the show. I did not hold him. There is no evidence. I did not hold him accountable or anything. I asked him why he went on because I wanted him to give his version. I had already asked the question privately. So I already knew what the version was.
I'm going to tell you this.
Why did you do it? What was your purpose? Explain.
You only hold them accountable in the back.
Right.
But Black women, you hold them accountable in the front. How is that? How are you?
Because that's what people.
Why do you guys care so much about this whole situation if you're not in the space?
We're talking to Fearless.
Why do you keep doing that, Chris? Man, that's like
I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything,
man.
I didn't do anything.
You just said you.
I didn't do anything.
Democrats
I didn't do anything.
He left himself. He has a bad connection. He left.
I didn't do anything. Passport bros don't really have the right setups going on sometimes.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Go ahead, Black.
I think you're confusing him with the other one. You just don't know who you're talking to.
Yeah, all right. You know what? I'm gonna chime in. You know, I'm just curious to know, like, why do you guys care what other guys are going through or what other guys are actually experiencing? Like, why does it matter to you?
We've been asked that about 5 times
has been
today.
So many times. Come up with another.
They never answered it though.
No. I'm hold up. I'm asking you the question. So answer the question. Why do you care? Why do you care?
Me or him?
You, Chris, whatever, whoever. Why do you care? Why do you waste so much energy and time and effort being concerned what the next man is doing. Is your life that pathetic? Is your life is your life that non-existing that you have to care?
No.
Oh wow! See,
God.
Fearless, look at your boy. He's got a bad connection. He don't have fiber like I got over here.
Where is he? Honest question. Where is he at? Because he keep on dropping.
But hey, I'm gonna put this disclaimer out so he can hear it. Black, before you speak again, I'm gonna put this disclaimer out because we didn't put the disclaimer out. We want to see black men happy, whether that is domestically, whether that was traveling and finding a wife, whether that is female companionship internationally, domestically. We're not against the Passport Bros traveling.
Regardless, all right, listen. Passport Bros only been in existence for 2 fucking years. I've been traveling for over 20 years.
No, that's not true.
No, wait, no, let me finish. Passport Bro is just a fucking hashtag. It's only a small minority of that group that's actually traveling. There's a whole segment of men who've been traveling way before a fucking hashtag. So why do you care what a small segment of men are doing versus the vast majority of men who actually travels with no issues, that does not bash black women, that does really well in other countries? Yeah, why do you care?
Let me answer this.
Why should I care with one group or another? I mean, that is none of your business. I could care.
No, it is my business because you care. You put so much time and effort in addressing this. So I want to know, why do you care?
Zed, let me answer this. What's your name?
Please.
What's your name? What should we call you?
I'm Black Man Travels.
Okay, Black Man Travels. I've said it on many different panels, is that what the incels, the red pillars, the Passport Bros, what they're all doing, what they call it, the gender war people are doing, they're poisoning the community. And what you'll hear about it on these panels. I don't know if you hear about it on the Passport Bro panels. We had one of these episodes one time where there was like a 20-year-old, maybe even younger boy.
Here's the thing.
Wait! You didn't let me finish. Damn.
God, what's going on with his connection? Is he on his phone?
What we will do
is
speak now, and then when he comes, he will only speak, and then
I think he's back in the States. He's not overseas. Something's going on with his phone.
But what I was trying to say was, like, you'll hear it through the effect that the Kevin Samuels and all these red pillars have had is it's poisoning young men's minds to view women in a certain light. If they're selling despair and I forget the words I use, but just despair, where Auston Holmes specifically is trying to tell people, man, you can't really get dates in the States. Look at this, guys. I get all these dates overseas, but when I come back home, I can't get a date. It's bullshit. And it's poisoning young men's minds. You see it from Sneeko, you see it from Auston Hallman, you see it from Kevin Samuels. They're not highlighting.
Chris,
no, let me finish.
No, I'm not trying to interrupt, but can we really go real deep with this?
Go, fine.
The young men's minds have been poisoned for almost 50 years.
No, Ronin, this is different, man.
Our Black nuclear family has been destroyed since the 60s, bro.
No, you're right. You're right. But
that is not.
That is a contributing factor to black men. That is a contributing factor to black men.
Oh, this is gonna be like.
I think Black Man Travels.
Black America. So I will leave out. But let me say this: Fearless and Ronin are a bunch of sexist black woman haters. So I would not take anything they say seriously.
I'm the biggest lovable teddy bear, and anybody that knows me knows.
And Ronin is a coward, to be honest, because he could not attack me.
I'm a coward.
Yes,
oh my God! I defend you. I'm a coward.
Okay, Ronin is a coward. Fearless is the alpha ass kisser because he's the main ass kisser of Auston.
So when I call you ugly, then I'm being wrong, right?
Ronin kisses Fearless's ass. So
when I say hyena, I'm being wrong.
So these men should not be taken seriously.
And that's what I'm going to say about how things shouldn't hurt him. That's what he said.
People are going to get into a deep.
No, I'm saying I don't care. She calls me that. The problem is when I call her ugly, she gets upset.
I mean, that is the thing. I don't get upset. I just do not understand how. Actually, I understand. You're not smart, so you cannot attack my idea. So you are an ass kisser.
I'm smart enough to know you ugly.
Well, my dear, I am ugly,
but
Chris,
when she just talked about me for 5 minutes, you didn't say nothing.
I mean, my dear, you think I'm ugly, but you want to.
I have something.
Feminist, brother.
No, it's called a gentleman. Fearless.
I never said I was a gentleman.
I know you didn't.
You're not a
clearly
gentleman.
not.
I mean, and I don't want to be a gentleman.
I'm not a simp, brother.
You're not a gentleman.
I don't want you to
you
be
got it right the first time.
You are not a decent human being.
You darker than me, but it seemed like you was in the house.
My dear, let me tell you, you are, I mean, it is so, your hypersexuality is embarrassing. You are supposed to be some kind of educated Black man, but we have not seen the smart, the intelligence, and I'm not surprised because a sexist like you is probably not that smart.
I want Fearless to answer this. Fearless, how old are you?
I hope you will stop.
I'm 25, the same age as Auston.
Bullshit.
Okay, and that is it. I'm going to dip out, and you guys could continue talking.
No. Fearless, give me a straight answer without the slimy.
Brother, you ain't gave me no straight answer. So stop
I said
coming at me
41.
like you
I said 41. That's a straight answer. I told you.
No, on any question, you ain't getting no straight answer. All you do is discourage. So don't get mad when somebody does it to you.
How old
Get
are
off
you?
your high horse, brother.
How old are you?
Why does it matter how old I am?
Why can't you stand on that?
Stand on my age. Brother, what does my age
Ronin, how old are you?
Huh? I'm 65.
Okay, how old are you, Fearless?
65.
Is that the truth?
Why does it matter? You gonna say I'm lying anyway?
Come on, Ron. I mean, come on.
When
Fearless.
I said I'm not a Republican, you said I'm lying. When I said I'm not a sexist, you said I'm lying. So no matter what I tell you, all you're gonna say is I'm lying.
The age is different.
Oh, now the age is different.
Age, there isn't a way to slip around with that. You're not.
You don't know what I voted for, but you know my age. Come on, brother.
I don't gotta get your life story to get your age. So just give me your age. What's
You
that?
ain't gotta get my life story to know if I'm a Republican, but you asked.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
What does that mean?
Just stop deflecting. Stop being slimy. Just answer the question at hand. How old are you?
Old enough.
Come on, man.
Oh Lord.
Don't I sound like Zed now when I try to ask her a question?
No, because Zed has spoken about her age. She spoke about her age. She didn't dance
Well, I
around
sound
that.
exactly like when I ask her a question. Like when I say, why did you vote for Trump? She divests.
Oh my
or why wouldn't you vote for Trump? When I ask her, let's talk about ideas, and she doesn't.
Chris, here's the thing, Chris. Can you move past whatever his age is? He's above 50.
I just want that data.
What is the point though? What are you going? What direction are you going with the question?
There's no point. I just like to understand and put things in context.
Okay.
So I just want to understand. So when you
here's my thing, because age doesn't mean a thing, and this is what I'm going to speak to. And listen, let me clarify. Let me clarify why I'm saying that. I know plenty of men that are my age that act like children. I know plenty of men that just got their passport and they're barely 40. So when they're traveling, they still act like, degenerates because it's the first time they've left the country. So even though you might see older men traveling, claiming passport bros or whatever the hell they're claiming, doesn't mean they're experienced just because they're age. They probably just got that passport. You're talking to people that have been traveling over 20 years, and you're telling them that they have to be in a certain group. And those are the people that not you specifically. I'm not saying you. I'm saying in general. There's a lot of people trying to throw us in a group. Okay,
well,
just because we are black and we travel, and that's not the case.
No, Fearless. I mean, Ronin. I get thrown in that group too. If I go to Sasua, if I go to Colombia, they're gonna look at me like Fearless. They're gonna look at me like a passport bro, and I'm just going there for traveling. But
and that's the other thing. You're confusing us all. Black Man Travels is not BMTs or passport bros. Black Man Travels is an individual that has the same moniker, and they've even gotten into it. And he's not a passport bro, the one that was on this panel. So that's what I'm saying. You guys are cross-hitching because we're all black and we travel. Everybody that's come up on this panel to talk to you guys is over 20 years in traveling.
Ronin, if you have a channel, if you want to talk about Black Man Travel specifically, Auston Hallman has one too. He's got 100,000 followers. Right. Auston Hallman. So do you consider Auston Hallman a passport bro, or do you consider him a lifestyle traveler? I want the answer from both of you guys. I know Ronin. I know Fearless is giving me a slimy answer, but let's go with you, Ronin, first.
Officially, from what I heard, I don't know Auston personally. I know that he has at one point had a passport bro tattoo put on himself, but then he turned around and denounced being a part of the passport bro movement and just a young man traveling, trying to figure it out, basically documenting his life at this point.
So is he a passport bro today on May 27th, 2020?
As far as what his official stance is, no, not that I'm aware of.
Chris, what are you laughing? The man, Auston, actually said,
what I don't know the man. I can only go by what he puts out there. Well, from what he said that I know of from the videos I've seen him in, I don't watch all his videos. I ain't got time to watch a 25-year-old. Right. But at the same time, from what I've heard, I haven't heard him change his stance from when he denounced saying, I don't want to be a passport bro anymore. I'm just going to be a young man trying to travel and figure it out.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. What I've seen from a lot of the red pill or manosphere dudes is they ducked and denounced the label. Like, let's just like use this MTR, mediocre tutorials and reviews. He denounced the red pill, talking about how they're snaky and they're not who you think they are, and it's a very negative space. But he comes around the day up, and maybe the next month, and he's to the day, and he's creating manosphere type red pill type content. Same thing can be said about O'Shea Duke Jackson. So it's like what I find so much slimy about the Passport Bros is they want to denounce the Passport Bro movement, but they want to do the same type stuff. Their whole base is Passport Bro people and red pill and incel type people, but they want to denounce that whole thing. And I'm not doing that. I'm sorry, you're caught in the RICO. Fearless, you are a Passport Bro adjacent. To me,
I don't know what adjacent means. Can you?
It means that you when you break bread and you sit down and interview and you sit down and you're kikiing it with Auston Hallman, who is a Passport Bro, or he's at the very least Passport Bro adjacent. You are guilty by association.
So you're saying that as a person, I can't interview anybody that has a view that would be different than mine. If I interview someone that has a view that's different than mine, that means I agree with them.
Well, you're on camera. I don't know if you know that.
You got your camera on, brother. You might want to turn your. Oh,
he said, "I don't care."
Okay. I'm saying, but I'm not saying that.
Hold up. I'm on this.
I'm on this.
I interviewed Zed. I do not agree with her.
I get it. Like I said, it speaks to the sliminess of the red pill manosphere. You
interview me. Do not be.
Chris, you just did not answer the question. So by me interviewing somebody, does that mean that I agree with them?
No, I didn't say it did.
You didn't interview
But you just said that's what you just said. You said I'm passport adjacent because I sit down on a panel.
You are Passport Bro adjacent because you are moving in spaces that is predominantly a Passport Bro space stance.
What space am I moving in?
You're moving in. You are overseas. I mean, sorry, not overseas. You are interviewing.
Hop on BA. Go ahead. Sorry. No, BA.
I'm saying
BA didn't check. Hop on BA.
I'm saying you are. Your answers are very slimy.
Chris, I just asked you a direct question.
Okay.
You see what you just did? I said, why am I Passport Bro adjacent? And you said your answers are slimy.
Let me answer it. Okay. Earlier, about maybe an hour or two, you were using the same red pill manosphere Passport Bro talking points. Oh, the average woman doesn't want the average man, and this is why they got to go overseas. That is a Passport type, Passport Bro type of ideology.
Was Kevin Samuels a Passport Bro?
He's a manosphere. He's a red pill. He's a problem.
Was Kevin Samuels a Passport Bro?
He wasn't alive to be a Passport Bro.
He was because he talked about the Passport Bros, brother.
I didn't hear that.
Well, he did. So was Kevin Samuels a Passport Bro?
If you have to send me the clip.
Is Anton Daniels a Passport Bro?
Anton Daniels is a misogynist. He's a red pillar. He's a problem.
How you went slimy, brother? I just asked you a yes or no question.
No, because he's married. He's married. Anton Daniels is not a Passport Bro because he's married.
I'm married.
That's true.
Okay.
So your argument makes no sense now.
No,
hold up. If Anton Daniels can't be a Passport Bro because he's married, how can I be?
No, what I'm saying, the difference between you and Anton Daniels is I'm not seeing a lot of content with Anton Daniels interviewing and keeping.
What content have you seen with me then, brother? Have you
I've seen you with Auston Hallman. I've seen you with Auston Hallman. I haven't.
So you've seen one interview?
Yes.
Then you don't know anything about my channel, then, brother.
Might need to do my homework on you.
You just admitted it.
I don't know. I don't know you very well, but I do know if
then
someone is.
How can you say I'm a? Then if you don't know me very well, Chris, how do you keep saying I'm a Passport Bro or Passport Bro adjacent?
I said you're Passport Bro adjacent because you're associated with Passport Bros.
Because I did an interview. We just went down this same road again. So I said, ask the same question. By me interviewing someone, does that mean I agree with their views?
You were interviewing, but you were also not holding him accountable. You were taking his side on things that really he was in the wrong for.
What did I take on his side?
You took his side by not by on camera, even though you say, "Oh, I held him accountable off camera in the pre-production."
What did specifically, Chris? Come on now. You know about me. You know I interviewed him. What side did I take?
You took the side of, hey, there was nothing wrong for you to be on the interview. You shouldn't feel. She was kind of actually mean, acting rude to you.
She got an attitude.
Oh, okay.
Kendra, hold up. You gonna tell me Kendra didn't get an attitude with him?
Kendra was frustrated.
So
did Kendra G get an attitude with him?
No, he did. He tried to use
Kendra G got an attitude with him.
No,
that's why she turned him off and clicked him off.
No, she didn't.
She was wasting his time.
She was wasting her time.
So hold up, Chris. Did she get an attitude with him?
No.
After she wasted his time.
So what I said was she got an attitude with him. So basically,
that's not how you said it. That's not how you said it, my friend.
You justify what he does.
Oh man, now you're going on this crook thing.
I mean, we're really arguing over semantics at this point.
Hey, look at this.
Ronin, let me ask you. Who was wrong on the Kendra and Auston's interview? Who was more wrong, Kendra or Auston?
Yeah.
I always lean on the edict of the host. The host allows certain things to happen in order for them to drive content. You know, even the day that Zed and Kim 123, that whole thing was on the onus of the host, which was the Andrew show. I'm not deflecting. I'm giving you context. So you were experiencing the same thing where the host allows something to happen on the panel. So in that respect, going back to Kendra G and Auston, she very well knew who Auston was when she brought him up. Okay, wait. She played like she didn't, but she's had several talking points on Auston Holloman since he was on TikTok. Since he was on TikTok, she has brought his name up.
She doesn't know him.
Okay, irregardless. Okay, so the way the conversation went, she asked him some questions. He was pretty direct and flat with his answers. So he wasn't giving her enough. Okay, so she pushed the conversation a little bit more. Once she started getting answers she really didn't like, then again, she's the host. She deaded the conversation and ended her own live.
Because he realized
that's what happened.
She realized he was there to use.
But if you're the host, you can just kick him off and keep going with your channel.
She did that.
She literally did it. No, she did it the whole thing and turned off her live.
That is what she did.
She was so upset at the time, she deaded her live.
Okay, no,
Ronin,
okay, my bad. If that's the clip I saw. Maybe she didn't. I apologize. Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Ready to just as an African woman, I was very upset that he tried to use African women to attack Black American women. Do you think it was right for him to use African women to attack Black American women? Or if that's something, and I want to hear, because you will find some way to justify that.
Ronin has explained that.
Yes, he will. I mean, let's go ahead.
I don't know where he's used Black or African women posted against Black African or Black American women. Is that what you're saying? Is he using one against the other? As far as
what he did on the show.
Okay. Now, from what I know from his interviews, he's saying African women have been westernized at some point. And some points, their views are more feminine and more to his liking than American women, period. And he stopped using Black women. He just says American women or Western culture.
We are talking about that. See, this is the thing. You guys will defend him, and
I'm not defending him. I'm answering your question.
But
it has nothing to do with him. You asked me a specific question, and I'm giving you a very specific answer. I'm trying to be clear. I'm trying to be clear by giving you context.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I just gave it to you, but I'm not defending anybody. I'm answering your question with giving you context.
He said on that show he pretended to go there to look for a mate, right? And
he said, I'm in America still. I still have an opportunity. I'm trying to see if I can find a Black woman to change my mind. That's kind of what he said.
Let me say why he really went on the show. I'll tell you what. You want to know why he really went on the show?
Black African women against Black African women has you bit. Why did he bring Black African women?
Well, first, let's say why he really went on the show. He was doing a live.
He went on the show to to attack her.
No, hold up.
He was thirsty to get to 100,000 followers. That's what I want to show.
Yes, that's and in fact they already.
You want me to answer the question, or y'all just want
ultimately it worked? Unfortunately, how he did it is irregardless. It worked.
This is the problem we have with you, Ronin. You at one point you say you
Look,
pretend to be like.
I've been in sales for 40 years. I gotta respect marketing no matter what. It's a business.
Why do you
listen.
It's contradict yourself, Ronin.
No, I'm not.
Women. You can't say you support black women and then say that if attack against black women leads to more followers for a black man, then you support.
Yeah, he says he's against. He says he's against Passport Bros attacking women, but then he's like, I'm all good. I'm all on board with marketing.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
If I am against racism, I'm against racism.
They can't chew gum and walk in the
Ronin. I mean, sorry, not Ronin. Fearless, you're the same dude who won't share his age. You don't need to be afraid of being doxxed. We're not Passport Bros. We're not going to do anything to you.
I don't know what my age has to do with anything. Maybe I don't want to share that just like I wouldn't share my
your
real name.
age could help us put into context why you feel like you.
I am over 50.
Yeah, okay. We know how old you are. But Ronin is actually more dangerous than Fearless because Fearless is very open about his hate for black women. Ronin, on the other hand.
When do I ever say I hate black women?
Ronin, on the other hand.
Hold up, no, Zed, we're gonna get this. You just made an accusation. At what point in my life have I ever said I hate black women?
So Ronin, on the other hand,
Zed, hold up. See, that's the Chris. You hold her accountable, brother. You hold me accountable. I'm asking the direct
Chris
question.
is not my lord. He's not going
hey, Fearless, put your channel in the back check because I'm gonna do my homework on you.
I don't know what it's when have I ever said I don't like black women?
Fearless is very open about his hate for black women. But
when have I ever said I don't like black women?
Can I finish? Ronin
let her get her point out about me.
Yes,
because
I
want her,
saying that black women hatred is okay if it leads to a black man getting freaking a few hundred followers on YouTube. And that is actually more dangerous. This guy, Ronin. Yes, you did. You just did. You said you're okay with.
I said that verbally.
Yes, you did.
Okay. I don't recall saying that out of my mouth.
Yes, you did. Oh, Chris, I put you down by mistake. Go ahead. Yeah. So we should not be caring about, we should be more worried about people like Ronin, especially because Ronin is around a lot of black women. So he is more dangerous than that cowardly frog named Fearless. So yes, we are,
So and this is after I've said I've had 2 wives, both of them black. I have 4 sons, all from black women, all of them grown, 2 grandchildren, but I have a problem with black women.
Yes, you just said that you are okay with Auston attacking
and to add to that, I defended the very person that's telling me that against a white racist on a panel.
Chris,
it doesn't make
you are really not making any sense at this point.
I am because you literally said
if I didn't like black women, why would I open my mouth?
To do what? Why do you open your mouth?
To defend you.
You did not defend me. You only defended me because you didn't like the guy attacking me.
I hope your panel goes back and watches this show just so they can see the fact that I was the first one to speak to and again, how you being talked to.
Ronin,
how you being talked to.
Ronin, do you have a YouTube channel?
I do.
Put it in the back chat. I want to do my homework on YouTube.
No, actually, he is simulcasting. So if you click on the simulcast, you could.
Yeah.
Just put it in the back chat. I'm old school. And same with you, Fearless. Don't hide your channel.
I think you already put it up.
Hide my channel, man. I put it in the chat, man.
Okay.
Will you stop your bullshit?
I don't see it. I don't see it in the private chat. Put it in the private chat.
It's because I dropped it. Hold on.
She on my channel. I ain't gotta hide nothing. Brother, my name tells me who I am. I don't hide from anything. I'm fearless.
Come on, Fearless. Put it in the back chat.
It's not in the
let's go back to this, Zed. I hate black women.
Yes, you do, and it's okay. And I'm very glad that
we have
a black woman hater, and it's
defend
good
yourself.
Because you are very open about that.
Give me an
example. Ronin is also right now actually To be honest, all of you
Give me
are.
an example of me hating black women.
So
sitting down with Austin Hall, man.
yes,
Give me
I
an
mean,
example.
forget
So
about
let me
that.
ask you, Chris.
Everything he does,
Chris, you
and
travel,
it's
right?
hard to
I just
talk
dropped it in
about
the back chat, Chris. You can go in the
Thanks, I
back
appreciate
chat.
it.
Chris, do you travel? So do you consider anybody that say, let's say, do you consider Jamaicans black?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you
I don't
consider?
really
Do you
trust
consider?
this.
Hold
I
up,
don't trust this
Chris. Let me
conversation.
talk. Let me ask you a question. Do you
just
consider
like
people
BA.
in Tobago black?
Oh my God. I mean,
Do you consider Dominicans black?
Hold
Do
up.
you consider Dominicans black?
Hold up. Let me put a disclaimer out here because I know you're trying to go for a gotcha. I am not 23andMe, but I'll give my best interpretation. So I'm gonna say yes.
Okay. So if I'm married to a Dominican woman who is the same color as me, does that mean I hate black women?
That
Is she black? No, she's black.
That is not a strong enough alibi, man.
No, it's not. It's like a white person saying, "I'm not racist."
Ronan, I don't know how to do it, man. We
Here's
hate black women,
the
but we
thing,
married
Fearless.
to black women.
Here's the thing, Fearless. There's a lot of people, passport bros, that go over to some of these third world countries and they get a wife, and they might say, oh, "Look, I got a wife. I'm not sexist." Yes, you still can.
Or a white person saying, "I'm not racist. I have a white wife, or a black wife, or I have a black friend." It doesn't. By the way, his wife is not black. She's a very beautiful non-black woman.
Your boy Austin Hallman could go get him a nice little Afro-Latina wife. Doesn't mean he's not anti-black. He's still anti-black.
He's not anti-black.
I'm going down that road.
Listen to Austin Hollerman. He says it's not about the color; it's about the culture.
He is part of the culture. That's the problem.
Keep not listening, brother.
He's part of that culture. That's the problem. That's the problem with the passport bros. They don't realize they are the cultural problem.
You got a passport and you black. So does make you a passport bro?
No.
Why not?
Why
not?
The thing is that Chris has never traveled overseas to many countries.
This is gonna get ignorant. Oh, God.
No, but my point is that what did it say?
I have traveled.
A lot of the main
that makes you a passport bro.
No, it does not.
So what makes me a passport bro?
Let me finish. For me to be a passport bro, I'd have to say, hey guys, I can't get dates in the States. These Western women are trash.
When have I hold up, brother? You didn't listen.
It's just better overseas.
Brother, hold up. Let me tell you something, Chris. Because I was on, and I can bring mine up. I was on the lead attorney. You know what I said to the lead attorney? I said, lead. I said, man, the wish of every black man is to be with a black woman. I said, why? They understand our culture. They understand when we get it. You know, I can go somewhere with a black woman and she understands R&B. She understands that. I said, that is our ultimate goal. So the goal would be with a black woman. And it's not about the black woman. It's the culture. It has nothing to do with the color.
You are a black man hater. And it's okay because you are actually not that,
No, but here's the thing. Here's the thing I want to say. I want Fearless to answer this. So the women that they're fleeing the country that they can't get, would those same women say that, hey, we want to be with a black guy, but these same black guys that are leaving, there's something culturally wrong with them?
Who are you referring to, Chris?
I'm talking to you, and I want you to answer that.
What? No, I didn't understand the question. I
said the passport bros, they're complaining that they can't find wives in the States, they can't find girlfriends. So the women that they desire, if we were to ask those women about the men who are leaving, would they not say that there's something culturally wrong with those men?
All right, I gotta do this. Which
do I need to ask you a third time?
Talking about? Are you talking about the new generation of passport bro? Or are you talking about people who have traveled a long time ago?
No, listen. Let me finish.
English is my second language, and I understood what Chris is saying.
No, because he keeps saying passport bro.
No, Chris is asking you if we were to ask the foreign women,
Let me answer this real quick. I told Ronin this, and maybe this needs to be a second disclaimer that I need to start putting out on every panel. When we talk about passport bros, we're not talking about dudes who are in the army who've been traveling before passport bros were a thing. We're talking about the dudes who call themselves passport bros, the dudes who align themselves, who look at the racist passport bro memes and say, that's funny. We're talking about the dudes who who use the same talking points that the passport bros do, saying, hey, there's no reason to go date in the States. We can go date somewhere else. If the women over there the women over here are ran through, they're overrated, blah, 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 all the immature talking points. So we're not talking. Stop using the dudes who've been traveling and they just found a wife overseas. Right.
You clarify.
Stop using that.
Ask the question again.
For a third time. The dudes who consider themselves quote unquote passport bros, who hold the misogynistic beliefs about the women in the West and the domestic Western women
Just
impacted.
ask the question directly.
No, shut up,
No
BA.
explanation.
Shut up. Let me ask the question because he's having trouble hearing me. The dude, I'm gonna start it over. The dudes
Because
who
you're
consider
not
themselves, shut up,
asking it
BA. I'm
directly.
muting
That's
you.
why.
Shut up, man. I love you, but shut up.
I even understood the question.
Let me answer it because I don't want him to slime out of this one. The dudes who consider themselves passport bros, they say that they are leaving because they can't find a wife. They're saying they can't find a girlfriend, or the women aren't worth the squeeze in the States. So the women that they would really want to, that they would actually stay in the States for, that they can't get, do you think those women would look at the passport bros, the quote unquote passport bros that are leaving the States, and say that there's something culturally wrong with them? Or would they say that they're real men, they're really great picks?
Now, what I'm going to do is answer this question for the 10th time. I told you that them brothers that go over there are looking for mangoes. They are not real men. They are not the kind of people that's going, they pay for the punani. They are not getting women. They're not looking for a woman to settle down with. They are going to the same places where it's the red light district.
So here's the thing.
That's the answer I wanted. Thank you.
Hold on, let me step in this
Chris,
quick.
Hold on, Chris, you gotta listen, man, because I said this same thing 10 times. I actually said that me and Ronin was on the show last night where Floyd and Jay Rello was on there, and we gassed him. We gassed him because I'm like, bro, you kissing a prostitute, you paying for all this money, you getting gamed by some chick, and you saying you got women, you bring them over there and you getting game, and that's the only way you can do it. I've never deviated from that.
Hey, where's your channel name in the back chat? I have asked this like 5 times. I want to do homework on you.
I'll
do my homework.
I don't know, but if you got to investigate me, Chris, where's your channel at, brother?
I haven't created one, but I will. And when I get one, I'll send it to you.
Well, when you create one, I'll let you know mine.
No, that's not how it works. You're slimy. Why are you trying to hide your public figure? I'm not one yet.
Brother, ZED has been on my channel. Ronin has been on my channel. I don't hide it. What am I trying to hide it for?
Then just type in the back chat.
Chris, if you go to my channel, you're going to see the Lions Den. You'll find his channel.
No, I'm going to put him up. Give me a second.
Jesus Christ. I'm going to go silent because I got some work to do tonight.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So the brother that was just speaking, what's wrong with brothers getting mangoes, though? I'm just curious.
I'll tell you what's my problem with the brothers getting mangoes.
Nah, I'm just asking questions. That's all.
This is the problem with the brothers getting mangoes. I have no issue
because I don't want you to.
Hold on, wait. One person at a time. It's just a question.
Yeah, but do not monopolize the conversation because you have a tendency to do that.
Zed, chill. I didn't come in here speaking. It was just a question. Chill. Okay, relax.
I do not have a.
Damn.
Prostitution in those countries are legal. I do not have a problem with a brother who wants to go over there and pay for prostitution because he's doing it legal with someone who is over age. My issue is these brothers have no game. And what they do is they go over there and they post this girl like they had game, they got her, and then they put her up and say, oh, this is what I can do. No, sir, it's not what you can do. It's what you can pay for. So don't pretend that you have game and you have value and you're somebody you're not, and you got this pretty Latina because all she was it wasn't your girl, it was just your turn. That's my issue. Also, if you only travel for mangoes, you have a problem because if you're going over to DR, Sosua is 3 blocks in Dominican Republic. Dominican Republic is a big country, great culture, great dancing, great food, great sights that you can see. The country is vast. It has every climate. You got waterfalls, you got rainforests, you have all of that. If your whole mentality is to spend all your time on 3 blocks, you have an issue. That means you are not even culturally divested. So to answer Chris's question, those are fools that go over there. You go over there and all you can do is say, I paid for some punani. I traveled 2,000 miles to pay $200 for a girl one night. When actually, if you had game and you did yourself better, you could go over there and find you a great woman that would take care of you, that you wouldn't be paying that much, and she would care more about you than trying to game you. Or you wouldn't be going to Colombia, picking up on a chick while she put something in your drink and taking all your stuff while you're there. That's the problem. Don't post a chick that you think is, don't post a chick that's a prostitute and try to make her something else. You know the old saying, you can't turn a hoe into a housewife. So I don't know why they post to act like they are.
All right, can I respond to
Yes,
that respectfully? So I'll just use my self as a personal example. The first thing I would like to say is just that this whole narrative about game. I don't know how old you are, so I'm not going to play the old school versus the new school game. But I think the whole thing about game, I think the shit is overrated. And excuse my French. It just depends on how you talk to the female. I mean, I don't really think you need game or you need an X amount of words to speak to the woman or whatnot, but well, just because a brother goes out and wants to seek out beautiful women and talk and solely specifically talk about beautiful women versus other aspects of other culture. Now, sir, if you are the type of brother that travels and like to go sightseeing, go and you like to go to museums, you like to go surfing and etc. I am not going to shun you for that if that's part of the culture, but the women also are part of the culture. And if brothers want to go and explore those things of that culture, which are the women solely, stop trying to shit on them. And I'm just tired that brothers always have to kind of hide because they don't want to get shunned by brothers like you and other brothers like Chris and among other people because they don't want to be.
Oh, shoot.
Yes, I'm traveling for the beautiful women, and women are my priority. Me, I'm here in Brazil. When I first traveled here, I came for the natural beauty of the women, not
why you
the
had to?
museums, not the museum. Hold on, sir. Not the museums, not the historical sightseeing. No, I came for the beautiful women. That was my motivation. Now, as I got here and I spent time here, then I got to immerse myself into the culture. But that was after I was motivated by those the beautiful, voluptuous women out here. So my conclusion to you is, brother, stop trying to low key downplay brothers just because they go for the beautiful women or we're not or whatnot. Because I'll ask you, okay, what countries have you been to?
I've been to 32 countries, my brother.
Okay,
From
what is
Asia,
okay?
from
hmm
Asia to all of South America to all of the island to Europe and Africa.
Okay, so do you speak any of those local
Yo hablo
languages that
español
you've been
muy
to?
perfecto.
Okay,
E
what other
Portuguese.
languages?
E
Oh,
Portuguese. A little bit of
você
Swahili.
fala, você fala português?
Pouco. See?
Ah, não, não, ok. Então, de onde você é?
Is this a test, brother? You asked me a question, now you testing
It's,
me?
it
You
is
sound like
exactly a
you
test.
gotta be a little
De
bit.
onde, de onde você é? Qual é o seu nome?
Say it again, my brother.
Qual é o seu nome? Qual é seu nome?
Yeah, I don't understand you.
Okay, exactly. So
You speak Portuguese like
this is
all
the
speak Portuguese, my brother. I
Oh
mean,
my God, Jesus Christ. Okay. Anyways, the reason why I just brought up those two phrases, which was where are you from, which is de onde você é, or você é de onde, in Bahia, that's how they say it. But the second phrase was what is your name? So if you said that you speak these languages quite frequently. Now, you've been to 32 plus countries, like you said, but you can't even speak the most basics of the essentials of the language. So, how do you communicate with the people
¿Cómo te
if
llamas?
they're part of the
¿Cómo te
culture?
llamas? ¿Qué es lo que?
Me, me
¿Es
llamo
tu
Jé.
tigre? ¿Es tu
Me
tigre?
llamo, no, no.
¿Qué es tigre?
Me, me llamo Jé. You said
¿Qué es
tigre,
tigre?
which means pretty much a person that knows about the streets in the Dominican Republic specifically.
Ghetto.
What?
Where are we headed with this
I
conversation?
don't know.
My point of testing his languages that he's been to 32 plus countries. If he is so embraced into the culture and he doesn't travel for the women and things of that nature, he spoke highly about the culture. So I would think, being part of the culture, you know how to speak the
No,
local
I went
language
to
to
Thailand
communicate
for
with the
32
local
years.
people. So therefore, no,
that's all I can say.
brother. No, brother. Hold on. Wait a minute. Now you say you know Portuguese, so give me 5 cultural dishes of food in Brazil.
What is the bandera? What is that they eat with the beans?
I don't know. You tell me. You say you're immersed in the culture.
Man, what is beer? I do it all the time, brother. I don't know. You
So if you do it all the time, it should be easy for you.
You got me, man. You got
I know I got you because you're full of shit. Excuse my French.
Yeah,
so,
it's French, but you're the person that has to pay for the punani.
But wait, so you're trying to prove that he's a sex tourist too? So that was the purpose of the question?
No, my whole point is that stop bullshitting. That's all I'm saying. Don't try. It's like you're doing the same thing.
Where have you been besides
that passport?
Brazil?
Hold on, wait a minute, brother. You have just done the same thing that most people accuse passport bros of doing, trying to downgrade black women in order to uplift the local women in that country where they're at.
He didn't say that
at that moment.
Yeah, I don't think I
so.
said that. What was that?
No, come on, brother. Listen, man, we're not about to play semantics. But
brother, I
just
said
because
I don't believe that you should go over there and be paying for punani and pretending that you got game.
Trying to be light. No, I know exactly. I know the undertone.
If they had game, they wouldn't have to travel to the country.
You see, there we have it again. Game. Do you understand? I am a lame, just like Chris. But the only difference between me and Chris is that
Chris, you gonna take that?
Chris, listen, the only difference between me and Chris is that he is stuck in the United States. Me, I am abroad. I am in Brazil currently.
He's not stuck.
So,
he could take a flight anytime.
So wait, listen. Chris is lame. I'm lame. Chris doesn't have game. I don't have game. I just have a normal conversation with the people out here. That's including my homeboys too, but my homegirls too. And we just vibe. We vibe out. Do you call that game? Like this whole thing about game, like I'm sorry. Thank you. Please do, because I wasn't born in the 60s.
No
I'm an 80s baby. I'm an 80s baby. I don't know this whole thing about hey, yo, check this out. Listen, man, you gotta kick off game like this. You got like
that's not when we say game.
I
game
didn't
is when
like
you
that,
have
bro.
swagger, when you can carry on a conversation. When
Hold on, wait. What is swag? Like I'm new to this terminology.
Confidence.
What is swag?
Confidence.
Wait, you said swag. Can you define swag? What is swag?
Confidence.
So swag is confidence. I thought swag was a style.
No.
All right.
When a girl says, "Man, I like his swag," that means he walks into the room, the way he walks, the way he can command a room. He has the confidence to go up and be in a room and take care of that. That is what swag is. And a lot of times, y'all do, hold up, all you know how to do is swipe right or swipe left. Y'all don't know how to talk to a girl. Y'all don't know how to romance them. Y'all don't know how to look across the room, look at a girl and talk to her and tell her from across the room how much you want to be with her. So before I ever approached her, I already had everything already good. That's what we call swag. It's the ability to be able to talk to a woman, romance a woman, go further than that. All you guys know how to do is swipe right or swipe left and then open up your wallet for a chick. When my day, we didn't spend money like that for no girl. We ain't had to open up our wallet. We used our mouthpiece.
What's a mouthpiece?
The way you talk to a woman, bro.
But I just said, I'm just like Chris. We're both lame, but we both can have a conversation.
You're lame, and that's why you had to pay for your punani.
Oh, wait, sir. Do you have selective hearing? Did you not just hear what I said?
Mangoes. He said, "What's wrong with it?"
Yeah, what's wrong with mangoes? Did I say I like to pay for mangoes, or did I just say that? What's wrong with it?
What's wrong? I think I've already answered what was wrong with it. What's wrong with paying?
Yeah, what's wrong with paying?
All right, I'll go through it again.
No, you don't have to. Just summarize it.
No, I don't have no problem with a brother if that's what he wants to do initially. The problem I have is when you pay for a girl and then you post her on social media like that was your girl, like you were able to go talk to her, have a conversation with her, have her hang out with you, spend the time with you. That wasn't the case. All you did was just pay her money for her services. So don't pretend that a girl likes you When
Okay,
all
we
it
will
was she's like the
Hey,
money that.
could somebody turn off that music in the background if they don't mind? I'm trying to like listen to old boy.
So
Appreciate
don't
that. Go ahead.
pretend that this woman was interested in you. She was interested in your dollar. We just watched this all last night where Jay Rillo had a girl over his house. She wasn't interested in him. She knew a few English words. You know what those were? Cash
Just
app,
like you knew a few
Western Union,
Portuguese words. Go ahead.
Western Union, Cash App. Those are what she knew. He pretended like she liked him, like, oh, I'm about to go smash this. I got this game. It wasn't that. If he had no money, she would not have been over there. The
So
real
they're living in delusion. They have delusions of grandeur that they're actually doing something and they're just paying for prostitutes.
That is correct.
Yeah, I've been saying the same thing.
Well, can I ask something real quick? I watched the show with Rello and I actually wanted to come on your show, Fearless. Actually, it was having an interesting conversation. I just wanted to put a little rebuttal regard to that. Rello and especially Rello, he's all about pay for play, and his followers is all about that. For pay his finances trip so he can go exactly do that. You don't go to Sasua to look for a girlfriend. You go to Sasua to look for a mango. So that's what they doing. That's what he giving what his subscribers is paying him to go do. So that's all it's about that. It's not about that he hiding the fact that, oh, look what I got. I got me a submissive girl or a girlfriend and we vibing. No, he's saying, well, I'm paying for this chick and this is what I'm getting. And she was like a fun girl. She was saying, hey, stay up, don't go to sleep. More night, Cash App. You know, she's about her money, she was about her bread, and that's what it came down to. So in that respect to Rello, it is all about mango paying. So
no, my thing was here's the funny thing, and we talked about it if you watch the show. Jay Rillo ain't pay for no girl.
It's his subscribers, right?
No. Everybody who watched him paid for him to have sex. That's what we were saying.
Yeah,
we were saying it was all the simps that was watching him that would cash app him for him to pay for another chick to have sex with. And I said, that is simpest behavior. There's no way I'm going to give some other man money so that he can have sex with another girl. And I can just be like, oh, wow, that's what he did.
Okay, but then again, look at it. Don't dudes pay for these OnlyFans and they not having sex or go to strip clubs and they're having sex with these women.
That is a simp. I agree. I'm right with you.
I don't know. I think simp is being overused because I think simp is overused.
Yeah, I agree.
We men,
it's when you pedestalize women.
Men attracted to women. Simp is like shaming men for being men. We men, we like women. We like sexy women. That's no simpest behavior. That's normal. So we just going for what it is. This whole simpest thing is like over.
But you guys
actually normal is asking a girl out on a date, taking her out on a date, and you guys mutually have an understanding where you're gonna have sex. That's normal. All this other fucking bullshit is not normal. So let's get that right.
No, that's not these days. That was the age we grew up on. But
that dude lived still in normal. The 80s.
It's still normal.
In a new society.
All this other stuff is not normal.
Can I add one thing? What's not normal in the States as it is normal in Brazil is the abundance of infinite women that you can talk to and run into and have a normal conversation. So let me go ahead and emphasize the word again: abundance.
Right.
An unlimited supply of women. I mean, drop dead gorgeous
why
with
do you
no
have
makeup.
to pay for them if they are in such abundance?
BA do not pay. He cheap. He do not pay for
Right, I'm too cheap to pay.
I know it personally. He has me talk.
You guys know I am very much supporter of men paying for women.
I'm sure you are, Zed.
Yes, I actually believe that men should pay us every time they ejaculate because that. Yes, I do believe that. So I have absolutely no problem with paying women. But if there is abundance of beautiful women, why are you guys paying so much to the women?
I'll tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why. A lot of people may find this unfavorable, but the thing is that doing too much talking, including myself, that shit gets boring and annoying as fuck. Like I don't mean to curse on the show or whatnot, but I've had literally hundreds of the same conversations with Brazilian people. Shout out to my Brazilians with the same conversations.
Doesn't it
So
get old?
what exactly? Exactamente. So doing too much talking for, or maybe it's because I'm just getting a little bit older now, and I'm
Thank you.
just like, damn, like all that, like those redundant conversations becomes very exhausting. So you just want to get to it. So in correlation to why brothers, pay for it, they want to cut out that whole long dragging conversation. Like, listen, I'm lusting after you. You look sexy as hell. Like, damn, I want to do some things to you. You feel me? And if she has that same attraction now, even though people say, oh well, she just wants the money, so she'll take the money no matter how ugly the guy looks. No, because even when I was in the DR, I've seen a lot of guys in general get rejected, even though they were throwing the money. So the woman has to have somewhat of an attraction to that guy too to feel comfortable. You can't leave that part out. So long story short, dudes wanna cut out that long conversation and just get to the lust. And
And
it
for
ain't
that,
nothing
you have
wrong
to
with
pay.
that. Go ahead.
But I
For
told
that,
you
you have to pay.
before, I don't have an issue with a guy doing that. It's your money. You can pay for it. Get as much as you want. I told you my issue is
But you just said
pretending
it's all about game though, right? I mean, if I'm
pretending that
not if I'm not
pretending that girl is like a girlfriend and you were able to attract her and being with her without paying her. That's the difference. And then they post the girls like, look what I can get. No, sir, it's just look what you can pay for. That is the difference. You want
Let
to
me
pay
give him
for it
for
and get all you
instance.
Now,
can.
is
Let me
is
give
this
him
the
for
same
instance.
guy that
Jay
talked about
Rillo.
game? I just
Listen,
wanna be
It's
sure.
still the
Are
same,
you
man.
are you
hey,
the
hold on,
same
hold
are
on.
you
I
the
Let me
don't
same
I
guy
don't
that talked
post a
about
I
game?
don't go and say I'm gonna post a prostitute and say that's my girlfriend.
real quick.
No, hold
AB,
on, wait. I just want to be sure. Are you the
Guys,
same
can
guy
I
that talked about
interrupt
having
that
game?
I
it's
just want
Jeffrey's
to interject
birthday?
something. You spoke
And
on Jay Rillo. Jay Rillo
Jeffrey,
said he got taken for $150, about 120, whatever. But he tried to romance the chick. He brought her over. He bought her a bathing suit. He brought her back to go swimming. She was on the clock. If you paying, you on the clock, correct? So
But
he's
that's
over
her.
an
That's her
hour
business
and
for
she's
sure, man.
asking for her money. So at this point, is he gaming? Is he romancing? Or is he forgetting that this is not a girlfriend experience? He's paying for a short time of $150, but yet and still he felt like he got took. If you didn't get down to it, then you got it confused and you try to get a girlfriend experience out of a freaking chick that was supposed to be a hit it and get out.
Ronin, he went to the wrong place. He needs to go Santo Domingo, Santiago, and meet the regular chicks.
Either way, it was how he was playing it and getting upset. But at the end of the day, the upset part is him acting. He's a good actor. He knows how to cater towards his viewership, because at the end of the day, they're paying for everything from his trip, his hotel stay or Airbnb stay, to the chicks, the drinks, and everything else. He ain't paying for nothing.
can we let Jeffrey speak because it's his birthday and I want him.
He's from Australia. What's up, brother? From Australia. You was tearing Chris a new one the other day. Last 2 weeks ago. I enjoyed it. I enjoy your perspective. But go ahead.
Yeah, no. First of all, I just want to say, interesting conversation. How you doing, Chris?
Hi, I think
Chris is heavily into research right
birthday, now. Right now, Chris is bowing down to a black woman. But go ahead.
That's a great thing to do, but the bottom line is that happy birthday, Jimothy. Apologize for saying shut up to BA. You know I love you, BA. And hey, Took. I'm gonna be in the background. I got some work to do.
The other thing I wanted to say is, thanks Zed for the happy birthdays and that, it's a shame that there's just seemed to be a lot of cross talking, emotional talking. I know you guys all mean well, especially Fearless. So I just want to say, brother, I saw the interview that you did with the lead and Auston, and you know what? It warmed my heart. It always warms my heart when I see two older guys, more experience, mentoring a younger man. Because Auston, regardless of what we want to say about this guy, whether we want to pigeonhole him as a passport bro guy, whatever else, this is a young man who's just turned 25. He's got 100K subscribers. Oh, by the way, a young black man with 100K subscribers. Do you know what? We have young black women who are on OnlyFans doing unspeakable things. We have white women who are on OnlyFans doing unspeakable things. But yet we're going to focus our time on the young black brother he's trying to find his way. So when I saw Fearless and the lead attorney really get into the heart of the matter, which is this. The only reason why Auston decided even to travel was because he identified a problem that most men in the Western world are having. Now, we can simp and say, oh no, it's the men's problem, women are fantastic, or we can decide, you know something, there is a global issue, especially a Western issue with our women, the women that we say we love, the women that we say we respect. This weekend, because as it was my birthday weekend, the boys here in Sydney, black and white, they decided to get together with myself. You know, we hit the restaurants, we hit the bars, we had a great time. And we're talking a group of about 20 guys, black and white, some of them American, African, Australian, white guys, Australian, English guys, the whole lot of us. We were all very well dressed, very well turned out, respectable men who we've decided basically that we're going to have a much more conscientious attitude towards women per se. And, you know, we went out and we do what we did what we do, which is we talk and converse to women from various demographics and ages. And we got together on Sunday night, the same group of 20, to discuss our findings. And to be fair, it was sad. It was very sad. The short and long of it was there's simply not enough decent women, good women. And when I say decent women, that's women who truly know, who even have the relationship skills even. Not enough women who actually aspire to being wives or mothers even. And that's right across the board in the Western world. And, you know, like I said, there was white guys, black guys, Africans, English, Americans, you know, we're all, you know, we've all made money or are making good money. So we know where we're at. And there is a general problem. But so when I hear conversations like with you guys fighting each other, you're all, if you go back to the conversation that Fearless that you had with Lead, there was a general understanding that women have changed. And if you were a guy who was actually looking for a certain type of woman to say you want to go and marry, your chances of finding it in the Western world are pretty slim now. And this weekend showed me here in Australia that is definitely the case. I mean, I could tell you the story of one particular woman that I met. You know, she was a businesswoman. She was in her early 30s. You know, she had a great conversation with me. We had a really good connection. And she confided in me and said, you know, I can't find the guy. So I got to the root of the matter. She said, you know, you and your friends, you know, you're not the typical type of guys that we see or whatever else. So I started quizzing her. Now, what she didn't know was I'd been watching her for like 25 minutes anyway. I saw guys, you know, trying to approach her or trying to talk to her, whatever else. These are good, decent guys. But you know something? She totally ignored them. She didn't see them. She had set her standards so far above the flipping threshold, okay, that she was literally limiting herself to a very specific band of guys. And therefore then limiting her experiences with those type of guys. These were the type of guys basically who, you know, if they've got the balls to come up and talk to you, they want to smash. And so that's what she would do. She would smash. But then she'd wonder why, 2-3 days later, she hasn't heard from them and these guys have moved on. And this is a businesswoman. This is a businesswoman who's commanding good money. She lives in a upscale suburb of Sydney, still doing all the things wrong. And rather than us fighting each other here, I just think that basically we need to face up to the facts. We've got enough. There's a story that was been making around here in Sydney of an English woman who came to Australia 3 months ago. She went to the Gold Coast specifically to bring to have sex with 18-year-old boys just for her OnlyFans. Yeah. Okay. Now the thing is, if a guy had done that, decided
they do it all the time. The passport bros do that all the time.
But wait a second. We're focusing on guys who are doing what guys do, and let's face it, for a fact, those guys, they're not going to last long in whatever they're doing. I mean, they get found out. They're in the business for what? Maximum 5 years, and then that's it. They're out. Okay, those guys don't make any money. They don't listen. They're aimless. What I'm saying is that we have a whole generation of women, white, black, or whatever else, okay, who are literally destroying their lives. And don't forget, when they go into the industry, they're taking themselves out of the dating pool. Because a decent guy is not going to hook up with a woman like that. That's not a woman that you're going to have as a wife or a mother of your child. And let's get the facts straight. We're talking about a young woman, 24, who basically says she's going to take the virginity away from young men 18 years of age, monetize it, okay? So she's to film it, put it on her OnlyFans, right? And if you don't want to put it on your OnlyFans, she's gonna charge she's gonna charge $1,000. I mean, come on. She's wrecking her life and deliberately wrecking the lives of these young men. But we're not saying anything about that. We haven't attached a movement to a young woman who's actively destroying her life, actively. But we're going to talk about Auston Holloman, who's got 100,000 followers. He's now changed his thing to a travel show. All right. The man is smashing. The man is smashing young women because guess what? You know what I found out, and my boys find out over the weekend? None of the women we saw would even consider us for a relationship unless we smashed them that night. That's where we are.
That's actually good.
Yeah, well, you see, but Zed, here's the thing. Here's the thing that we got to understand. All right, we're destroying the future population growth. I've said this to you. I've said this to Chris before. We're literally killing our population.
But remember, I am someone who believes that humans are not old. Continuing to exist forever. I have absolutely zero problem if the world, humans cease to exist. I actually think it would be a good for the planet if humans cease to exist.
But Zed, that's a psychopathic mindset right there.
Okay, I don't think so. Actually, it's a very pro environment.
And you know something, Zed? I don't believe you. I believe you're a nice lady, right? And I believe, like every woman in your heart of hearts,
yes,
you just want to find a good man.
My dear, I am like you.
I just want to smash. That's all.
Believes that sex should be easy. Like call someone, make sure they are, they
facts.
Transactional.
Or just fun. Like you call someone. You know what? You want to have sex tonight? Yes, let's have sex, and then go your separate.
Facts.
I'll be honest with you guys. The woman I was talking about, that I spoke to, okay, right, I ended up back at her apartment and we talked. It was look, she wanted to smash, but I'll tell you something, when it became clear to me that the only reason, one of the main reasons why she, think about it, 32 years of age, she has not had a single serious relationship. And I realized this is a woman with a high body count. Do I really? She was 32. She was 32. She was 32. Zed, you guys know how old I am. I'm 57 today. 32, 57.
Congratulations, brother.
Listen, guys. She looked older than me. And when we got to the heart of it, she was crying. She cried. So this is a woman who was flamboyant, chatting me up. She was very, very, very beautiful woman. But in a cold light of day, when she's faced with a real man, she broke down in tears. That's the reality. So I don't believe, Zed, what you say. You can tell these guys say, yeah, I just want to spread my legs. I just want to smash. I just want to smash. But like I said to you before, the world that you think you're going to face when you're 60, that's not a world. That world's going to hurt, Zed. That's
how is it going to hurt? The world
we've had this conversation before with you and Chris, and I spoke to the boys when we got together on Sunday. I spoke to the boys to talk about it. Our economies are dying, Zed. We got an economy that will destroy. They'll just kill you, Zed. You're old. You haven't got any kids. You've been smashing. You are no good to our societies. Lock her away. Lock her away. She's no good.
That's not going to happen, Papa. I mean, why would they? Why? Because I'm old. I mean, there are a lot of old women that have never had kids or never have.
You're going to be surplus. You're going to be surplus to requirements. Look, I don't believe that that's what they should do.
No. She's a professional, but she's a professional. So she has use in society regardless. So why would they get rid of her?
Well, because guys, all our countries in the West, and you know what? I'm amazed basically when I talk to, especially brothers. You guys don't understand this. All of the countries in the West, they're going through a depopulation program. That's why our women have been modified, have been brainwashed literally to destroy themselves. Think about it. Every single segment of our society is ending with no kids, no relationships. Why? Depopulation. This is what they want. But if you look at it, say, for example, in Southeast Asia, no. Those policies aren't there. So that's why there's a population.
Because they're developing nations. Those nations are developing. We have a mature economy, so we don't need like 9 kids. But but that's natural though. If the population doesn't necessarily have to exponentially go up and up, that's not natural. The population is going to curve.
Hey, I got a question real quick.
Brother, can I say one thing? That's the fallacy. And the reason why it's a fallacy that they make you believe it, because guess what? Who controls the economies? Who controls the value of the currency? Who controls, who controls what we can buy, what we can sell? Who controls, in fact, where, which companies are going to, which societies are going to move into the digital currency? Only a tiny percentage of the population. They even control the distribution of the resources. They've decided that humanity now needs to be reduced to a much, much smaller population. Not for us, for them.
My quick question is this. I know that when you said, hey, we just want to go out, first date, don't do anything, we just smash. A lot of people say, oh, that's great. I just wonder how you would raise your daughter. Like if you had a daughter, would you be fine with her just smashing? Like she 16 and she done went through the football team. She meet him and she just smashes. Is
Fearless. This woman I saw. I'll tell you what. Funny enough, I was thinking about Zed and Chris when I was talking to this woman. It was sad. She's got all the money in the world. She's got a business. She's got a home, but she looked worn out, damaged. We don't want to see. No, but
I was going to make bread, and I heard.
We don't want to see women end up like that. I don't want to see women end up like that.
I don't look worn and damaged, Papa. Why did you?
No, Brittany. I'm not asking you, Zed. I'm not asking about your daughter. I'm asking.
No, I'm not. I didn't even. Did you? I was trying to make bread, and I heard Jeffrey saying that when he saw some worn-out girl, it reminded him of me.
No. I meant the conversation. I wish.
Oh, okay.
I wish that you and Chris would. No.
No, yeah, I'm saying this was directed to the men. I was saying, would you want to raise your daughter the same way? So if it's, you want your daughter to just go out on the first night and smash and do that, is that how you would want your daughter? I mean, it could be. This is
yes.
I think the answer to that, really, hand on heart, is no, because nobody wins Fearless. Am I wrong or right?
Well, I wanted them to answer because it's difficult.
It goes to the mentality, morality, and ethics of the men that are sitting on this panel. When you go to that, if you can do it, then that's what you're expecting of your children to do as well.
Does that apply to?
I don't think anybody wants to see women as a whole end up like that. And we could talk about passport bros, we can talk about the red pill community, whatever else. Look. Fundamentally, I believe that all these are by design constructs to just help with the overall agenda, which is just to split men and women up. I really do believe that. But in the heart of it, in the cold light of day, we are better together. There's
well, men got to step their game up. So like, if you're saying that she set her standards high, you got to have better for yourself. You can't expect her to then lower her standards because her standards are too high. You should be the opposite. Why is the onus on her to lower her standards?
She doesn't have to lower her standards at all, but if she's delusional, her standards are so high, she's never going to meet anybody. That's the difference.
I mean, but she doesn't necessarily have to. But a woman doesn't owe you a relationship.
Oh,
so
absolutely.
Like, if she doesn't want to be in a relationship, she doesn't want to have to be in a relationship.
There by herself, exactly what Kevin Samuel said. It's a cat or dog growing old.
What we're going to do, brother, is we have to look at outcomes. So everything that everyone's saying has merit. But you know what we do when you're faced with, listen, I deal with software developers and programmers who come with different ideas. We've got a project, come with your idea, okay? Now, here's the thing. How do I judge which of these has got merit? I have to look at past outcomes. And when I look at women today with their, their overinflated view on life, and I look at the outcome, and I look at their outcomes, they're losing.
They're stepping out there, bro. You stepping your foot up in it, bro. Don't go there. They're losing.
They're losing.
No, you want to go back to a time where women,
Western women, though, not global women.
No, but you guys want to go back to a time when women couldn't even have checking accounts. So that's what you want.
Nobody said that.
No, but we're saying that. Oh, you're saying that time was better. That's when women couldn't even have their own checking account.
No. I didn't say that. Focus. Let's keep focused. Let's keep focused from now. They're losing, but we're all losing. So women, listen, here's the thing. If you got rid of the red pill, you got rid of passport bros, you got rid of Auston Holloman, Kevin Samuels never existed, women would still be losing, and so would we. And the reason for that is because there is a third person in the room, which none of us are really acknowledging.
I already acknowledged it. I said it earlier.
Right. Okay. So there is an overall culture, and I know Fearless tried to allude to that, but there is an overall culture manifesting in different forms that is causing the dating game such that everybody loses. And I'll tell you what, this woman I saw, she was an example that regardless of whatever else, you can have money, you can have this, you can have that, you'll lose. And what you're seeing with the passport bros and people like me who are deciding, you know what, we've got to go to where at least if the culture is women want to be wives and mothers first and foremost, then that's where we go. And the thing is with ZED, look, there's an increasing and an alarming number of women in the West who think just like her. I don't find her offensive at all. I actually like the woman. Do you know what I'm saying? In fact, the lady that I met, she had two friends with her. She had two friends with her who were lesbians, and you know they tried to come at me and argue, but I'm too much of a nice guy. I basically said, look, I disagree with your lifestyle, but I'm going to treat you with respect. You know, and it's the same thing with Zed. I'll always treat her with respect, but the end game is that society loses. Of course it does.
No, I mean, I don't know, because this is my thing. And I say this from a humanity, like if we cease to exist, what happens? Nothing. No one loses because there are no human beings. I actually think we are a co-creator.
Well, I think it goes back to the delusion, the deception, and the lies that you've been told. And there is this assumption that, there's too many people on the planet. There is this assumption that, life is getting harder because of the cost of living, whatever else. All manufactured. There's this delusion.
Let me say this.
Yeah.
And 70 years, nobody sitting on this panel is probably going to be alive.
Right.
How many of you guys sitting on this panel actually have a legacy to talk about? That actually has you have children.
I've got children.
That's not
okay. So half of y'all that are sitting here talking right now, you have no legacy to fight for.
What is legacy? I mean,
legacy means children.
Children are not
legacy carries on your genetics, your life force, everything.
What about children in your current community?
Once you die, you die.
But that's not your specific legacy. That's in general the population.
Species come and grow all the time. The dinosaurs aren't here anymore. Nobody cares. Like nobody cares about the dinosaurs.
None of y'all care.
We're gonna leave.
Why?
Why? They're gone. Who cares about the dinosaurs? They're gone.
Yeah,
the same thing is gonna happen to Houston.
But brother, the beautiful thing about this conversation and what Zed says, and the women that I've spoken to, even as far wide as Australia is, they're conditioned not to care. That's the beauty of the legacy. You see, they've been designed to end their genealogy for the purposes
they're not indoctrinated to serve men. So you want to go back to where they're indoctrinated just to pump out babies, and they have no other value except for like to serve men and be basically.
And they've been tricked into that. That's the whole problem. They've been tricked into that ideology. They think
when I say legacy, this is what legacy is. That means that my great grandfather sacrificed so that his grandfather didn't, so that my dad didn't, and that made me much wealthier. That's why
the easiest way to say legacy is it's the reason why you're sitting on this damn panel or you're in a damn chat.
But that's we say
if
that
your parents didn't choose, your great grandparents didn't choose to replicate, none of y'all would be sitting here.
I can't believe
I would be so happy
that we don't realize that. If it wasn't for the previous generations who actually fought to make sure that their legacy, us, would have the lives we have today, we wouldn't be here. And yet, we're today.
And if you are not born, you will lose nothing. Why would you lose if you are not born?
Wow.
But Jimothy,
I think it's narcissistic. It's narcissistic to think that just existing is like great. Like if you weren't here, it wouldn't matter. You wouldn't even know.
You wouldn't know. So what happened if I was not born? I wouldn't even know I was not born. So what do I lose? I mean.
Okay, so yesterday I was in the gym, and
but what if everybody had that? So nobody's born, nobody helps out, nobody thinks of that next generation.
Species come and go all the time.
What's that?
Yeah, species go and come and go all the time. Like if there's no humans,
we're talking about humanity.
I mean, just humans in general. If you weren't here, it wouldn't matter. Who cares?
I want to ask Jim.
So do human beings not matter to you?
This is y'all's ideology. This is the way you guys think.
No, I want to ask Jim.
Instead of attacking us, I know you guys cannot attack.
I just can't fathom the fact that you guys don't want to have legacy. And what's the purpose of you being here?
Who said that?
Brother, that is part of the conditioning to program people not to care about.
Zed said it, and so did the other brother on the lower screen that doesn't have a picture.
Zed says she wants the entire human population.
He don't care whether the population here or not.
Hey, Ronin and Jimothy.
You shouldn't either. Why do you care if there are humans? I mean, what happened? Like, there are no humans, and then what?
See, Chris, you was about to defend her, and you didn't even hear what she had said.
Serious black pill.
Y'all didn't let me say something. I was gonna say some people in this generation, a lot of these incels don't need to be having children. Straight up.
That's not what she's saying. She's saying the whole population should die out.
Why have you gone down the insult route when it's Zed who's saying that? You've gone. You see,
I wasn't here. I was taking a shower.
It's because Chris is very biased towards Zed. In the story, that's
what Zed said. She wants the whole human population to die out, brother.
No, she said it doesn't matter if they die out. She didn't say she wants them to die out. She said it doesn't matter, which it doesn't.
Yeah, we die. No one of us will live forever. So why am I saying that is anti-human?
That doesn't sound
everybody, like Danny Boy, did your parents live for them or did they live for you? Danny Boy sitting here saying live for you. Did your parents live for you or live for them? Or did they live for you? Did they care for you? Did they bring you up? Did they nourish you? Did they educate you? Did they get you the best care you could possibly have being here? I know you didn't have a choice of being here, but once you're here, did they take care of you?
But that is what we're talking about. The next generation, that the kids I would have gave birth to, they don't know that I didn't give birth to them, right? Do they?
So wait,
yeah.
what was that? What was
How do they know that I didn't?
But see, here's the thing:
you instill that in your children to pass on your messages and your knowledge and the things you teach them.
This
it replicates itself throughout your genetics. It replicates out to your message, the things, the way you bring them up, their ethics, your morals. You put that in them as you raise them. Have you guys not been raised by proper parents?
This is why we lose.
Any beliefs in you guys?
This is why we lose. Every other culture understands that. Every other culture, when you have someone who's Asian, that grandfather sacrifices so that his kids can go to school and be better.
They don't appreciate that shit. Fuck it. He should have just took care of him.
I don't think you guys understand.
Is because the
what I'm saying is that if you have kids, of course, raise them properly, sacrifice everything for them, but do not have kids to start with. If I don't have kids.
That's so disrespectful. So everybody that celebrated Mother's Day, y'all disrespectful. You lied to your parents. You lied to your parents.
How did I disrespect my parents?
Because you don't respect the fact that they had you.
You don't have to have kids.
Well,
Ronin.
if they didn't have me, I wouldn't lose anything.
Yeah, but guys, can I just explain something?
That's insanity, bro.
Listen, as crazy as it seems, okay, you know, I mean, to be honest with you, what we're listening to here really is a personality disorder. I mean, and this is by design, because never before has there ever been, and by the way, Zed is not unique. Never before has a generation of women ever thought like this. Never.
Because these men are trash.
This generation.
That's not true. Nihilism existed.
I work with white women.
Whether it's here or not, it has not been this widespread. This is ridiculous. This room.
Yeah.
If this is the sampling, if this is the overall sampling of what we're dealing with in the generations that are going on right now, oh my God!
Hold on.
Zed is absolutely right. We're not going to be here.
Yo, Ronin,
you're not. It's not because of me. You're not going to be here because in 50 years. Neither you nor me would be alive. So how did
my children will, my grandchildren will.
Exactly. Before my dad died, this is what he said. My dad said, "I'm going to live forever," and that's like, no.
And you know what the irony is?
This is what he said.
The irony is that that tiny small group of powerful people who are doing this to us. Oh, they have
children.
They think about legacy. They've got like plans for 300-400 years down the line. But they want you, Zed, to think that way. They want you, Chris, to think this way. They want you to destroy yourself, to basically have a lifestyle.
Hold on.
What's his name?
Legacy. I want to have kids. I've said that on all the panels. But I know that a lot of people do not need to have kids. And some people don't want to have kids. That's okay.
Exactly. And by the way, me, I decided not to have children probably when I have never in my whole life wanted to have children or get married. So this is not something that, you know, I got because I came to the West and I'm, you know, brainwashed. Even when I was in Ethiopia, I didn't want to have kids or get married. And not having kids doesn't mean like, you know, you guys are going to die, just like me, and none of you will live forever, whether we have kids or not.
Here's the thing.
I just said everybody in the panel will be dead in 70 years, but the ones that have legacy, their memories and everything else
No,
will be
but
carried on.
Ronin, your kids might decide not to have kids, and then you're like,
right?
I already got grandchildren, so that's not even going to be the case.
Those kids can decide not to have kids.
I already have grandchildren, so that's not even the case.
What if your grandchildren decide not to have kids?
No, my grandchildren, my granddaughter and my grandson are well raised to where they want to have families of their own.
What if the future generation? I'm almost sure my
I can't speak to 5 generations down. I know that I have instilled. Listen, I know what I instilled in my sons. I know what my sons are instilling in their grandchildren. So as long as that's continued to happen, then my lineage or my legacy and my family name will carry on.
Sure.
If you guys don't do that, then that's on you. I know what I've done to instill that in my children.
Nobody's saying that, people don't have the right to have kids or whatever. Look, if you listen to me, guys, I'm not saying that we don't have the right to do what we want to do. What I'm trying to point out is that you're behaving in a manner that those who hate you and want to destroy you want you to behave. That's the point I'm trying to make.
I mean,
you're not doing this by your own thought. It's not your fault.
You're playing into their design. You're playing into their design.
But I was thinking like this when I was in Ethiopia. I was thinking like
by design, Zed. By design.
How come I'm the only one? Well, I guess I have.
No, you're not the only one, Zed. You're not the only one, though. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah,
you're not the only one. I came across women, last weekend, the weekend before. I see this all the time. When literally got a psychopathic view on life because they truly look. This has been in the making for generations, for about 4 or 5 generations, and they're at the point now where, basically speaking, the plan is practically complete.
But here's my question: if I was thinking like Zed,
Ethiopia is one of the fastest growing populations on the planet.
So
Zed, are you going to live to be 120?
I hope not.
Okay, so why don't you just die today? It's no legacy.
Here you go.
To be honest, let me tell you guys how not.
But you understand what I'm saying? Meaning, if you're saying that your life doesn't matter and it doesn't matter in generations,
you're making a good point. I have a surgery coming up, and because of my age, the surgery has this risk, that risk. And I told them, because I'm not scared of death, if the surgery leads to this, do not resist. Like I'm not 50, but I am not afraid of death. And maybe one reason is because
I hope nobody is. I have a do not resuscitate rule on my life as well.
But
I had it even during the war. I don't want to be an experiment to where they're pulling out my organs for white people to survive on.
So quick
because
question.
that's what they do more times than not.
So
I guess the question is, I guess what I'm saying is, if we're all going to die, why do we live?
What's the
point of pushing forward?
What's the point of living if we're just going to die?
I have 2 sons. I have 2 sons going to visit me, literally in a couple of hours to celebrate my birthday.
Good for you.
Shall I just tell them, you know what, guys? I'll tell you what. Why forget about going to uni or college or anything? Because life is meaningless. We should all be like Zed and just be frivolous and just whatever. Forget about the next generation. Should I tell them that?
Zed went to college.
Why?
So education makes you what?
A
well-educated idiot. Education makes you a well-educated idiot. There's plenty of people that are educated that don't even know how to use it. They just have time to get their education.
But I make more money. Are you guys saying that?
So money is the root in the.
So Ronin,
you got cultures that you got cultures that that barely make $300 to $400 a month, and they're happier than Americans. They're happier than Americans right now.
And there are people who make a lot of money and they're not happy. I don't understand. What does that mean?
So Ronin, everybody needs to have kids, or that's a mistake?
No, I mean, if you're not meant to have children, then fine, but don't propagate it and say that I don't think anybody should have children. Let people make their own decision, but don't just say, well, I think that nobody should have children, because there's no sense of it.
And let me address EB23.
If it doesn't make sense to you, that's fine.
EB23 says she can still make a difference tomorrow, this week, or this year. Hold up. Let me address that. What we're saying is, yes, she can make a difference and contribute. That's why we want the next generation to go. You contribute not for yourself. You sacrifice sometimes yourself for the next generation.
So
now
what?
you understand.
It's not being about you.
I am a nurse, and let's say there is a nurse who has 3 children. How is her work more valuable than mine?
It's not.
Why look after anyone, Zed?
Here's the thing. Let me answer this real quick. Her work is no more valuable than yours. Her purpose in life is more valuable than yours, because her purpose in life is also driven to raise the children that she has for whatever generation that she's trying to propagate. She has a different purpose than you. Doesn't mean she's any better than you.
So if a woman cannot have children because she is,
it's unfortunate.
So her purpose in life is she doesn't have a purpose in life.
Some women feel that way, but that's not necessarily true. But a lot of women, because they can't have children, listen, and it's true. A lot of women feel like they're not women if they cannot have children. You tell me that they don't. You work in the mental field. You should know that a lot of women feel upset when they feel like they can't have children.
No. Now you are moving the goalpost.
Actually, I'm not.
You did, because you said I do not have. She has a higher purpose in life than I do. Because of what? Because she has children. In that case, women who cannot have babies, who cannot have children, do not have a lower purpose in life. That is what
I did not say that. You just twisted what I said.
But I think that
I didn't twist it, because you said just by the fact that a nurse has children, she has better.
I said she has more purpose.
Yes, more purpose
and achievement. Yeah.
Yes.
Because here's the thing: your purpose is just to make money, and that's fine. And if that's your driving purpose, listen, if that's your driving purpose that makes you happy, that's great. But her driving purpose is not only to make money, but to also make sure the children that she had are well taken care of and can survive further than what she has.
Hold up. Hey, I'm gonna go. Hey, Ronin, I'm gonna go against you. Here's why her life has more purpose and meaning. Because someone with children is going to do all the actions and necessary things to make sure that her children have a better life. So whether that's, hey, I don't like climate change. Hey, I don't like this racial injustice. You said you're a feminist and you're fighting for racial injustice. For who? For the next generation.
Nephews, nieces.
Yes. So you answered your own question. I do not have to have children to fight for a higher purpose. In fact, I think women who do not have children fight for higher purpose than women who have children, because we have time to spend. So how?
No, that's not what we said, Zed.
You can't compare the fight. You can't compare the sacrifice, self-sacrifice that a woman makes when she has children. Suddenly, then. And even men who have children
stops being about herself and starts being about the other.
Exactly. Then why that's a higher purpose than mine? That is, you guys are assigned. I know you.
Because you're willing to make changes to society to make the next generation better. Your only changes to yourself.
It's obvious it's gonna be me.
She can do that with your children.
Time.
What was that, Chris?
If you look at activists, most of the activists, especially women,
no, but she doesn't. Here's the thing, Chris. She doesn't want to mentor. She doesn't want to do that because she believes that we should be non-existent. So her idea is, why am I helping anyone? Because we should die.
I didn't say that.
I want to pivot to Brittany. Brittany, you've been on the panel. You haven't been able to say something. Do you have any opinions?
Hey, no, not really. I was just saying that. Well, I was just going to say, addressing this topic, that I don't think the way that I guess Zed thinks. Like, I am a Black American female and I do want to have children. I don't have any yet, so that's all.
All right.
Thank you for your input. I appreciate that.
Yeah, but my point is that if you look at history, the women that fight for change are women who do not have children because they have more time. So I actually think I put more work, I work more hours for the next generation because I do not have to come home and take care of kids.
I don't think anyone's belittling said what you do. I definitely applaud what you do, and anyone who works in the health industry. I think what I'm trying to say here is twofold. Firstly, you know, once you have children, and that certainly was the case for me, your worldview changes pretty much on everything. And, you know, why would I be here advocating for, you know, men and women to come together if I'm not thinking about, hang on a second, which women are my boys going to choose from?
Exactly.
What kind of men are my boys going to be for those women? That's what I'm looking at. I was in the gym yesterday. I was in the gym yesterday and I saw a group of young guys. They were my son's age, white kids, Australian. And I overheard them saying, wow, you know what? They're about 17. And they were saying, I'm going to have to work really hard so I can save some money. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to afford to buy a house. And I said to them, you know, how old they were and did they think that being married is going to be something that they want to aspire to? All 6 of the boys said, yeah, these are white boys, 17. They all said, yes, we want to be married. So here's 16, 17-year-old boys realizing they want to get married. So they were trying to save money for a house and do this and do that. Do you see what I'm saying? So they're because they want to have kids. So their worldview, because they want to have kids, has changed. And that's the big difference, Zed.
Are there no
worldview,
black people in Australia?
No, but your worldview is not necessarily made better because you have kids. It can turn for the worse.
Right.
Oh, look, there are good and bad parents, of course, absolutely. But we're speaking in generalities. Generally, when you have kids, but by virtue of the fact that you become a selfless person, you invariably start thinking about the future and legacy. But if you honestly, truly believe that, well, hang on a second, I have absolutely no impact on the next generation. The world is overpopulated anyway. Do you think that's going to have an impact on maybe the way you see relationships? Do you think that might have an impact on the way you see the opposite sex? Of course it will. And this is where I think that there's a toxicity in the way the elite have poisoned this generation of women, especially, and men, into believing that relationships are and having sex and hookups, because they know ultimately it destroys your ability to have meaningful relationships.
Let me add to that just a little bit. Why do you think in America they're trying to outlaw abortions right now? If that's not the case of what he's talking about. No, I'm saying, I'm adding to what you're saying. Why do you think in America they're trying to outlaw abortion in all 50 states if that's not the case right now?
I want you to answer that.
I'm posing a question to the people that think that having kids is not important.
No one's. Let me take that back. A lot of people did not say that.
The ones that did is who I'm asking.
Zed said that.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at the history of Planned Parenthood, okay, you look at the history. Listen, these are organizations that were set up pretty much about 100 years ago, where their sole aim was, do you know something? We need to cherry pick what our society looks like.
Yep.
So what we'll do is we'll introduce sexual liberation, abortion, and what have you else as a means of doing so. There is nothing good for the for the prolonging of humanity here, but the reverse.
So outlawing abortion is going to be good for society because everybody's going to have more kids. Is that what you're trying to say?
I think people are realizing.
Yes.
Yeah. Here's the reason why.
No.
As a female, you have to make a better selection of who you're with, because you can't just go, hey, I just want to sleep with somebody tonight and then I can get an abortion or a plan B. So your decisions on who you open your legs with become much more dramatic because the consequences are much grander.
That's going to lower the birth rate, buddy.
No, go look at the Philippines right now and correct yourself.
The Philippines. Let's not talk
but
about
I'm saying go look at the Philippines right now, which they have a huge disparity when it comes to even birth control, their Catholic-based culture, where they believe in marriage and no divorce.
Okay.
So
Ronin,
there's a culture there where there are a lot of women that aren't even sex educated, that are having sex, they're having children, they don't get abortions, and There's a lot of single mothers there.
Okay, so Ronin.
So how's that good thing?
It's an example of what happens when you outlaw abortion, or you don't even train people in the fact that it's available.
Well,
and what happened? Like, what is that a good thing?
It's not, but that's the whole thing when it comes to being selective. Like Fearless just said, you'll be more selective when you understand that you have no recourse if you do get pregnant.
But
they introduced a contraceptive pill, and then outlawed abortion. So to the gentleman, he's absolutely right.
No. You know, they've had there have been forced abortions to women who've been raped in Texas. So like 30,000.
Yeah.
So is that a good thing? They outlaw abortion.
And even Ronin is not making sense, because he said, Ronin and Fearless are saying that when you outlaw abortion, women will be more selective in who they have sex with, because they know that if they have sex with the wrong guy and get pregnant, they cannot abort the fetus. That's what you guys are saying, right?
I think it make a woman think twice.
Correct. Correct. That's why in the 1940s, and when there wasn't, you had women who they were not as promiscuous. They were getting, the low body count. If you went back to your dad, let's say your dad, if you had the body count, if your mom had the body count do you think your dad would want to be with her?
What?
Let's not talk about that. My cousin.
But even then, here was the thing. Even then, it was a shame thing. If you were pregnant at a young age, they sent you away. They sent you to another state. You might have stayed with an aunt or something until you had the child, and somebody out there in your family adopted that child as their own, or they gave it up for
they forced you to get married, and you might get married to a man that abuses you, and since like society is unfavorable to be split up, she has to live with the man who abused her.
That's the other way happened as well.
In a way, that was an antidote then to ensure that women weren't promiscuous, because the end result for them was, yes, you could be with a guy that you don't love. You could be married to a guy that you don't love. So in actual fact, there are natural deterrents around, before we had the abortion, before we had the contraceptive pill, and before abortions were legalized. In other words, going back to what Fearless said at the very, very beginning, culture. We've had our culture in the West destroyed by these so-called policies that make up more liberal. They actually are policies that
are you saying that the culture of, like, for example, Ethiopia is better than America? I don't understand. I'm
not going to point out. I'm not going to make out specific points. I'm saying because you get into nuances. Let's speak in general terms. Let's speak in outcomes, global outcomes.
Okay.
All right. And I think that we all have to agree at this moment in time, the incentives for a woman to be in a relationship and incentives for men to be in a relationship are pretty poor.
Totally
but these
different.
And why is that bad?
It goes back to whether or not you believe legacy is important, and whether you're quite happy to know that a third party has tricked you into a psychopathic mindset.
What if a third party is tricking all those women into wanting to have children? What is
men and women?
So they are tricking the women into having kids. Maybe those are the ones that are being tricked. Why do you say I am being tricked, but the women who want to have kids are not being tricked?
Well, here's the thing. First of all, Zed, I'm not singling you out. And
let's say a woman who doesn't want to have kids is being tricked, but a woman who wants to have kids is
more
not.
babies helps the economy. I think that's what they want.
100%. No, Chris, you're absolutely right. Because here's the other thing: if you look at say something like South Korea and Japan. If you look at South Korea and Japan, the problem that they've got there, and say places like Italy is a good one, where the replacement level has got so low, this now making them economically unviable.
And it's bringing in immigrants.
Right. So
that's why you have immigration.
Japan is doing that right now. They're asking for black men to come to Japan and have children with the.
What's wrong with that?
I'm just saying and even China. China is going down to African women and taking them back to China.
I gotta research.
Y'all ain't watching the picture. Y'all not looking at this on a global scale, and this is replicating itself here in the United States.
Well,
we're just shielded from a lot of it.
I want to say this to Ronin and Jimothy. A lot of these women, we can't quantify it, are choosing to not have kids, not because they don't want to have kids. Some of them don't want to have kids, but some of them are not going to have kids because these dudes are weird. They really are.
Chris, you're right. I'm going to say that you're right. But Chris,
I agree with that.
Wasn't the case. That wasn't the case with the woman or the women. Remember, you see, the reason why I'm bringing up Australia, because we need to take it away from, oh, it's just an incel thing, or it's just a red pill thing. I need you, Chris, to think wider. There is a global, especially focused towards the West mentality that's been by design. And by the way,
by design.
It is by design.
I agree with
that.
When
we are educated, we realize our purpose in life is not to be baby making.
By design. By design. There are economists, Zed.
You're fighting against your own genetics, saying that's not your purpose in life, but yet and still that's the only reason there's a woman is for reproductive purposes.
Oh my God!
Or we would all be men. Why would you have a woman? You would just be a man.
Timothy,
stop with that.
What does that
mean? We're technically born women.
Maybe what if men?
What is the purpose of having a woman if we can all just be men?
We were born women and we turned them in.
Men when we can all be
exactly.
Women.
So why is that? If it wasn't for reproductive purposes,
you are assigning a purpose to something that doesn't have a purpose. I am not.
You're in the nursing field, so you're sitting here going against everything you were taught and you used in your degree. I can't even believe you're sitting here saying all this.
You don't get
you have to criticize me. I mean, to criticize the point I'm making instead of attacking.
I mean, if you were going into architecture and talking about structural differences and why you should cut costs on cement ratios in order to have a fucking building fall in, I would talk to that. But you're in the medical field.
Okay. So
you were taught certain things about the human anatomy. You know these things.
Okay.
So no, I want to ask Ronin this. So what about more babies besides the economy makes the world better? If not worse. How does it not make it worse, possibly?
Chris, how can you honestly say
having children when you're in a good relationship, raising them together is actually its own reward. If you're married to a good woman and you guys have a great relationship, you have children, that's a blessing to me.
I'm not saying
that's not a punishment. You guys are acting like having children is a punishment, and it's sad to think like this.
I'm saying
for me it is. For you, it's not. For your wives, it's not. I didn't say it's for everybody.
How do you know my wife didn't enjoy having children and helping to raise them?
But Ronin,
I think she enjoys them, don't she? She
did.
That's what I said. Yes.
Go ahead, Chris. I'm sorry for continuing.
All I'm saying is there's different factors. One, you're 50. You had children in a different generation. Two, we have a surplus of weird, socially inept men.
I know this.
Do you honestly believe that, brother?
Yes, he's right. I mean, come on, Jim. Jim, I don't want to say your name wrong, Jim.
But can I just chime in really quick? Let me just chime in really quick. It's extraordinarily interesting to hear this from Chris. I just want to pick on Chris a little bit. You're 41 years old. You said you admitted you love to play the field, but you also want to get married, but you've been dating around. So how come you're not married yet? You're 41 years old.
BA, I'm gonna make a save the date for you. I'm gonna send it to you. What's the year? It's 2024. 2027. If I don't have children, if I'm not married, come knocking on my door. You can do whatever you want.
Sir, you live in Atlanta, Georgia. They have an abundance of beautiful chocolate women which you adore. So why are you not marrying these gorgeous, high-value women?
I'm gonna choose
and Chris, these women are fine, Chris. According to your statement, Chris.
Thank you.
I asked you the same question about half an hour.
Because Chris likes to play the field, but he doesn't want to just be honest about it. But go ahead.
You
Go
know
ahead,
what?
Chris. You can defend yourself.
You know what? It's more difficult than Chris really wants to admit. That's the
It
issue.
is. He doesn't want to admit it.
I mean, but to Chris, and I'm not trying to defend anybody, but to Chris's own right, you know, the more the man establishes himself in his wealth and his resources, he can always choose to have. He's not on a timer like a female is. He can
But
always.
sir, let me
He
give
can
you some
always have
pushback, sir.
lady.
Sir,
Go
let
ahead.
me just respectfully give you some pushback.
Go ahead.
Chris himself, Chris knows this. Chris loves, he admires his wonderful black women in Atlanta. And also he's 41 years old. He
Mhm.
said he wants a
Bit long in the tooth.
he
I do
wants a
agree
okay,
with you.
listen, sir.
Bit long
So
in the
wait,
tooth.
okay. So he wants a family. He established this. He has given us variables of his own. So why is he not taking action to do this? Why is it that, well, you know, I still got time, but isn't that a bit selfish to say that you're not on a time limit, but women are, because biologically, when they hit 40,
Sir, were you here when I said
aren't they
that?
biologically on a biological timer? So
Yeah.
you should make these women happy by fulfilling what they want, and you so-called want based on
I hear a
whenever
lot
you
of
want to.
sarcasm.
Go ahead
Sir,
though, man.
sir,
I
were
hear
I
you
a
want
here
lot
when I
of
everybody to
said
answer,
that
but I
sarcasm.
Chris
don't.
is
Apparently, I
just
don't
a
get to answer.
passport bro, but he's based in Atlanta?
It's not true.
He's doing the
Affirmative
same
facts.
thing he talks
Affirmative
about
facts.
bros
That's
doing in other
affirmative
countries.
facts.
He's doing the same thing he's as a
No,
passport bro in Atlanta.
no. I'm not
I
disparaging
think
nothing.
I
So
think
he's a
Chris is
driver's
just stuck.
license bro.
No, I think he's stuck in the U.S. Something is preventing him from going overseas.
I
But
don't
if he
That's
like.
all it
wants to
is.
have
Okay,
children, it is so
can I get my
easy,
point
right?
in?
Because all he has to do is, I mean, right now you can literally go to, if I want to have children, I guess me, I don't, I haven't frozen my eggs. But if Chris wants to have children, all he has to do is find an egg donor, and he can have children.
What
So
the hell?
I don't think that's the point he's making.
That's
Yeah.
not
What
the point he's trying to make.
the
But
He's
yes,
right
hell?
on a
you
surrogate.
can do that.
On a
Artificial
surrogate front.
insemination is a real thing. Yes,
No,
you can, but that's
on
not
a
his point.
surrogate, you can do that. You can do
Yeah.
that through a surrogate.
Hold on, wait. And to the brother that was speaking about the whole purpose of a legacy. So, Chris, if you have kids, I'm pretty sure the old-fashioned way,
Yeah.
wouldn't you feel more proud by having children the traditional, natural way? You know, skin on skin, rather than having some frozen, microwavable experiment.
This is
You
a
know,
good question. At the end of the day, I've said this on previous panels. From listen, the best case scenario, I'd love to answer your question. Yeah, I'd love to have to start my family.
but you just playing the field. It's all good, bro.
No.
Like
Let me finish.
I ain't tripping off that, man. Like that's all I gotta say, man. I ain't mad at you.
Let me finish. Everybody got to speak on the panel. I didn't get to speak about myself. Everybody just got to speak in like third or fourth person. But yeah, to answer your question directly, you said, why am I not in a rush? I don't want to rush into having kids. There is a rush to an extent. Like I said, the save the date is 3 years from now. I don't want to wait 3 years. I want to try to get that done sooner than later. But I want to take my time to a degree. I want to build a relationship with a woman. I want to make sure that things are on the right place, that, you know, career's in the right place, I'm in the right place. I've seen people have a great relationship. It might be a Hallmark story. They have kids, the father's not ready to have kids, and it goes to hell in a handbasket. I don't want that for me. So I want to find the right person, and I'm not gonna just splash off just recklessly and just say, "Oh, I got some kids." No, I'm not like Ronin, who just says more kids means is more kids means more joy or whatever. But he's not looking at it from the standpoint of there are people that are raising kids in suboptimal situations, economically, growth-wise. They might not be ready to be fathers or mothers. Sure, you can point to my age and say, "Oh, you're ready. You should just go ahead and just get someone pregnant." But I want that relationship to last. I don't want that just, "Oh, I got a kid, but I got a baby mama." I don't want that story for me. I don't want that.
So are you instead
Can
of
I-
doing that, Chris? Just a question. 2 questions for you.
Yeah.
Are you going to marry someone younger?
You want me to answer that one first, or you got another question too?
I'll go with the first one first.
I'm define younger. Just mean just 1 year, 2 year younger.
But you got to be fertile.
Oh my God! Come
on. He told me I'm squirmy, but he's
trying to answer it.
He is.
I'm probably gonna marry someone younger. Yeah.
Okay. So in the meantime, are you just having sex without commitment?
See, he's not very familiar with this.
Are you out there dating and not having sex, Chris?
Right now, yeah.
You're not having sex?
Yeah. I'm getting there. I'm building.
Cat.
I'm getting to that point.
I'd call that a cat.
So I have a follow-up question for Chris. So, and I know we probably had this conversation before because
let me finish. Let me ask.
All right, go ahead though.
He hasn't listened to different panels. I said, since I've been divorced, I've been intimate with several women, but what I realized, I said this on many panels, is that comes a lot of times at a cost of like, hey, I got to be exclusive. I got to, what are we doing here? And I'm like, sometimes I want to just take a break from dating or just take it slow at dating. And I've kind of learned my pace that I want to kind of go at, and depending on things that are going on in my life. And I said, right now, I want to just kind of build a friendship. When it gets there, it'll get there. But I'm not in a rush to that because I don't want to rush into that. And then we start having we need to be exclusive. Wait, hold on. I wasn't ready. So I want to make sure I'm ready, if that makes sense.
I just think Chris he just likes the enjoyment of dating. That's all.
No, I think Chris, you know what? I respect what you're saying. I tell you what, though, and this goes to Fearless. It'll be interesting to see what Chris's worldview becomes when you start dating intentionally in the States. I wonder what your view is going to be like then, because, brother, it'll be a totally different set of situations, set of difficulties that you'll face.
Yeah, give me a second.
Because at the moment, look, if you're just dating to have fun or whatever else, look, you can go anywhere in the world. It's not a problem. But the moment I feel that if you start dating because you want to, commit to someone and then, find yourself a wife and a mother, I think that's when this control mechanism, the disparity between men and women becomes very, very apparent.
I didn't really fully get that. What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Okay, so look, it is not until you start saying to yourself, you make a decision as a man. I want to find a wife and a mother.
Yeah.
That suddenly the issues around the dating game and the differences between what we think, how we think women should behave and whatever else, that's when that becomes an issue and a problem. That's when the disparity between the West and the East comes into play.
I think what he's saying, to sum it up, dating for dating is different than dating for a wife. The girl you date and have fun with may not be the type of woman you want to marry. And when you get to the point that you say, okay, I'm looking for a wife, then you might not find those same qualities.
You start putting limiters on even wasting your time to go out until you find.
Very good point. Chris is not looking for a wife.
The point I'm trying to make is you'll soon find there is only a very small selection of women that actually meet that criteria. That's what I'm trying to say. Because a lot of women think like Zed.
Let me speak to that. First and foremost, regardless of the speed that I'm going at in dating now, because it's definitely changed over the last couple of years. Anybody that I'm dating, I'm not dating them for fun. I'm dating them because I'm like, I see a potential future. Like they've got to be people that want to have kids. Unfortunately, I've talked about in panels. I ran into someone who I kind of fell in love with, and she was older than me, could not have kids. It was heartbreaking, but I'm not dating people who I don't see a future with, who I'm not looking to have a family with.
So then you're dating with purpose.
Hold on, wait. So let me ask Chris a quick question. So the woman that you fell in love with and she couldn't have kids, why not just go with the opposite by adopting?
That's a good question. I mean, I had to kind of like have soul searching and just think about it and say, like,
But
Chrissy,
why soul searching when you were falling in love with her? Why not just bring that option to the table?
no. It's a good question because when we first started dating, even as we would break up and stuff like that, from time to time, she would explain like, "Hey, I'm open to adoption," but she didn't feel like she could have kids, and I had to think about it long and hard and say like, do I want to sacrifice my ability to have kids the old-fashioned way, as you call it? And I would talk to other people older than me, and they would say,
But you said you wanted kids though, so why would that even be a thought?
Because it's not his legacy; it's somebody else's. He's raising it.
Yeah, and I'm not against having stepchildren. I'm not against adopt. I'd love to adopt a kid. I have an adopted sister, but I would like to.
Okay, so why haven't you made that decision with the girl that you were falling in love with? I don't think you got to that point, but
What
go
do you
ahead.
mean decision?
Because you said that she couldn't have kids, so I
Yep.
then asked you, how come you guys didn't talk about adoption if you genuinely were falling in love with her?
We talked about it, like I said, like when we first started dating, we would talk about it every once in a while or something like that. But like I would just take it back and just think about it to myself and say, do I want to sacrifice the ability to have my own kids just to adopt? And I'm like, I think it was.
What do you mean? Can you give us some examples, like some clarification about things you'll have to sacrifice? Like I'm not understanding that part.
I'm saying like with this particular person, if I chose to just adopt kids, I want to be able to have my own kids, my own DNA. What's funny about that?
So, what's the problem between your own blood versus children of children?
No, they are not.
It's not exactly the same. I don't disagree with what BA is saying, but it is. It's just like you kind of said. Why wouldn't you want to have kids the old-fashioned way versus going with the other methods of a surrogate or something like that? You right there made a distinction.
It was just a question. I wasn't agreeing or disagreeing. It was just a question towards you.
It sounded like you were taking on a side.
No, well, I'm telling you, I'm not. I wasn't.
How long did you date this woman?
We dated off and on for about maybe a year and a half or two. We still talk now. We're still friends, but we're not dating right now.
So what turned you off completely about not having the adoption as an option on the table?
As I said before, it's like I made a decision and I said I want to start a family. I want this person. So like I said, it was a little bit more complicated. I don't think this person really ever wanted to have kids, and I had to think about it to myself and say, as much as I want to start a family, but I don't feel like forcing it upon this person. I want to go find someone who I can start a family with, and that means I cannot be with this person. Because I thought about it throughout the years, and I said, this person makes me really happy. I might just choose not to have kids. I'm that happy. But I had to then go back and forth and say, you know what? No, Chris, this is something you were trying to work towards and get to, and unfortunately, you can't do that with this person. And it's okay to have a non-negotiable and stand on that. And it's heartbreaking sometimes.
So, Chris, just back up again. Was there a physiological reason why she couldn't have kids, or she didn't want to have kids?
She was over 40-something.
Yeah, I mean, I was 40. Sorry, I was 39. I think she was probably like 44, turning 45 at the point. Right. So fast forward now, I think she's probably turning 47, 46, 47 this year. So she just felt like the whole time she was just like, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to have kids. And to me, I was like, I mean, I don't know sounds like a maybe. I don't know sounds like it could be possible. But like she just, we never had anything scientifically proven that she couldn't. But like, I just had, at some point, I just kind of take her word and say, like, you know what, if she doesn't feel like, if she hasn't run the test, if she doesn't feel like she can have kids, then that just might be what it is.
I mean, it's not impossible. It's not impossible.
And the fact that I don't think she wants
let me give him a brief suggestion so you don't run into that same situation again. And I know I don't want to harp on you, Chris, but even though you're in Atlanta, and we all know by far that it has a lot of women who are ready to have kids, and I understand. You say you don't want to just rush into things and the whole shebang, whatever. But that's why I said you can't be so selfish And at this, wait a minute. I mean that genuinely, bro. Like I know I get on your case a lot, but I'm really just trying to break it down for you. So it's like, listen, the known things that you brought to the table that we're aware of is that you're 41 years old.
Mhm.
You've previously has dated in seriously, I would say serious dates, and we know that you want to have, I think, a traditional family or the traditional way with your bloodline. So I know you want to wait 3 years, or 3 years is like the max. So you need to get on it, brother, because like, what is the holdup? You're in Atlanta, bro.
This is what's going to happen, and I wish I can come back to this panel or another panel in 3 years.
Yeah,
Chris is going to go out there, and the women who are desperate, who like I'm ready to have kids, they're going to be too old. They're not going to be able to.
Yeah.
He's going to want to get with a young girl, and he's going to find out how difficult it is. I predict in 2 to 3 years, Chris will be a passport bro.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And that sounds about right.
He's going to leave the state because he's going to try to find a traditional type woman.
And if Chris becomes a passport bro, let's, I mean, I don't think he will be a passport bro, but he will be a traveler. And
listen to what's his face? What's his name? What's the dude who was just talking? What's his name? Fearless. To Fearless's point, if it gets to that kind of desperation, I'm gonna just hang my jersey up in the rafters, and I'm gonna say I'm not having kids, buddy.
No. Listen, you come and join me, Chris. You'll be with me in Australia.
I ain't going to I ain't getting to a desperate place like that.
Man, listen.
If I get to that desperate place, Fearless, y'all need to do some wellness checks. You need to say, Chris, I need to see a picture, because I might not be here. I might not be on this earth anymore if I get that desperate.
So it's desperate. What is desperate then, brother?
Yeah, what do you mean by desperate? In what context?
I'm saying, like, he was painting this grim picture of all the options drying up of the desirable women. I gotta become a passport bro. I don't know why being a passport bro is gonna help me get to my goals, but whatever.
Because
you have more options abroad. That's why. I mean, that's the short version.
Not a girlfriend.
The hypocrisy of this is there is no solution for that the overseas women is going to be able to provide. That I can get in the States. I can get that over here.
That's crazy, bro.
So tell me, Chris, what are your qualifications? Women have.
Thank you.
What is?
I would love to hear this.
God, I got to be the topic of this. Y'all need to give me an out at some point. Let's agree on that. I need an out because I need to get off.
See, some of the things he's about to say. Hold up, some of the things he's about to say, they're kind of congruent with some of the other things he's against.
No. So, because all I'm saying is, because when we talked to Fearless earlier, this dude couldn't give us his age. I'm sitting over here being transparent as usual, per usual.
Okay, great. I mean, Chris, let's not move away from this. Give us a list of standards which you want to qualify for. Thank you. What are you looking for? A list.
The woman has got to be educated. She's got to be a great friend. That I'm building the friendship first. I'm being very patient with that. So she's got to be educated. She's got to be intelligent. We have got to have a great friendship. She's got to be attractive. I think I'm kind of honing in on it, but she's got to be
agreeable.
No, I mean, we got to be able to work as a team. I'll say that to remix your point. We got to be able to work well as a team, and we got to have we got to be able to just work well together. I might be missing some of the points I've said in the past, but educated. We got to be able to have a great friendship. I probably said financially reasonable in the past. Like, we got to be able to. We got to be able to agree to kind of go to therapy. That's one thing I want to do in my next marriage. I didn't do that in my first. I want to be able to go to financial counseling. That's got to be. I want to kind of be to have that involved. I want to have someone that. I'm trying to remember what else. That might be it. But like, she's got to be attractive. We got to have a great friendship.
Let's break that down. Does she have to make Does she have to make a certain amount of money?
No.
So can she be a lawyer and work 12, 13 hours a day? Can she be a lawyer because you want someone educated?
Yeah.
Can she be a lawyer and work 12, 13 hours a day.
Yeah, she could.
So you don't care if you have a mother. She's the mother of your children.
Yeah.
She's not around because she's working all day and night and the weekends. Who's raising your children, Chris?
We got to figure that out. We got to figure that. Maybe that means someone's got to make a sacrifice.
So she's a strong, independent woman. You gonna stay at home with the kids?
I'm not against it. I know you want to judge me for that.
You didn't answer the question directly. It's a yes or a no.
Fearless. You got to do what makes sense financially and logistically. So if
are you willing to be a stay-at-home father? He specifically asked this question.
She's a lawyer cracking 400K.
Hold up,
so
Chris.
That's a no.
Money, Chris.
No, I asked her this question. I said, if it comes to it, sure, I have to make that sacrifice. I have to make that sacrifice.
But remember this, Chris. That's her money. That's not your money. No. So you getting an allowance or something?
No, we're not gonna do this.
What do you mean no? That's a modern woman. You don't share a bank account. You think she's gonna share your bank account? No,
because Fearless, what I said was we have to work well as a team. So there's not gonna be this my money, your money kind of crap.
When you have your wife, you gonna give her, and she's a stay-at-home, she gets all your money?
Say that again.
Clearly.
You're married, you have a wife, she's a stay-at-home wife. She has access to all your money?
Yeah, we're working as a team. I'm not giving her an allowance. No. Is that what you expect me to say? You're expecting me to say I'm just giving her allowance? She doesn't have access to my money or the family's money? Is that what you're trying to get at?
No.
Yes,
I'm just wondering what you're saying, because the woman you described, you're in Atlanta, one of the most educated places where they got black women at.
Right.
And he still doesn't have a wife.
And you're still not married. That's what I'm
crazy, no. It's a mystery.
As I explained, it's not because I can't. If I wanted to be married, I could have been married.
You know what you sound like? You sound like a woman that says, I'm single because I want to be. I can find a man. And we know that what happens is she can find a man that wants her, but she can't find the type of man she wants. So you can always find a woman who may want you. Your difficult part is going to be trying to find a woman that you want that fits those qualifications.
You know what?
It ain't saying I can get married anytime I want, because you can't. If you would, you would be married.
You know what, Fearless?
Right.
You are right. If to an extent, what I'm trying to say is, if I'm trying to look for perfection, I won't find that. But I am in no shortage. There's no shortage in Atlanta for wives. And
so what's the holdup?
I explained that already, BA. You want me to explain that again?
That's like I said this example for someone.
I wouldn't be in a rush in America either. If that's the only place he has to choose from,
man, I want to be a millionaire, but and there's jobs that want me, but I just don't want to get that job. They out there and they want me, they recruiting me, but I just don't want it.
No, but see, you're talking about apples and oranges, Fearless, because you're talking when someone's just entertaining jobs, they're going on like interviews. They might already have a job, but they're just kind of entertaining another one. They might be unemployed. They might just have it like that. I'm saying I'm dating right now. I'm kind of giving some serious consideration to one right now, and just taking my time with it. But I'm not sitting over here saying, "Oh, the perfect person is going to fall into my lap." I know that I'm not expecting perfection. That life isn't good. That's not a realistic thing to expect.
To give him credit though, he said he's dating with purpose. So I understand that.
Right.
No, because here's the thing, Ronin. I know you want to defend him. That's to me like someone saying there's a 1% unemployment rate and they are unemployed.
No.
It means there's jobs out there, wanted signs out there, but you're unemployed.
Well, here's what
I mean, personally speaking, Chris, I just think that
Jimothy,
when the time comes,
before you go, Jimothy, I'm gonna speak on what he said. What I'm trying to say, Fearless, is in Atlanta, especially as a black man, single black man, no kids, there is no shortage of women who want to have kids, and especially for people like me, it makes the odds even better for me because I want to get married again. I don't want to rush into it. Two, I want to start a family. There is a little bit of like anxiety, a little bit of fear that I'm trying to get over with that. That I think I've gotten over a bit of it. But what I'm trying to say is, if I go out and date and try to look for perfection and try to compare this person to the next person, I will be here in 3 years with no wife, no kids. Mm-hmm. You have to kind of like see the forest for the trees, and you have to say, what is the connection that I have with this person that I'm dating now, and not take it for granted? Because you can always, especially in Atlanta, it is easy to take everything that you have in your hand and in front of you for granted, because there's someone else there on that dating apps that might have something different, might have a different aesthetic, might have a different height, might have a different shape, might have a different thing going on, might have a different something else. So it's like you got to kind of ground yourself. And I was struggling with that. I admitted that on one of Zed's panels. I was struggling with that fresh out of a marriage, because I wasn't used to having the options that I had before I was married, just even options at all. And when you come out of here now, 40 years old, 30 years old, whatever, plus no kids, women are kind of doing a double take, like, whoa, you don't have kids and you want to have kids? The joke I make is they're trying to rush you to the altar. They're trying to rush you to the delivery room. They're trying to rush you onto the mortgage. I've had like all three of them happen. They're trying to rush you to get to, hey, if this things don't work out, let's like maybe do a handshake that we just, have kids or something like that. It's not out of the realm. It's
in 2027. Yeah.
So, what I'm trying to say is that I'm not trying to rush things. There is a rush. Don't get me wrong. There is a rush. I hear it all the time from my friends. Like, Chris, if you have kids right now, shit, by the time they graduate, you're gonna be like 60. I forget what the number is right now, but
don't feel bad. I'm still planning on having kids.
I've already agreed to myself when I turned 40, Fearless. I'm already an old dad no matter what I do. If I would have had a kid back in 2021 or 2024, I would still be an old dad. My dad, he's like maybe like 73, maybe 74 this year. And I had to realize at my 40th birthday, I was like, oh shit, he started way earlier than me and my brother.
So with that said, do you think that the generation of us waiting until we're in our 40s is wrong? That we should, as I interviewed this girl, she said she went to college for an MRS degree. And I was like, an MRS? She said, yeah, Mrs. degree. Yeah. That means when I was in college, I found the person I was with, and we started a family.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you
well,
go.
This is the thing.
We don't want. I mean, why is that? What I don't understand is, could you guys imagine a life of women, a fulfilling life for a woman without having kids? I mean, is that possible? Do you guys?
Sure, there's plenty of men that don't want to have children. So,
are they living a good life?
Of course they are. No
so
children.
Why can you
less
not
responsibility.
Imagine? Pardon me?
No children, less responsibility. Why wouldn't they be?
And so, what about us? What about women? Why can't you imagine us?
Because Zed, there's something called the body clock that kicks in for a woman when she's in her mid-30s. Not all women, but most women. And then there's
what does it do?
Well, I mean, look, the first thing it does, it makes you maternal. In a way that it doesn't.
Hey, I want to go back to Fearless's question. Fearless, I've said it on previous panels. I might have said it when I was with Jimothy, just when Jimothy got out, he logged off. I said, I'm 41. If I could do it again, I was pleading with the guys on the panel, whoever's listening to this live or replay, do not wait till your 40s to have kids. I know the manosphere is trying to trick men and say, oh, in your 40s, your 50s, you're going to reach a financial peak and you can maybe, tap into starting a family. Don't wait till you're 40, because you've lost.
I agree too.
You've lost so much time that you could have had a family. I know they preach, oh, you'll reach a financial peak, but the
football practice, taking them, being active with them, you lose that as you get.
I'll be honest with you. I mean, look, the reason why, I'm 57.
I think Chris contradicted himself.
Okay.
Because Chris, what you said before was, I got to get my finances and I got to get all this together before I get married.
Yeah.
That's not what you do. If you get a good wife, you build on that.
Yeah.
And y'all
work together.
Beforehand.
Yeah. And like I said, it's not like I'm building on that by myself, Fearless. I'm seriously significantly dating a woman right now. And I'm trying to get to that. But even she would say, if she was on this panel, I gave her the link, she might be listening right now. I mean, I told her we went on a date and she was like,
let's bring her up. Let's talk to her.
Don't bring her up.
One of these days I'm going to add her onto this. I got to talk to her.
Really?
I want to talk to her before she does it, but because these panels can be ruthless. People are just grilling the shit out of you. But what I want to say
if she comes up, we will only have maybe you and her or something.
Yeah. But what I wanted to say before losing my point is, like, Fearless, I'm already in the old dad phase. So I don't need to rush and, oh my God, I gotta get someone pregnant tomorrow. No, I need to make sure it's right. If I was in my 30s, I might have a different point of view, or in my 20s, if I could go back and do it, I would do it between like 30, 33, 34. But like now I just have to focus and realize, my mom even told me, because I told her when the last time she was here in Atlanta and I dropped her off, I said to the airport, she said, Chris, don't worry. I told her, Mom, I feel, they talk about women having biological clock. And I was kind of like explaining the last 3 years, I've kind of felt like I've kind of had one, because I'm like, I don't want to wait till I'm 45 to do it. I really want to get that done sooner than later. And she was like, Chris, I forget how she said, I want to paraphrase, but she was like, Chris, focus on the woman. Focus on finding the woman that you can be with for the rest of your life. Don't worry about trying to get to that milestone of having a kid. Trying to find the woman that you're going to be with. So that's what I'm trying to do.
So Chris, let me give you some advice, brother. I know you don't like Austin Holloman, but I was on his show. The name of the video was called The Ultimate Risk. And it's like, can you bring your wife to the United States? If you look for the first 20 minutes of that, I go over 10 or 20 points as to how you can vet that person and bring them here. One of the things I said was why I married my wife. Do you know who, what is it, Simone Biles is?
Oh, yeah, I know her.
All right. She's a gymnast. What makes the perfect gymnast is what they call the all around. The all around means you went through the floor, you went through the parallel, the horse, all of those things. It doesn't mean you are the best in any category. It just means all around, you were the best. So if you're looking for a wife like me, I can't say I could have a girl that was prettier than my wife, a better body than my wife. Maybe she cooked better than my wife, but all of those were individual traits. That girl with the nice body had a crazy attitude. The girl that could cook looked ugly. So you have to go for what they call the all around. How does somebody fit all around into what I do? Instead of saying like women, they have these standards that nobody will be able to get to and vet. So I know you don't like Austin Holloman, but I implore you to go to that video and find out that how you vet somebody and how you make sure that you are getting a long wife. And when you hear that, the question at the end of the interview was, do you think passport bros should bring their wives back? And I said no. Here's the reason why. They're only looking for a trophy wife. They're not financially stable. They're not going to take care of them. You know, they're not going to bring them over here and they're going to try to control them. So I gave a whole list, brother. You may not like Austin, but sometimes you got to be able to chew the meat and spit out the fat.
What do you mean by that?
That means you take the good and you let the rest go. If somebody gives you advice, you're like if somebody says, here's 10 ways you can make money, you might only take 5 of those ways because the other 5 doesn't fit with you. That doesn't mean that all of their advice was bad. It's just that is the portion that fits for me.
Yeah, and I agree with that practice. I'm just not going to go to passport bros to eat the fish and spit out the bone.
No, I don't understand. Why can't you bring it to the U.S.?
Why can't you?
Yeah,
I think we're looking at Western culture, especially the US, where it's just not conducive for a good relationship. And
no, my wife is here. I brought her from there. The reason I said was because most of the guys who do it, they go to Sasua and they find somebody, and then they bring them back here and they wonder why that chick was never good for them, or they go over there and they try to date the waitress. And then they figure this girl has no education to see a waitress. Then she gets to the United States and they wonder, why can't she work? Because all she ever did was a waitress. She didn't.
Oh, you're saying they're just trying to find the hottest woman to bring them over here. That's what you're saying.
Exactly. They're not vetting them. They're not
vetting them correctly.
Being the wives or mothers, really.
Correct.
They're not looking at their family history, their background, how they integrate with their own families. Do they have good relationships with their parents and their siblings and all the things of the things? You got to look at all that.
That is correct. And another thing is some of the guys that go over there, and I tell them, I said, man, if you have been doing Google Translate and the only way that you translate is when they talk to you, you talk to them in Spanish. I said, is that person translating from Spanish to English so you understand it? No. I said, so what makes you think she's going to get here and learn another language if she never even tried to learn a language while she was there? So I give a whole way that you should vet. And the reason I said don't bring them back is in order to bring someone back overseas, 1, you have to make a certain amount of money because you have to show that you can financially support them. 2, a lot of guys try to have him as a prisoner. Oh, I got him here. No, if you went anywhere, you still And that's the example I gave to Auston. I said, when you are in Brazil or you're wherever, as soon as you hear that English voice, you turn around because it's familiar to you. So there's no way you can bring a woman here who's in another culture, another language, and then you trap her and say, well, you can't go to your culture anymore. You can't do that. That's like having a slave here. And that's why women get here and then they leave. They go to somewhere else. Number two, a lot of these guys are selling them a dream. Girl, I got this, I got this, I got this. And when they show up at the house, they're like, bro, you in Timbuktu, Mississippi. What are you talking about? You sold me an entire dream. And so they leave them for that.
Fearless, I saw that interview, and I must admit it was one of the best ones that I've seen you do with Auston. The question that I had was, do you not also think that one of the problems of bringing someone over into the Western culture is that the person that they were, I mean, obviously this wasn't the case with your wife, but often the current culture changes the person that they were, changes that woman.
Let me ask you something.
Yeah.
Do you steal? Are you a thief?
No.
If you came to the United States, would you be a thief, or you just don't do it because it's your morality?
I'm not a thief. And yeah.
So if you meet a woman who was never like that, she's going to stick to her foundation because that's not who she was. It doesn't matter what situation you put them into, they're still not going to change because that's who they are. It's just like if you're not gay and I put you in a crowded room with some gay men who butt naked, you're not going to get turned on because that's not who you are. No matter how long you stay in that room, you're not turning gay because that's not who you are. So it's the same with a woman. When you meet a woman that has that foundation, they're going to do it. Most of the women they bring over do not know themselves. They don't know who they are. So they are very influenced by that. That's why you got to know who her friends are. You got to know. And I gave a whole list. Are you even on her social media? I know guys that have dated girls for years, and all the girl has is picture of where they been. They don't have the guy in it. They got the picture of the food, the drink, the receipt, where they at. The guy is nowhere to be found. So I'm like, if this girl's hiding you there, where you going to be? How is her family? Have you gone and met her family? How is her mother's mentality? Is her mother just like, hey, go out there and get something? Or is it, no, you gotta be a certain type of woman? And I talked about that. I said, man, my wife's mother is more of a stringent than me. When I was over there and my wife was like, oh, I'm going out, because she told me, she's like, oh, I'm gonna go out to my cousin's house. Her mom called me and was like, this one, we wasn't even married. She's like, hey, did you let her go over here? I'm like, huh? She's like, because she didn't want her to be in the street. She don't want her to be out. And it's that check that they do. It's like, I can't embarrass myself. I can't embarrass my family. So if your girl putting up naked pictures and she doing that, she has no, when we say legacy, because she's not worried about what her dad thinks or what her mom thinks, and they have not held her accountable. When you have somebody that gets held accountable, it's entirely different. And then you learn how they act. Example, when I was over there, when I met her, I had a group of friends and we went over to her grandmother's house. We didn't want to eat because we were deep in a conversation. So she got up, got her food and started eating. Her grandmother came over there, pulled her hair and was like, why are you eating and these men are not eating? You need to fix them a plate. So I observed those things and I seen how the family holds them accountable. The family is saying, no, you do this. You don't leave. If you and your man have an argument, you're not going anywhere. You need to go back home to your man again. Y'all talk this out because it's for the duration of your marriage. So those are things you need to do to vet. A lot of guys in the United States have not dealt with that. They don't have a family structure. So how can they say, man, this is a great family structure? They were raised by a single mother. They're weak. They're beta. And you're trying to get someone and you're going to say you're masculine. You cannot expect a woman to be a traditional woman if you're not a traditional type man.
I couldn't have put it better. Well done. I mean, that's exactly right. And
well, let me ask somebody who said that. What is wrong with a woman fixing your plate? See, the difference is in other cultures, they want to take care of their man.
I'm from another culture. I don't want to take care of no man.
I mean,
why would you want to fix your man?
That's personal. It's one of my personal pet peeves. I don't like that. I'm not against it, but I just personally don't want that.
So you wouldn't want your wife when you sitting down. Fix a plate is more than that. Fix a plate isn't actually fixing the plate. It's taking care of you. It's making sure that
Why
you're
don't you do that for her?
Who you
Are
think?
you not?
Why wouldn't I do that?
I mean,
If somebody
I'll
break
tell you
in,
like
I'm
this.
taking care of it. I'm gonna make sure that she walks on a
You
certain.
know what it is though, but Fearless, what we're looking at there is basically, I mean, we just have a generation that has no respect for men, and that kind of attitude. I remember my grandmother. I'd go visit her house, and my sisters was there. Within 5 minutes, my grandmother would turn to my sisters and say, "Look, your brother has come, and you haven't fixed him food yet. Get up to the kitchen and fix him food."
This sounds like slavery.
No, can we bring? Hey, can we bring Brittany Wright? Can you come back up here, sweetheart?
Let me tell you guys, I grew up in a very conservative family, but there was no way that I am fixing my brother plates.
You serious? Your family let you get away with that?
Pardon me?
Your family let you get away with that?
My family doesn't expect me to do anything for my.
If some robbers came to your house,
Fearless, that's why she's not. She doesn't care to be married or anything. I mean, there's nothing unusual about what she's saying.
Let me add something to that.
You get if your house got broken into and your brother was there, would you expect him to protect you or say, she on her own? What would you expect the men of the house to do?
Both to protect each other. You do know that women.
It's always a shared protection. It's never a man's got to do it all on his own. With her.
To Fearless's point, Fearless, you made this point about you don't. I forget how you said it. You said you don't want her to. What was the question? I forgot it because we've gone on so many different.
About fixing the plate, fixing food.
He said something about like you don't want her to do something for you. I feel like she has kind of whatever you said, she did it by cooking the 3 or 4 course meal already. She doesn't have to fix the plate on top.
Right.
That's just me.
Here's what I did. I bought all the groceries. I bought all the food. I made sure that every light was paid in the house. I made sure she didn't have gas in the car. So it's a shared thing. When you're saying she's doing that, it wasn't like she's doing it as a slave. Everything that was provided for her to do that was already taken care of, brother.
Yeah, and I think where we're getting to is there are different households. So if you got it if that's your situation that you and your girlfriend or your wife agree to, that's fine. But there are some situations, there are some households that are dual income households.
Yeah.
The woman
talking to Fearless is hard because he's actually married. So we are talking about real family. So I wish we could take the conversation away because what works for Fearless should be respected. But what works for, I think women should not be fixing. I'm not talking about you, Fearless, because your family is your family and it should not be discussed,
But here's what you're missing, Zed and Chris. The reason men are going to another country is because the women are fixing their plates.
Oh, come on.
That's good.
They over there.
You guys know that we want you to leave.
When I say fixing the plate,
they over there buying studs. They buying stud prostitutes to fix them lunches over there.
Right. Let me just give a few experiences. So when I went to the Dominican Republic, right, and I went to Santo Domingo, and my homeboy, he actually had his girl family host me. So when I went over there and in the morning, do you know the very first thing that their family has done? They all went in the kitchen, they start cooking, and after I took a shower, cleaned up and all this and that, I came back to the kitchen, a full course meal. I mean, this is my homeboy's girlfriend who hosted me, her family. So I can definitely feel where Fearless is coming from because she doesn't even have to be a girlfriend. She could just be a cool friend. But it's the customs.
When that family did that for you.
We want to, as feminists, we want to destroy.
But we don't care about feminists. Sorry, I mean I ain't trying to be no asshole or nothing, but we're talking about a traditional household, and we understand that the Western world is very different. But I was just trying to add and piggyback with. Hold on, wait. I was just trying to
pick. When you experienced that, how did that make you feel?
Yes.
Oh my God! Listen. The moment before I even sat down,
I want to piggyback.
She even brought me some orange juice. Like my cup was empty. She took it, went to the kitchen, and refilled it. And this is my homeboy's family from the States.
Let me ask you another question.
Let me ask you.
Hold up, Zed. There was a video. There was a video that came out where.
Wait. Matter of fact, I think I have the video. So Zed, if I send you the link, can you please share it and screen share it? I have that video.
Let me ask you a question, sir.
Zed, can you share it? Is that okay, Zed? If I send you the link in the back chat, can you share it?
Also, I want to ask you. Could you ask me how I
let me post it. Hold on. Let me find it.
I got a question for you, sir. There was a video. There was a video. Hold up. There was a video that came out of a girl on campus. She was getting robbed while a man sat and watched. And all the women said, "See, men aren't protected." My question to you, sir, is by that woman doing that, did you feel like an obligation? Like, man, this woman is taking care of me.
That was going to be
something
my question.
happened to them. I would take care of them too.
Because the feminist view is not understood. I do not want men to protect us. I do not want men to provide for us because protection is fake. I mean, just like this fearless guy said, this woman was being attacked by another man. So you're protecting women from other men. So that is not really protection. It's almost like a protection racket. Right?
I want to ask.
So and then we don't want you to provide.
I want to ask Fearless something.
So this is that bear versus a man in the woods situation right here.
I just don't want Brittany to be silenced.
Hey, how you doing?
How you doing, Brittany? If you could just chime in a little bit about maybe fixing your man a plate or how you feel about traditional roles.
This is why I've been quiet for so long with conversations like this, especially around women, because I'm like, they don't want to hear what I got to say. But I don't even want to say it's the way that I was raised or anything like that, but because I didn't come from a 2-parent household. But like when I seen around my family, especially the holiday times, if a woman were to bring her boyfriend or whatever over, she would make his plate. And at times like that, you would think like, oh, it's because he's shy and it's just easier for her to do it. But for me, like, if my man, when I get a man that's bringing home the bread, that's providing for me and my kids, I'm going to be cooking and I'm going to be making my man his dang plate. He ain't going to have to lift a finger.
But what if he's not able to, like, retire you? What if you still have to work?
I'm already retired.
What do you mean?
I'm already retired.
What does that mean? Help me understand that.
I'm already retired.
She ain't gonna tell you the particulars. She retired. Just believe her.
Okay, well, good for you. Good for you.
But if I weren't, you're saying like if it was a dual household, like a dual income.
Yeah.
I
was just trying to understand if it's dependent on,
like, if it was a 50-50.
Yeah, I was just trying to understand if he has to be the sole provider. I just want to understand.
If he wasn't the sole provider, then I don't see myself doing that. Because what are we doing? We're just roommates at this point.
Yeah, so I want to kick that to Fearless. So Fearless, do you feel, so what happens with the men in the States who are going to other countries and they cannot afford to be the sole provider in the States, but they want that traditional experience? They're kind of at a
then they need to stay overseas.
But guys, what happened in the 1940s when most black men didn't even have jobs?
Hey, Chris, why is it that Jose Rodriguez can work at Home Depot and have Maria work somewhere and she can still come home and do that same thing?
That's because she doesn't advocate for herself. She doesn't care to advocate for herself. She's suffering in silence.
No, what I'm saying is,
I posted the link in the back chat. Can you share it?
Does not make her a weak woman, because the man is still taking care of
stuff. We've had communities in the States and in Africa that were poor for generations. It never stopped women who knew their place, who loved, in fact, actually, they were proud to be in the kitchen, cook the food for their men, make sure that the kids were fine. They were proud to do that. And these guys weren't rich. They weren't going to be rich anytime soon.
That might mean they might have been proud, but they might not have been happy.
Oh no, they were happy for sure. They were happy. Look at this.
So you talk to them and you know.
Hold on, wait. So this is the my homeboy's girl's house in a Dominican household. So this is, the hospitality that they treated your boy.
There's Southern hospitality in the States.
Right.
That chicken.
Absolutely. But at that time, I was in the Dominican Republic. That's all.
I get this on dates.
So what are you trying to bash? Like what's the point of
I'm
doing
not
that?
trying to bash anything. So, Brittany, I know you just came up to the panel, but I was only validating and adding to what Fearless was saying. Hey, hold on, wait. Would you do with the video? Zed, there was more to it. Appreciate it. I was adding more to what Chris was saying about women cooking proudly for their so-called not only guests, and you don't have to be the boyfriend or girlfriend or wife, but just it's a custom thing. It's a hospitality thing that they grew up doing. That's the whole reason why I wanted her to play the video. So it wasn't, oh my God, black women didn't like, no. I said nothing about any other group of women. I just said this is the group of people that my homegirl brought me around, my homeboy brought me around, and this is how they treated me, when I went to their crib. That's all. But can you go to the end of the video where you show all of the food Zed? I want to show you like that. There you go, right there.
The question I want to ask the guys is this: should this treatment be contingent on how much money a guy's making?
No,
not at all. It's how they were raised.
Now we're kind of having
With hospitality.
Women,
do you see that food?
Making us this kind of thing, because why don't you cook for us? I
do cook.
They can,
right?
And they do.
Pardon me?
I do cook. I've cooked for my wives.
Okay, so then that is what we should be talking about, like men cooking for women, women cooking for men. Like it should be both.
But these women from these countries, they enjoy it though. They embrace it.
I think
they're proud.
Hey, she's down for whatever. She ain't good for that catering part. That's against her feminist ways. So she ain't gonna never.
We have to understand when we listen to Zed. When we listen to Zed, we have to understand that she's a feminist.
Right.
She's not anything traditional. And it's look, that's just her, and
yeah, and we're not trying to destroy well, actually right now I'm against traditional, to be honest. But why is it that I have to cook but you don't have to?
Nobody
because
said
he's
that.
the provider. He's the provider.
How does he provide? Why does he have? How does he provide for me?
No, but
if he's the breadwinner, then he's the provider.
Making it personal. She's making it about her, but she doesn't.
If he's the breadwinner, if he's the breadwinner and he's making all the money, then he's the provider.
But they say that what if you both work, because in this economy,
well, that's what I was gonna say. Is it should be contingent on whether he's bringing home the bread or not. Because as a man, I'm saying like if you making $40,000 a year, okay, that's cool, but you shouldn't be expecting to raise a child like off of that and have multiple children off of that and expect a woman to just come home and be making a lot of food for you if that's all that you're making and y'all living in poverty.
So
and y'all
the median income for a black family is like 32,000. So like the majority of people is going to be under that. Is like the majority.
So
of
that's
people
another conversation that needs to be had then.
Brittany,
no, but they telling men and women to live like this. So like if people aren't actually living like this ain't really reality. Like why are people talking about this?
So Brittany, you're in the opinion that men need to pay 100% of the bills while you stay at home, correct?
I would like it to be. I've only come to that conclusion recently because I've been told by several other men that they would want their wife to stay at home, that they're not going for that.
I can confirm that for you.
50, like I'm a man.
Both marriages I've
had,
it was easier for me to let my wife stay at home and take care of our children because at the end of the day, my first wife had 3 children. If you look at how much childcare was, by the time she finished even trying to work to make a check, It all went to
Exactly.
childcare. And
Exactly.
who's teaching and putting the morals and the ethics in those children but somebody else outside of my family? So it's
Exactly.
easier for me to just go ahead and work so she could
Exactly.
get over her pride and she would just stay at home, take care of the children, and do the household.
Exactly. And to add on to that, what I'm saying is like I don't want it to make it seem like I'm bashing African American men or any men that come from a lower income that's working their way up the corporate ladder. What I'm saying is, as a woman, you know, if I were to get married to a man that's making $40,000 a year, before I decide to have children with this man, I'm gonna be saying, baby, we need to get your income up some more. We need to be trying to make you the manager of Target as
Right.
opposed to you just being the cashier at Target.
But that's the
Because
strength of a woman
realistic,
too.
that's what I'm saying. You're supposed to push your man. I'm not finna letting us making $40,000 a year. Now, a
Mama,
lot of
you
people,
cannot
Preach,
apparently,
sister.
a lot of
you
people
Preach.
are
cannot
making,
push
you
your
know,
man to anything.
if that's
He's
your
not
belief,
going
Zed, then you can stay there. If that's your belief, then you can stay there.
Yes, well,
No,
let
but
me tell you.
but
Because
Woo!
if that was, imagine, do you think that all those women cannot push? If you could push a cashier into a manager, believe me, a lot of women would do it. You cannot do that. There are not that many positions for a manager. If you are married to a cashier, believe me, he's gonna be a cashier for the rest of his.
And that's what I'm saying. Them people
Wow.
can't have just one child. Them people shouldn't be trying to have multiple
oh
children. What
no,
I'm
but
saying is,
wait. Isn't this the depopulation agenda that you were talking about? Well, like the majority of people are gonna make a cashier salary, but they can't have kids. But you're talking about people. It's not enough people. So like, what is it? Like, it's one or the other.
so what I was saying with the
Exactly.
cashier, what I'm saying with the cashier thing, I don't know what Zed, I know what Zed trying to get at. I've been listening the whole time. What I'm saying is if you had a cashier salary, let me just tell you this. I used to work at Burger King as my first job. This man had 4 kids with the same woman and they was both working at Burger King. Now,
Damn.
granted, they was probably in poverty, but like y'all said, they was still happy. They still had their kids and they was still providing for their kids. So I'm not saying if you a cashier or whatever that you can't have kids and they can't be happy. What I'm saying is for me and mine, if I have a cashier, I'ma just want to bust out one kid. That's it. We can do that.
That's very good. Because that's probably all you could afford to provide,
I'm not saying if I had more and we was living off of $40,000 and my kids wouldn't be happy, but for me to live comfortably, just one, that would be cool
But
I think
with me.
who
I
said
mean, that's
that?
living within your means and you're being reasonable.
Thank you. And also with me, I'm not gonna say I don't need a man that's making $100,000. I don't do all the salary thing. But for me, my mindset is different. I'm trying to live kind of off the grid. I'm trying to buy some land. I'm trying to get a mobile home. I'm trying to make it to where we ain't paying mortgage every month, stuff like that. You know, solar panels, all that kind of stuff.
See?
To where my
So
man,
Brittany, I don't need to buy you. I don't need to. You cool with Cheesecake Factory, and I don't need to buy you a Birkin
oh
bag.
baby, come on, Cheesecake Factory me up.
Oh shit. Here we
Take
go.
me to Chick-fil-A. Don't play with me.
Hey, hold on. Where's Chris? Hey, we got you a real one, brother.
Yep.
Well, we can what's Memphis? Like the closest one,
Chris, where
Memphis
you
and
at,
Little Rock.
Chris?
I already got one.
All right, well, Chris,
Wow, but I thought you were just dating though.
but you
No,
have
he
to
dates
have
with purpose,
y'all
man.
know he
what
trying
is
to.
he going, are you going to be a stay at home mom, or how, like with the cashier job, are you also working as a cashier? How is it going to, like, how are you?
You talking
Like,
about if my man was a cashier, how am I being a paid at home mom?
yes.
I would just be chilling. What you mean?
No, I
Cleaning
don't
up
think
during
he'd
the
be
day.
chilling.
Yeah,
I
Cleaning
think
up.
that's
Well, I'm
different.
saying when I say chilling, I don't mean real like literally chilling, but I mean taking care of the kid, keeping the house clean, and when it's time for them to go to school, I would like to homeschool my kids. So I'm be homeschooling my kids.
But how are you gonna do that with a cashier job?
What are you
A
talking about,
cashier.
Zed? Why do I need money to homeschool my child?
Okay, so you have
You saying
40,000.
are you trying to say I need an allowance to be a housewife? Is that what you're saying?
No, you don't. But could your household be run? Like you have only 40K coming. What, like, the rent, food,
That's a good question.
gas. Yeah, 40,000 is, you can. I mean, how are you
I
going to
think
start?
No,
ask
brother,
it more
it's how
directly.
much. It's not how much you make; it's how much you spend. Because there's a lot
Yes.
of
No,
people
I get
that do
I get
not
that,
make
Fearless.
100,000 that's living paycheck to paycheck.
But she gave you parameters. You guys aren't using
Right.
your vision. The parameters
you.
are you got land. You can grow your own vegetables. You can raise your own chickens and everything to
Right.
eat. You have a lot of self-provision. You're on solar panels.
Living
You're
off
not
the
paying for
grid.
electricity.
No.
She
Thank
gave
you.
you parameters.
Ronan,
Thank
You
you.
guys
But
aren't
they're just
listening to the
ignoring it.
parameters.
They have
I don't
selective
want my man
hearing.
to be having to work for a job to where he's stressed out. Even if he's making $100,000, I don't want him to be going to work every day stressed out, thinking, "Oh my
Thank
God,
you.
I gotta have this job because I gotta provide. I
See,
gotta
that's a
provide."
good
Ronan,
woman
No, I
so
want my
far.
man to
Now,
be able to
now
say, "You
watch
know what?
Chris and
Forget this
Zed
job, and
still
I'm gonna
try
walk
to
away."
attack her and try to
That's a good
build.
woman right there.
No,
That's a good woman right there right now.
BA, fall back.
I,
Ronan, I
I
just
have
want to say
never
this.
attacked her. I am actually, I mean, I think she's too young to realize that.
Wow.
But here's the thing.
Hey, she got that traditional mindset, man.
I like it.
Hey,
That's
don't knock her,
she's
Brittany.
rare. She's very
Brittany,
rare.
keep that mindset. Brittany, keep that mindset.
Right.
I
Find the
have
right
been
man.
like, you don't know, like I'm not coming
Amen.
for you, Zed, at all. I respect you, Zed. I really like the opposition, but I'm saying like you don't know how old I am. You don't know what I've been through. You don't know what I've seen with black men, and
Or how
like
you
for
were
you to,
raised.
yeah, you don't know anything about my life experience. I've been through
Or
a lot.
Black
I've seen a
American
lot,
culture.
but at the end of the day, this is what I'm standing on. So I have a lot of life experience for me to stand here and say what I've been saying.
I
So
love that you
Preach,
know it.
sister. Amen.
I love
Look,
that you know this
I'm
as
going to
well.
say one thing because I've got to duck out now. I've got my two sons coming over to celebrate my birthday. You know, I'm 57.
happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
It's been an absolute pleasure talking to you guys. But one thing I will say directly to Zed, you see, you think you've made up or you have this mindset all by yourself. You've been indoctrinated, and I hope that the next few years, when life really starts to get very hard, you change your mind and find yourself.
To be honest, I have been told that since I was 20, that when I get to 30, I'm gonna regret not having kids, and when I get to 40, I'm gonna regret it. It's been, but the older I get, the more secure I am in my decision. So,
well, I think, as I said before, the financial situation and the society that we're going to see in the next 5 to 10 years, it will change your mind because it's going to hurt, Zed. It's going to hurt bad.
okay.
Anyway, guys, I've got to go.
Happy birthday, man.
Let's
All
make
right, happy
you.
birthday.
I'm going to send you. Send me your email, and then we will, check each other.
She's gonna send you a virus.
Bye, guys. See you.
Yeah,
All right.
send me your email.
So Ronan, I want to say this to Ronan.
Yes, sir.
Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe I'm slow. But where did we get off thinking that the cashier was going to have land? Where did we? Did I miss something?
Well, I see what you're saying, but like you forgot that I'm retired and I have benefits. So
yeah, so that might be what I missed.
Wait, why did the cashier have land? She just said she cool with I don't want to say a mobile home. Was that it?
Yeah, to start off, but then I want us to. Yeah. Well, eventually, I mean, depending on, the goal would be to get something built. That would be nice.
A container home, girl. You better look into those.
Yeah, tiny home. Something like that. So.
If you got enough land, enough wood, and trees, you can cut down your own trees and make your own cabin.
Exactly. My cousin just did that with her husband, and they got 4 kids, and they're living very happily in Wrightsville, Arkansas, in the country.
Problem is everybody trying to keep up with the Joneses. That's the
right.
issue.
Exactly. That's the society's mindset. That's the whole thing. With the dictation of what success is, it's all driven by society and social media. Success is different all over the world.
I was raised in the country, and that's how I want my kids to be raised.
Don't speak for me, BA. Don't do that.
But you said you need to go to financial counseling, though.
No, what I'm trying to say is I'm saying I'm trying to make sure, because to Fearless's point, there's a lot of keeping up with the Joneses, whether you're dating, whether you're just individual solo, whether you're married or whatever. And I'm saying to keep that in check, I want to make sure that when I get married again, that there's a financial counseling.
So you can keep up with the Joneses. We get it.
You're missing the point. I'm off it. You're missing the point.
But so you guys
salute to Brittany.
Yes, salute to her and salute to me too, because
to you, why are we saluting you for?
Because
I'm not trying to be rude or anything.
Because I am not, I do not believe men should protect or provide.
So why should we salute you for that when we're?
I am like,
we're for it.
Burden from you.
Zed, why should they not protect? Why should they not protect, Zed?
This is a good point. I wanted to talk to Fearless about this because he started talking about protection about 40 minutes ago. and saying, I think he was trying to say like he shouldn't have to protect unless there's certain things in place in the relationship. I want to unpack that.
Oh my gosh.
You still there,
But I
Felix?
think he was making a
You,
comparison. That's all.
correct.
No, maybe I missed one. I wanted him.
Yeah, okay, you did miss it, absolutely. So pretty much Zed we're talking about cooking, right? So Zed said, well, how come men can't cook for, women? We should celebrate that. We should expose that more. But we know that the majority, when it comes to traditional households, the women, they traditionally cook for the men. So that's the context that it was in. So then Zed said, no, 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 no. Well, men should start doing this, women should start doing that. So then Fearless said, well, what about protection? So Zed, if you have a brother and if someone was to come inside of your house in the middle of the night and your brother says, hey, well, listen, you got to protect yourself. How would you feel about that? And she said, oh, well, we protect each other, whatnot. But normally, the guy's supposed to protect the women. That's just
Correct.
how
The guy's
we were
supposed to protect
ingrained.
the woman,
No,
and the woman
no,
is supposed
Exactly.
to
that
protect
is
the
the
children.
patriarchal. And you guys are protecting us from you. That is the problem. Well,
Oh my God.
if you stop
It's the
attacking,
classic bear in the woods versus a
Right.
man
There's some
in the
truth to
woods.
it. That's a little
so
bit.
Right.
a bear is not protecting me from another bear. You guys are trying to protect me from yourself. Why don't you stop attacking us instead of trying to protect us?
Oh, now she's
So are
moving the
you saying that they
goalpost
should just
now.
leave you alone and let the bear attack you? Is that what you're trying to say, Zed?
No, bear is
Yes, and
not
let her
going to
fend for
attack you.
No,
herself.
she's saying the bear is not going to attack. They got to worry about the man more than the bear.
Yes, because
I've been hearing the bear and the man stuff floating around, but I don't know the proper breakdown. Because somebody explain it to me. I'm not understanding.
Yeah, me too.
Go ahead, Zed. You the feminist.
So I think
no,
what
no,
was
no.
floating.
I do not. I actually think that this is me. The bear thing. I think Ronin brought it. What is the bear? What is the bear going to attack you?
No,
What are we talking? But I'm saying, like, where did this
Yeah.
come from? What are we talking about?
I
What's
think
the
that
bear?
Asking,
What is the
ask
bear a
Ronin.
metaphor
What
for?
they're saying
It's
is
not a
feminists
metaphor.
are saying you're more at risk being around a man than you are with a bear being around you. Meaning the
Wow.
men,
What difference does that make?
just like she said, well, you're protecting us from other men. So if you weren't around, we wouldn't have to worry about being
Exactly.
attacked.
Exactly.
And that's a
That's
feminist
a reference
talking point.
to a bear. They would rather have the bear because they feel like the bear is not going to attack them. They have
Here's
to
what
more
Zed
so
doesn't
worry
more
about
safe.
men being present and around them because they fear the men attacking them.
But here's what
So
Zed
what
does
are you
not
trying to say? We
understand.
should get like I don't. Okay, well, I'm sorry. Go ahead. What were you saying?
Here's what Zed does not understand. In order for her to have her feminist view set, it's because a man has given it to her. That's it.
Do
That's
you
how it
think
is.
the reason Black people are in America are free is because white people give them freedom?
That is correct.
Okay.
Who you think? Do you think if in South Africa, if they said we ain't want to if we wanted to keep them and do that, it was 3,000 South Africans, white, and 30 of them black, and they still held them off. They said no, we can't do that. It's same in the United States. The reason that women have rights is because men have given them rights. When you go to a place where let's take Afghanistan. You was in Afghanistan, Ronin. We went over there and fought and said, hey man, we want women to go to school. We want to do all that. As soon as we left, none of them women fought for their rights because the men came in and said, no, this is what we're doing. So it's men who give women their rights.
And
men pass the laws in order to make it easier for women to function in the United States.
I want to, but it is white people who give Black people rights.
Yes.
In that case, I'm okay with
we
you.
13% of the population. It don't matter how much we would have fought, we still would have lost. It would have had to been some
Right. It's the legislation.
So you believe your freedom came from white men?
They are the legislation.
It came behind the
like
war.
they create the laws,
including the white
I
men.
actually like this because a lot of
because you love and worship white men. Of course, you like this. Go ahead.
I am of the belief that oppressors do not give you freedom.
The white man.
What happens is you make life miserable for them, so they are forced to give up power, not because they are trying to help you, but because you have made life miserable to them.
So who let us out of slavery then, Zed? I mean, it wasn't
Hold on,
miserable.
wait. Miserable? How are whites miserable?
When there is, an unrest, when there is protest all the time, white people
Protests don't change anything. That does not
how did
affect
you
white
guys
society
get
as a
freedom?
collective.
How did
Yes, it does. Yes, it does, because it makes the economy go down. If people aren't spending, if they're agitated, they're not working.
For how long?
No, it depends on it. You sustain it as long as you need to for them to change the law. Once they change the law, you can go back to society, but you didn't keep them uprising.
My brother, it was economically feasible.
Well, no, okay, no, it wasn't. The North wanted to industrialize anyway. But how we got out of slavery is the South was winning the war, but the South didn't. The North didn't win the war until until the black slaves joined the war.
Because if white people didn't join to do it, if the white people in the North said we cool with slavery, we would still be enslaved, my brother.
But slavery doesn't help them. If you are trying to industrialize, slavery
did help them. How do you think we became?
No, they didn't. No, because they had uprisings in Florida. They had the Seminole Wars. It was already people uprising. So eventually they had to just like they had.
You know what
we had to, they eventually had to end the slavery because it has kept in more and more uprisings. That's how did that wait how did the
industrialization led to the end of slavery?
Wait how did the Haitians become free? Did the white man get Haitians free?
Absolutely, the white man did it.
No, the white man gave the Haitians freedom.
Absolutely,
no,
absolutely.
That's why
you can't be
that's why they still owe the French to this day.
France and then have to pay him for your
reparations. Freedom. Yeah, they paid for their freedom.
So
France is
still
all every year
in the whole world are free because white people are out of the kindness of white people.
Well, it wasn't no kindness. You can't say that they're free because of the kindness of white people.
That's what y'all are saying. No, that's what y'all are saying. No,
let me make the point, though. Let me make the point.
Yeah.
If it's the kindness of white people who freed us, then it's also the evil of white people who enslaved us. So
no, but that's what they're saying. That's what they're saying.
Goddamn, bro. Who is this that's stay cutting me off, bro?
Okay, go ahead.
Can I make my point?
Yes.
So if someone takes a crap on the kitchen floor and they clean it up, doesn't mean that they did something great. They shouldn't have took a crap on the kitchen floor.
I'm not.
So it's not the kindness of white people. It's some white people were against, some were for, some black people fought, some people waited until there was legislation passed. But I don't know what
Fearless is saying that black people get freedom in America because of white people. Do you believe that?
Well, ultimately, yes, it was white legislation that led to the freedom of Black Americans. However, there's a lot of Black Americans that fought for that freedom, so we had a hand in it.
But mostly, it is white people that did it.
Well, you can't say mostly because it's a combination of things. Okay, it's not mostly. We had a hand in our own freedom. That's 100% fact.
You are arguing with the person that you should not be arguing with. Fearless said that black people got freedom in America because of white people. And I think you agree, don't you?
This is
from
what
the legislation. Ultimately, it was white legislators. But it's to say that it was just all white people. No, there was, the tide was changing. If you really want to talk about the end of slavery, it was really the English in 1808 who outlawed slavery from West Africa, going to whatever colonies that they had. So it was white people that were against it. But when you make a blanket statement, or when blanket statements are made, they make it sound like black people did not have a hand in their own freedom, and that's not the case.
Correct, and that's not what I was stating. I think the original thing was I said the reason that Zed can have a feminist view is because men have allowed her to do that. If all men rose up and said we don't want women to do anything, there's nothing that a woman could do to stop that. And I said that happened in Afghanistan When we left, those men came in and said, "This is what we want. We don't want you to go to school. We want you to wear veils."
They could kill the men if they wanted to.
No, that ain't gonna happen.
No, but if they wanted to, they could.
Tell me what
only in their sleep. Only in their sleep. They could not do that straight up. No woman straight up.
But they could. But if they wanted freedom, they could. If it came down to that, they
no
would.
way that women could uprise from a violent standpoint and kill men.
I mean, but if you kill off all the women, you're not gonna have any women. So it defeats the purpose.
No, I don't think any men in here are advocating for the wholesale slaughter of women. But when we look at,
I don't think you came into the.
Okay, so
who the masters of disaster are, those are men. Men cause most of the destruction in the world, not women.
So it's because of you guys that we have feminism.
Yeah, I mean, she has a point on that.
Women lobbied for it, but if it wasn't for whites and in the Congress for wanting to change the laws and give you guys some of what you guys are asking for, not all, then it would have never happened. Absolutely.
But they changed the laws because they were disrupting the society.
Well, what they did was they built a coalition. If you Google the name Wayne Wheeler, that was the guy that really helped push universal suffrage, or giving women the right to vote in the United States, rights in the country.
Right, and it started with the right to vote, and then it moved progressively into other things.
Yeah, for example, Wayne Wheeler, like this guy, he was actually kind of shady, really, but this dude united black people, white people, feminists, conservatives. This guy united everybody, and what it was really to do with, he wanted to create prohibition, outlaw alcohol. But he was the one, part of the universal suffrage movement was really. It was really him that really pushed it over the line.
But you know why that is. When slavery got rid of, now you need an economic base. Why not take 50% of your population and start telling them, hey, you can start working, because that adds to your taxes. That's all.
Well, I mean, you got to remember, I mean, the first thing whites are, a lot of whites are afraid of, you're going to take our jobs, or the reason I didn't get the job because they got it, like we see it today with affirmative action. Thanks to affirmative action, that's I couldn't get the job because they had to hire a black guy. That's just the nature of how some whites think.
The most powerful color is green.
Yeah.
So
but you have to remember. But you have to remember, greed starts to set in too.
He said,
are you saying that white people are not getting hired because of affirmative action?
No, but that's an argument that some white people have made in the past.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there are some white people out there that, they don't, the ones that are anti-affirmative action, they make the argument, because, some whites aren't getting jobs and they're saying minorities are getting jobs because of affirmative action, and it's really not true, but it's an argument that they make anyway. And as far as, and yes, I did hear the other gentleman say green and not greed, but I said greed because greed does begin to set in. I saw it during my days as a government contractor, deploying overseas. I remember that was like being a government contractor. That was a white man's world, back in, and I'm talking the early days. I was still in the Army at the time, but all the government contractors, they're all white. Back then they were making like $200,000-$300,000 a year, And then next thing you know, they started underbidding the contracts, because during the Bush era, they had no bid contracts, which means it wasn't going to the lowest bidder. So they were paying good money and they were hiring whites. But when they ended no bid contracts and started underbidding the contracts, they started paying people less. The white people were like, oh, hell no, I was making $300,000. Now you want me over here for $150? Hell no.
So let me ask you a question.
Yeah,
Did it matter how much blacks protested and said, I want to get those government jobs? They still didn't get them.
I got it.
What I'm saying is, it didn't matter that you protest, that you fought, that you did that. Somebody in power
I
who
didn't
was
fight,
most likely white said, "Hey, we got to change this law so they can be more inclusive."
Well, because they were protesting. Because if they weren't protesting, they wouldn't have changed the law.
As I recall, there was really no protest. All it was white people felt, oh, you're underpaying us, and they wouldn't take the jobs. So then companies started hiring black people. We were taking the money. I mean, it's been
talking
like
about
that
affirmative
for
action?
years. Say again?
You talking about affirmative action?
No, I'm talking about in government contracting. How I became a government contractor. Everybody literally. My first second government contract was with Mantech, company called Mantech. When they won the contract, everybody quit. Everybody. And the reason being was because they were underpaying people, or at least that's what a lot of people thought. But for me, it was a $40,000 a year pay raise, so I took the job.
This doesn't have nothing specifically to do with black people, because these companies were also important Filipinos and Indians and all kind of stuff.
No, the Filipinos and the Indians, they weren't doing the type of work I was doing. They couldn't because they didn't have a secret clearance. They were the Filipinos and the Indians were doing like cleaning toilets and stuff.
Gotcha.
We can go to what you said, Zed, that y'all don't have to fight. When they outlawed abortion, what could you have done?
That's a good question.
Well, we will vote for legislators who support abortion.
Okay, but the men say no.
No, but the women were getting illegal abortions.
What I'm saying is, there's nothing she could do to get those rights back. If a man came in
don't
and
you know
taking them
that
away.
in the future, most politicians will be women. So, and that is going to happen because women are the majority of voters.
Women make up 50% of the United States population, and they don't vote for women.
That's a
good point.
Yeah,
that's a whole fact. Whoever said that.
Yeah.
See, Fearless do know little things every now and then.
No, but here is the thing. Right now, we have the most women in legislature than we have we ever had. And it's gonna
do you not see the way that they just behaved the other day? I don't keep up with politics and stuff, but who was that? Jasmine Crockett and Miss Green. Did you just see the way that they just behaved? You think you really want women running the country?
Yes, I do.
Men never misbehave in Congress?
Yes, they do.
No, I said women.
Men are. Yeah, so what's the difference?
Yeah,
a man is supposed to be in a position of power, though.
Let me ask you something, Miss the person that was just talking. This is just a question. I don't know the answer. Would you rather work? Because I just know what people have told me. Would you rather work for a woman or for a man? Having your boss.
Who's that question directed for?
I think that's Brittany.
It's for Brittany.
Well, for a man. Because a woman gonna have to take off for maternity leave. I'm just thinking of something like that. A woman gonna have to take off for maternity leave. She's not gonna be there. She's gonna have to take some days off. So yeah.
And the reason I say that is that they had something where there was a woman who said, I want to hire all women. And she said nothing got done because they gossiped, they fought, there was no authority figure. They wanted to be everything concise. And they said they would rather have a man because he thought logical and did not think more emotional.
I don't have a power struggle with men. I've never had a power struggle with men. I heard what the young man said, are women not supposed to be in legislature and stuff? I really don't think that women are supposed to work. I really think women are supposed to be at home cooking and cleaning. But I know that things have changed, that some men have abused their power at home, abuse, financial abuse, all kinds of abuse. Some men get tired of women and kick them out and be homeless with the kids and all that kind of stuff. But in a perfect world, I would like for it to be where the men work and the women take care of home. So
yeah, as a father to a daughter, I don't raise my daughter to put her whole life in the hands of some man whose whims and wants can change like the wind. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Yeah.
But I also do not teach her to compete with the man either. She
Yeah.
has to know what her place is. You know what I'm saying? And if her
Yeah.
place is away from that man, getting her own money, then let it be. But I lead by example. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I don't do 50-50. We do 100-100 in my
Correct.
relationship. It ain't 50-50, it's 100-100. So if I'm doing what I got to do, my wife has to be bringing something home because she's setting an example for our daughter. My wife is setting an example for our daughter. So if I was paying for everything and all she was doing was cooking, then my daughter's going to see that and that's going to be imprinted. And what I'm going to have is a daughter that's not contributing anything to society and allowing the financial ups or downs of a man to affect her life as a woman. And that's not what it's about.
I like this. In my perfect world, women and men would be paid, would have enough, would be paid enough so that they could live independently of each other. And the other thing is that if I have a choice between having a man as a boss or a woman, either will do. I do not have any preference for any gender. And I do not believe women are meant to be sitting at home and, taking care of the household while the man works. I think both can work and both can take care of that.
What happens when a man gets injured?
I would work.
No, I'm saying that's my point. But like that's why you can't have just a non-productive woman at home while you're going out there making all the money. So if I'm making 100,000, she should be trying to make something close to that, and I should be supporting her, and she should be supporting me. There's
What I'm
not
saying
you
is,
stay here, honey, and you just wait for me to bring home the bacon, right? But on the way home from bringing home the bacon, he sees a big booty Latina, and then he never comes home. And now what happens?
Yeah, that can be a problem. But at the same time, though, if you're both out there working, like who's at home taking care of the kids? Who's raising the kids? If you're
it's your responsibility.
That's a great point. So how we do it is I raise the young men, my daughter raises the young women, and we come to an agreement. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Like my wife cannot have the bully conversation with my son. She can't. I cannot have the how to sit and how to act as a woman and how to clean it, all kind of stuff that she has to have with my daughter. I can't have it, and I don't try to, because I did try to have that conversation because I'm the father and blah, blah, blah. But my energy as a man is going to shut certain things down that she feels more comfortable speaking about with her mother that she took showers with when she was a kid, to learn how to be a woman. You understand what I'm saying? So we have traditional roles, and I think that we need to respect that.
I think he was talking about more on like a day-to-day basis. Like if you go out and work, who's taking care of your children.
Exactly. Like who, because then
my wife.
Now you're, but how is she able to do that if she has to be out working, making 100K like you or close to it?
Well, and here's the thing. That's a great question. That's why they have maternity leave. You know what I'm saying? And I think a lot of women, especially women with bigger families, they already have something built in where they, the grandma can help, the sister can help, things of that nature. But I think ultimately a woman is better equipped emotionally and also physically to take care of a child where we aren't. The reason why men, rule the world and we've created all these things where the whole world can I guess enjoy or benefit from is because we think differently. And the way we think differently is not really suited for raising a child in the early stages. Once they get to a certain age, then the man's input becomes a lot more relevant. But it depends on the time. In the beginning, it's the woman. Towards the end, it will be the men, and a combination of both.
Yeah, my brother, I'm gonna ask you a question, and it's not being funny. It's a question. Are you a sexist?
I believe in a patriarchy.
Because a sexist is you discriminate based on sex. And
Right.
from what you just said, you kind of discriminated based on sex, meaning you thought, you believe that your wife maybe can raise your children to a certain age better than you can.
Right.
You're a sexist.
That's not being sexist.
And it's not
though.
bad, brother. I mean, no, I'm reading the definition of what a sexist is.
Okay, so read the definition for us, please.
Prejudice or discrimination based on sex.
Now, how is me? Wait, hold on. This is good. He jumped into the lion's den. How is me recognizing that my wife has qualities that are more suited for raising my children, especially my daughter specifically, better than I? What I'm doing is I'm stepping back and I'm letting her live in her greatness and letting her run that. That's not being sexist. That's me being understanding and showing respect to the power of a woman, not being sexist.
You believe that it says you believe in certain social roles based on sex, behavior, conditions, and
specifically as it relates to the education and raising a child through a certain time. And I also said once they get a certain age, then the man has to come in, because once you get out into the world, right, who understands the evil of a world? The man who creates the evil in the world. Most wars are started by men. Most murders caused by men. So it would be a man that would have the bully conversation. It would be the woman who has the nurturing conversation and how to protect herself from the evils that she's going to deal with at the hands of men in the world. So it's really understanding gender roles and not downplaying one and uplifting the other. My wife and I co-manage the house. She chose a man that can make good decisions. That's why she chose me as a husband. You see what I'm saying? So if I said it's 50-50 in terms of decision making, then I would fail as a husband. If she's looking at me like, oh, what do you think we should do? I don't know, honey. What do you think we should do? He's like, you're the man. And I am the man. So ultimately, she trusts my decision making. And I told her once, because there was a time where, maybe she was feeling a little feminist or whatever. And I said, honey, have I led this family wrong yet? No. All right. So then trust my word. You see what I'm saying? Sometimes there has to be a leap of faith.
So here's the thing. I am in agreement with you. I am not deviating. I only use that example because in the beginning, I know you were not privy to the conversation. Zed called me a sexist. And I said, can you define it? And then I went to define it. And I said, oh, it's discriminating based on sex. If that means that I think there's certain things a man can do better and a woman can do better, if that's sexist, then that is exactly what I am. So that's why I asked you the question, because basically you said the same thing, that there are things that, that a role for a woman and a role for a man. That was why.
Yeah, I agree with you, brother. There are roles, and that's not sexist to understand that I am physically built better to do my front, backyard, and my roof. That's not sexist at all. In the industry that I work in, there's certain things we all have access to the same jobs, right? But if we send a couple of women on top of a tower to do something, then it's going to take a lot longer. You have some women who excel and that will work circles around certain men, but those are special cases. And when you have a special case like that, we support it. We love it. And we embrace that woman as part of the team. However, we're not delusional and thinking that the whole team could be made up of 90% women who are not physically as strong as we are to do certain jobs that we do. Just like a lot of men aren't emotionally and don't have the patience in certain aspects to do certain things, which is why a lot of times men pay more for car insurance. Why? Because we do dumb shit where a lot of women don't, which is why women outlive us. So I think it complements each other.
Yeah. And then too, you also got to remember too, women are more equipped to raise child, especially in the early years. They have the equipment, if you know what I mean. Like man can't. A man can't breastfeed a child.
You know what it is, Zed.
Yeah. So that's, so you can't say, okay, it's gender roles or believing in gender roles are sexist. No, it's just biology.
Okay. This is what we are saying. I think you are reducing everything to childbearing. What if women start having kids? Then I guess, for one thing, we could be working all the time. So, you don't have to worry about having, us, if we are your boss, we might take a day off, like a maternity leave. So you don't have to worry about that. The problem seems to be women having kids.
Well, we spoke about the kids because that was part of the conversation. If we take the children out of it, right, there's still roles that women can't do to the level that a man can do it. I want you to watch two women arrest a suspect who's non-cooperative. And I'll tell you, it's hard to arrest a subject that's non-cooperative as a man.
Mm-hmm.
Now watch two women do it. It's a horrible failure. And I would never want my daughter to become a police officer and have a female partner who can't, take control of a situation. Why do you think they say put your hands behind your back? Because it's compliance, right? When someone doesn't comply and they say, F you, I'm not putting my hands behind my back. Now, what are we getting into? A woman is not prepared to deal with what comes next.
I got to disagree with that. I know from personal experience, and it wasn't me. I just happened to be a passenger in the car. But yeah, my dad, it wasn't that he wasn't cooperating, but my dad is deaf in one ear and didn't hear her commands. Let's just say she was ready to kill us.
Yeah, and being ready to kill someone because they have a physical ailment and can't hear is also what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
She may have seen that as a challenge to her authority, right?
Yeah,
Which is why she may have overreacted. But what I'm talking about, and maybe she didn't, what I'm talking about is if your father said, hey, woman, I'm not doing shit. Let's get it popping. What is she going to do? She can't do shit but jump on her radio.
Hold on.
My dad was just going.
A young woman is, I think I'm stronger than a lot of the older guys.
All right, Zed. Okay, you got it.
Zed, hold on, Zed. Let's have the conversation. You said the older guys, right? Woman for woman, or woman versus a man, same age, in something physical. The woman is not even coming close. I will concede that women have a higher pain tolerance than men, right? But from a physical standpoint, is that I think you're smart enough not to argue that you have the same physical abilities as a man as it relates to strength.
No, you're right. I have said that men are physically stronger than women, but that doesn't mean we have to submit to you guys or cook for you. It just means you are physically stronger than us. That's it.
Right.
Do you think?
Wait, hold on. I want to land this on that because I agree with her. It doesn't mean you have to cook, and that's the difference. Like a lot of men think that they can debo a woman into cooking for her. Yeah, you cook for me by the time I get home, and if it's not ready, These are the men that slowly get poisoned by rat poison. Not only in America, but it's popular in the DR and in many Latin American countries. Your woman is supposed to want to cook for you based on the character that you are. You can't force anybody to do anything. So it's not submission. It's really her wanting to do that for you. And if a woman doesn't want to do it for you, then you chose the wrong woman. Y'all need to separate.
So
okay, yeah, I was about to ask that question too.
I got a question for Zed. Zed, I know you are a feminist, And according to what a feminist, that's equal rights and equal opportunities for women. Do you only fight for that when it benefits women? Example that the young man gave, policemen and firemen, if you want to get on, your standards are a lot lower. If I got to do 50 push-ups, you only have to do 10. If I got to carry this weight, you have to carry less. Are you fighting for the rights for women to be equal to men? Meaning you need to do the amount of push-ups that I do, or you fight only when it benefits you?
I do not think if the job requires just doing 10 push-up, I do not understand why the men have to do more.
Because they lower the standards for women, because women usually in those jobs do not have the physical ability to do that. Just like with running, the
don't
same
hire
way.
those women. Or the thing is, the job has a fixed. If women who are doing just 10 push-up are doing the job perfectly, it means the extra push-ups are just not necessary. The extra push-ups that men are doing are not necessary.
So do we need women's sports
No,
then?
that's totally
Do
wrong.
we need women's sports?
Women's supposed to do what?
If you guys can compete with men, why is there a whole separate class of sports, one for women versus men?
Yeah, like
Because,
WNBA versus
didn't we
NBA.
just say men are on average physically stronger than women?
So you don't think in a fire where you have to pick up a 200-pound man and carry him down a flight of steps in a fire with a oxygen tank on your back and everything else, a woman could do that as well as a man? And just because he did 20 more push-ups, it shouldn't matter. She should still be able to go pick up that 200-pound man and carry him down a flight of steps, right?
I am a nurse, and I am required to at least be able to lift 30 pounds, I think. 30 pounds or 50 pounds, something like that.
But you also know as a nurse, dead weight is different than just picking up something solid.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yes.
Ronin, thank you for speaking my point, brother.
Standard should not be lowered for me just because I am a woman. If there is
But because of feminism, standards are changed because women want to compete with men in their job functions.
They're not.
This is what we're telling you. They are changing the requirement.
It's true. I mean, just look at the American military. That's a prime example. The PT test standard, they used to call it APFT. It's something else now, but I do remember women had to do less push-ups than men did.
And here is the thing: America has not lost a war since women. So women being in the standard being lowered hasn't affected the quality. If the quality
because they weren't on the front line.
Exactly.
You give 10 women, machine guns and put them on the front line. You got 10 people coming back in body bags. That's a fact.
Then you do, but right now we don't have that problem, right? I mean,
no, because they keep them off of the front line like that. They're not going to send nobody like that.
In the Kurdish army, the women and the men both fight on the front lines.
No, okay. Now I want you to prove that for me. I want you to show me any video online that you actually see women out there.
Google Vice and Google Kurdish army, and then Google women, and you'll see a video.
The Kurdish army, right? And I get that. Those are the they have Yazidis and all kind of stuff. I'm talking about the American army. When you look at Funker and these military channels, and they're talking about taking live fire, there's not a woman in sight, brother.
No, well, actually, that's not true. The battlefield today is asymmetrical. There is no front line anymore.
Mm-hmm.
It's asymmetrical.
But even with the Kurdish army example, a woman is still not stronger than a Kurdish man. I don't care if they're on the front line.
But she's shooting a gun.
Link. I don't care if she can shoot a gun. He's cannon fodder. She is cannon fodder.
No, those Kurdish women, they fought very well against ISIS, better than the Iraqi army did.
But ISIS is not an organized, mechanized unit. Kurdish army is not a big freaking military force. They are not fighting a whole freaking war. They're fighting little skirmishes. There is a difference between guerrilla war. That was a whole difference between a major war and guerrilla war.
No, that was
Ronin,
a war.
you know,
I
Ronin,
mean,
I like how Zed moved away from your point about carrying a 200-pound man down the steps with the
She went
breathing
to the 30
apparatus on
pounds.
her back. She didn't. She jumped straight to nursing. A woman and a man's strength, while I promote and protect the sanctity and humanity of all women on the world, primarily Black American women first and foremost, I'm honest and can say that a woman is not as strong as a man. They're not.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't have that. I say that as a feminist, I accept that men are in general, on average, stronger than women. But the problem with the example, the Ronin give is that 99.9% of the job that firefighters do doesn't involve carrying, like the scenario he described.
You
It is.
know, the most Americans are obese.
Pardon me?
That you're not going to find a very physically fit person that might be trapped in the fire 95% of the time.
But
so even when you're looking at the American people as a whole, you're not going to find the most convenient. Oh well, wait, we'll let the woman carry the lighter person down the steps while we carry the bigger one. So is she carrying her weight? It's still a negative.
No, what I'm telling you is that most of the stuff firefighters do is not answering to fire.
That's true. I mean, that is true. That is true. They do answer to other calls, but the problem is that when the time comes for you to carry that 200-pound man and you can't do it,
you can say the same thing about the military. Military doesn't really activate until the military doesn't activate until there's actually a battle to fight. During peacetime, there's really no big deal. There's no difference between a man and a woman. But when it actually comes down to actually doing the job, when it absolutely matters, and you got to rely on the person next to you, and you already know she's 120 pounds soaking wet, and she needs to do the same job as you, as forcefully as you. No, you are not equal at that point.
For example, in the hospital, we have something called team.
Everyone deserves a chance, and you're in the Marine Corps saying this.
Lift team. In the lift team, I would say 99.99% of the lift team are not just, they're not just men, they're young men, kind of heavy, muscular men. So if the job requires being, muscular, that job should probably go mainly to men. But
okay,
what
but
I'm saying,
go ahead. I was just going to say the only problem is when it's the time does come. Yes. When the time does come for you to have to pick up that, because it's going to happen. You're right that 99% of the time you're probably not going to have to pick up a 200-pound man, but when you do have to and you can't do it, that you don't see that being a problem.
But it hasn't happened. You know why?
It does. It happens it happens every day.
It doesn't. The reason it doesn't happen is that when they have a call, they send people who can lift up.
In your nursing degree, you practice for the worst, not the easy stuff. You practice for the worst case scenario. That way you're prepared, because your body takes over by muscle memory, because you practice this so many times that you can do it damn near with your eye closed. You practice for the worst and you hope for the best. We can live our lives through that. Period. But when it actually comes down to the time, and it is the worst case scenario, and you can't perform, you're relying on somebody else behind you to have to pick up your slack when they need to do their own thing. And that's not fair.
When there is fire, of course, they are going to send men, mostly men. But what I'm telling you is that most of the stuff they do is not. What you are saying is that fire departments should only hire they have jobs. 99% of the jobs they do doesn't even involve fire. It's usually answering to medical emergencies. So you're saying that women should not be doing those medical emergencies?
I don't think he's saying that. I think he's just saying you have to be ready to do that. Like, if a woman can carry a 200-pound man, no problem. But you can't have the standard of well, I'm a woman. You got to send a man. No, it does. It shouldn't work that way. You can't have what we're saying is you shouldn't have a lower standard for women, that can't carry a 200-pound man.
Yeah.
Well, we got to have women. We got to have women. So we're going to lower
Can
the
I come
standard.
in for a second? Can I come in for a second, right? So shout out to the panel, Nak and Zed and the rest of you guys. Yeah. So here's the thing, right? I think you guys are kind of being backwards, right? We got external skeletons being developed right now. So this whole thing is going to be equalized within the next 5 to 10 years. It won't be a problem anymore. Exoskeletons are being developed by DARPA and other people. So anything that a man could do,
that's a pipeline until it's on the actual field and it's been field tested and it's already been approved.
It has already been field tested. Hang on, brother. It's already been field tested. It exists. The technology is out there. It's already being utilized in army places. They're just commercializing it now. So if you're talking about extreme circumstances, an exoskeleton can carry way more than any man can ever carry. So this equalizes
a mechanical device that assists you on your own regular strength. I understand the process behind it, but we're talking about currently.
No, but future. You can't just talk about so-called currently when this is not even a far future. The technology exists. It's just being commercialized. So
that
this is not
technology will never be used for firefighters or police officers.
That's an interesting point. And regarding women in, let's say, military, right? Women actually better sharpshooters as men, right? So what you could do is
you're going off the Russian standard from World War II, bro. That's not always true anymore. That was back in World War II. The Russian soldiers that had snipers were the best. They were the best. They were the best snipers in Russia.
My brother, you can't say not always true. That's an irrelevant state of point, right? Because it's not always true that men are stronger than women. Some women are stronger than men. It's a non-point. The point I'm making is simple. On average, I've seen the test scores.
You understand what the outlier is, right?
No, brother, give me the data. I'll bring my data right now in a second, right? Women are, on general, better at sharpshooting. Men are better at shooting moving up.
That is not true.
That's
I came out of the Marine Corps. There's no way you're going to tell me. I just came out the Marine Corps. There's no way women are shooting better than men on the freaking range. It's not happening, bro.
I was in the Army. I was in the Army. Yeah, that's definitely not true. The women, the majority of the women that I saw.
The Russian stories of the women snipers that were doing a lot better job during World War II. This is not a factor anymore. That's not happening. And they did that out of necessity because every man, woman, damn near child was fighting in Russia during World War II.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to remember Stalin, he purged everybody. And then the Germans come, They had it was every man and woman they could throw at the Germans. But yeah.
So let me get this straight real quick. So who trained these women who are exceptional shots how to shoot?
Men.
Who created the armies and the military hardware? It was men. And that's the whole point of this conversation.
Yeah. No, I actually want to step in, Nak or Ronin. What's the point, though? The overall point that y'all trying to make? Are y'all trying to say that women shouldn't occupy certain jobs because they're not physically capable? What's the point?
No, my overall point was this: Zed is a feminist. Are you fighting for the equal rights of men? Because feminism.
Let me respond to that just before she does. Like, in my interpretation, like feminists are not saying that they want men and women to do everything equally. It's about equitable, having I forget the word, but like
that's incorrect.
Yeah,
women think they are as good as men. Understand that verbiage. As good as men. Not they don't want to be equal anymore. They want to be better. They think they are better.
And the definition of feminism,
they don't want equality. They want equity.
That's what I was trying to say.
No, I'm reading the definition. Advocates for equality and equity for all genders.
Yeah.
So my thing is, are you fighting for the rights of men when we do not have equality in certain fields?
So are
we live in a.
You're almost asking that black civil rights activists to also fight for white people. Why should I fight for for men?
So I was gonna say we live in a patriarchy. So like, what rights do you don't have?
The rights that when if I am with a woman and we leave each other and we have a child,
oh boy,
the automatic right that she's the parent and I'm not, that she gets the custody and I don't.
Well, that's not 100%. I mean, there's a lot of factors that go into that.
No, that's pretty much what it is, bro. The default parent would be the woman.
But we all know that there's certain circumstances where it's not the woman.
Well, when we're talking about outliers, that's not the rule. The rule is that the default is the woman for the same reasons why I mentioned before. Women being nurturers and being better equipped, especially in the earlier years, to raise children. You ever heard of Mr. Mom? Yes, Kaiser, go on.
Yeah. Okay. So let me cook that a little bit, right? And cause by the way, guys, I'll be gone in a few minutes. But anyways, actually, if you look at the data, men parents are way better than women parents, right? If you look at all the people in jail and prisons and all that stuff, these are single mothers, not single fathers. Single father homes are actually far more healthier and better for the child. I'll post out the statistics, but men are actually just better fathers than women. Women are just, I guess, maybe early years, they have the mechanics to take care of the child, but men are actually better than women when it comes to child rearing.
That's a statistic that I know of.
I think, I know you, Kaizo. So look, like I said in the beginning, it's all women. Towards the later years, it's the man and the woman. You know what I'm saying? There's certain things that we can deal with a child or a young adult better than a woman, such as how to deal with the ills of the world, especially since men create 90% of the ills of the world. We understand what it is better than a woman does.
Brother,
that's actually exactly. That's 1 second. Then
Zed still not answered the question. I agree with you, sir, but Zed's in her mentality, she says that men and women are equal. And are we only fighting for the equality for women to have?
Wait,
I'm
1
asking
second.
if she's a feminist, why isn't she fighting for equality?
Wait, hang on 1 second. No one is equal, obviously, right? I'm smarter than you are, most likely, Car, right? For example. So, but no one is equal, right? But what she said is fighting for is equality under the law, and opportunity is a very separate argument. Nobody's equal, right? We live in a chaotic world, right? Maybe a woman can add value in my job. I don't really employ that many women, right? But maybe a woman can add value that I can't add. For example, one of my employees, she's a YouTuber, right? Two of them, actually. They're going to look better on camera than I am. So I think at the end of the day, right, none of these jobs necessarily specifically only on strength and like sports. So you can kind of mix it up a little bit. And the few times when, Zed can't carry that 500-pound man, it's okay. I mean, it shouldn't have been 500 pounds.
Bruh, you answering the question for her, and that's not how she views things. She views that she doesn't need a man. She doesn't need a man to protect her. She doesn't need a man for any of that.
He doesn't. She's got the government, bro. They got the police, right? There's no idea of man protection. There's a police that's taking over the job of man's protection. There's a government. If anything goes wrong,
and who are 95% of those people that are filling those roles to protect the women because of the laws of the land?
It doesn't matter.
And the country they're in.
Men. It's irrelevant.
It's very relevant because a woman cannot say that they don't need men when every single thing they do from when they wake up till they go to sleep was created or maintained by a man. 90% of the things that 90% of the things that Zed uses in her daily job were created by men.
I don't think she's saying that.
You constantly and here's the thing. He says, I don't think she's saying that. You're trying to speak for a woman, which is part of the problem. Let her speak what she said. We already heard what she said, and then you're trying to speak for her. That's toxic masculinity.
No, it's not.
He's a sin, so you go ahead. No, okay. You know what, Meezy, I agree with you on that point, but I would like to let me defend Zed. Let me be
No, Zed can defend herself. This is the problem.
No, I'm a black knight. I'm a black knight.
Being a toxic man. You're toxic.
You just came in on the 9th hour, bro. She has already said earlier in this podcast she can defend herself.
She doesn't need an individual. 1 second. She don't need an individual man in her life, right? Obviously, we need men in society. That's a separate argument, right?
Well, she doesn't believe. First of all, man, she don't even believe in society. She don't believe that. She thinks we should all be eradicated. So you come in
Wait,
here late
wait,
in the conversation and don't know what's
She
up.
said men should be eradicated. I don't
All
think I've heard that.
humans should be eradicated.
Fearless, let Zed answer this.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. I don't
You guys
disagree
are
with that.
delaying Zed's answer. I just don't get why you're doing that.
Kaiser,
Let Zed answer her question.
I answered it. I said that I'm not going to advocate for men because men can advocate for themselves. Why should a woman advocate for men?
But Zed, they're fixated on a point saying that they feel like you're saying you don't need men's impact at any point in life for society, firemen, policemen, garbage men. Is that what you're saying? Army?
No, I'm not. In fact, that's what men should be doing. That is, I mean, if they want to be.
Answer, Fearless.
So do you don't? Is it that you don't need a man, Zed, or what is it?
What is? I mean, I don't understand. Well, I don't need a man.
Do you need a man?
I don't. Why should tell me what a man would do if I have a man in my
You're
house?
just not satisfied with the answer, Fearless.
No,
wait, but she does. How can she say she doesn't need a man when she's constantly bigging up white men? She doesn't need a black man. She needs a white man. If she didn't need a white man, she wouldn't constantly be, who should black men have? Black women have this and white men. She promotes white men because she thinks white men are better.
For those,
aren't you guys also saying that?
Wait,
no, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
No, you guys did say white men are better because you said white men freed you.
Yeah.
No, wait. Who is this tether arguing with me above me? If you want to have a respectful debate, we can do that. But I never said
you guys said that white man gave you freedom. That's what y'all said. You said white man gave you freedom.
I never said that white men are better than me. Okay.
No, you said they gave you freedom.
Don't jump into this.
So if they gave you freedom, they're better than you.
Oh, I know. This is the guy who thinks he's not black, who thinks he's some sort of Cherokee Indian with a white mother. Correct?
Brother, that's me. I'm Fearless.
Wait.
That's sarcastically. I wasn't talking. I didn't interrupt you. That was the other gentleman next to you.
Oh, I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry. So, what I'm saying is that, and Kaizo knows me, I don't look at white men as superior. I don't even use the term white supremacy because the other side of it is black inferiority. You see what I'm saying? And I don't.
If they're giving you freedom, they have superiority over you. If they can put you in slavery anytime, they have superiority over you. What are you talking about?
Okay, so now, this is where you're gonna get cooked. Who started the slave trade? Was it white people or was it black people themselves?
Technically, the Portuguese, so you can say white.
No. I'm asking the guy with the two people in his profile. Who started enslavement of black people?
Took.
Well, that's a different question, but
no. Wait, who's talking instead of the guy? Took. I only want to speak to Took, not Darnell. Put your beer down. Took. Who started the enslavement of black people? And now we hear crickets. Of course. Black people enslaved of the black people when you're talking about slavery, bro. Stop it.
Yeah.
Oh, and this guy's name is Maroon Tiger, the biggest coons to ever live.
What are you talking about?
The Maroons were goddamn coons. They were in working for the white man.
Well, this is the Morehouse Maroon Tigers. What are you talking about?
Well, Maroons are coons anyway, but Took, where are you, bro?
Back that up.
Well, which Maroons you want to talk about then? You tell me.
I'm talking about Morehouse College Maroon Tigers.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry. I thought you. My bad.
I thought you would know that, but I guess some people.
I got you, bro. I got you. But Took, where are you, Took? When he said that white men freed us, so they're better than us. No. See, he's wholesale of putting the white man on a pedestal, like a feminist or like a pick me. He forgets that most white people are not like their 1%, because he has an inferiority complex to the white man. I don't.
But we are saying that.
Exactly. He better stay quiet.
So I have a question though. Why is it a bad thing to choose white men over black men?
Why did what?
Why is it a bad thing to choose white men?
No, it's not a bad thing to choose white men if you are a swirler. You choose whoever you want to be with. But from a feminist standpoint, if you say you don't need men, but then are choosing men, it goes against your thing. If you don't need men, then you don't need men. You just don't like black men for whatever reason. And I don't believe you don't like black men. I think you're just hurt and you're trying to really get back or really balance the narrative. And I'll agree that this narrative is an anti-black woman narrative, especially in the traveling space. So you're not going to get a lot of pushback from me on that. But you can't say you don't need a man, but then you choosing white men because that's still a man.
Let me say this. Where you guys have just been saying that white men create everything, white men create freedom. So if we are living in patriarchy and the best thing for women to do is to choose men who would, who have more money, more power, why is it wrong for black women to choose white men?
Well, then you'd have to ask a black woman that. You'd have to ask a black woman that.
I am a black woman. I ask myself.
No. See, now I don't. We're gonna remain respectful, but this whole conversation is in the context of American people. You're not. Your social structure in your country is totally different. That's why you came to America to be a feminist. However, you don't understand all the intricacies of the relationship between the black man and the black woman in America.
And so, are you? Why did? So, would it be right for an African woman to choose a white man?
Well, look, African women, I wouldn't say been choosing white men. I think African men have been using African women as collateral and coins for the white man. They were selling y'all to white men for the longest, and the white men had just been purchasing and doing whatever they want to do with you. But it seems like African women look up to white men because of their perceived wealth, and a lot of them come from impoverished economies. So I get it, right? But from an American standpoint, our black women in America don't need white men for financial stability.
And let's
so
ask
we can't.
that.
You're going, bro.
Go ahead.
No, go on, Zed. It's your show.
No. Go ahead.
Okay, so
Go ahead.
you see, when two people respect each other, we can have a great conversation. I think that the African example doesn't hold water because of the economic issues with it. Black women in America don't need black men for money, right? So when they're choosing white men, a lot of times they're choosing them because of they just want to be with a white man. And look, if that's what they want to do, they can do it. However, what I always call you on, Sister Zed, is that you come from a pro-black standpoint while promoting the extinction of black people.
I think you're missing it, man.
I think you're jumping into a conversation that is not even involving you.
It is.
I think Zed and I are having a conversation. You constantly want to speak for her. This is why feminism exists, because men are speaking for women. Let her answer the question.
No, hold on. What? There is no question. You just made a statement. So what should I say?
Okay, so then he can have your debate. So now you're taking the traditional role of a woman, allowing a man to speak for you. That's fine.
I think you're missing the point. What she's trying to say, man. That's all I'm saying.
Well, she hasn't made any point.
The point I'm trying to make is that because when someone said, "I do not need a man," you jumped in and said that no. I do not need a black man, but I need a white man. Right? That's what you said.
Yeah, and that's based on your constant promotion of white men and swirling. Do you not desire a white man?
I do.
Okay, so you desire a white man. So your desires, they are desires, but you want a white man. So you just don't want a black man. And I find it funny for someone who thinks that they're pro-black to be really anti-black male, because you can't be pro-black and anti-black men, because black men are black people. And what's even more ironic is that, like I said, and I'm going to be very respectful to you, is that you come from a people who don't even identify as black.
Remember, you and I are the same color, remember?
Yeah. So, we are the same color, but I'm black. In my ethnic group, we have Beyonce all the way up to Wesley Snipes.
Same in my ethnic group, we have people who look like Arabs and people who are very dark skinned. So, yeah.
Well, they look like Arabs because they are heavily admixed with Arabs. So your people have never identified as black, so to speak, right? Yeah, the Habesha origin is from Yemen. My origin as a Black American, and I'm not lying. I'm not lying.
You are.
Come on, Zed. Zed, what is Habesha? You know your people are heavily admixed.
People, dark-skinned people.
Well, no, they're mixed people who come from whose origin story starts in Yemen.
No, our origin story starts from. Ethiopia is the oldest country. How can we be migrating from the oldest country to? There was no other countries when Ethiopia was.
Of course, there weren't countries, but yeah, Zed, you're a medical professional. I'm sure you're great at your job. Do you believe in DNA?
I do.
Have you ever watched an Ethiopian DNA test?
I have not.
Oh, okay. You should watch those. Oh, and then back that up with just studies of the trade routes between Yemen and the Horn of Africa, and then look at your phenotype. You don't look like us, essentially, right? So you come from a different or totally different part of Africa. Even in Africa, they consider you guys the mulattoes of Africa, and I don't jack that.
The only time I've ever heard of this Ethiopians being Arab thing is from Black American men, not even women, men. Because in Ethiopia, there are more light-skinned Black Americans than there are light-skinned light-skinned Ethiopians. In Ethiopia, light-skinned people are very rare.
Right.
So we do not have that. The phenotype you're describing is rare in Ethiopia.
So, what phenotype? Light skin? I didn't describe a phenotype.
So what is?
I'm talking about a lineage. I'm talking about a lineage. Your people, and look, come on, let's not play games here, okay? Horners are not considered by themselves or other Africans to be black. Let's just
this conversation doesn't make any sense because Black Americans have 25% DNA from Europeans. But you're gonna
wait. And here's the thing: we've always been black. We don't say that we're not black.
So she's saying that but she's always saying that they always identified as black. She told a story one time where she said that they started showing college basketball in Ethiopia, and then they all just started cheering for whoever had the most black people on the team. So like I don't know like where this like how are you speaking for them when she's telling you that they identify as black?
Well, brother, she can pull the wool on your eyes because you don't know. You see what I'm saying? You don't know. Even on the continent, that's why they're called Horners, because they have a very specific area where they originate from, right? And they have a very beautiful culture. And if you look at a lot of black men, they idolize Horner women due to what? Their non-black phenotype. Correct or incorrect, Zed?
Let me say this. Ethiopians, the ones that you're talking about, the sad thing is that the Ethiopians that you guys idolize, fantasize, whatever, are a minority in Ethiopia. Most of Ethiopia looks like Western Africa, because most of Ethiopia are Oromos who do not look like the Tigrays or the Amharas. Most of Ethiopia are Sidama people. In fact, you yourself talked about slavery inside Ethiopia, and the people that were being enslaved by other Ethiopians were people like Ethiopian people who do not look like the ones you always think Ethiopians look like. So in Ethiopia we probably have more people that look like West Africa than we do you say Hornet or whatever.
It's just like here though.
What's your ethnic group, Zed? Let's just get this out of the
Amhara.
Yeah, Amhara. Okay.
Yeah. And it is like the one you described, which is yes. Go ahead. Sorry, Nak, you have your mic muted.
But I mean, it's just like here though. Like the light skinned people are the people that get shown on TV, but that's not the majority of black men too.
And the sad thing is because of colorism or whatever you call it in Ethiopia, the people who have jobs, who are the majority of the the middle class, are light-skinned people, not even light-skinned people by American standard, but the people that have the phenotype that you guys associate with Ethiopia. But if you go to Ethiopia itself, especially if you leave the north part, most Ethiopia look like West Africans. Okay, Nak is not there.
I still think you didn't answer why if you're black, do you consider, what is it, pro-white for who you want to be with? How can you be, I think that was his question. You're pro-black, but anti-black male.
No, but okay, most of the passport bros are anti-black. So I think what she was saying is that you should just date now. If it was between non-racist white man and then not black-hating, self-hating black men, you might as well date the non-racist white man.
Where do the passport bros go? I'm not defending them, but where do they travel to?
Latin America.
No, where do they travel to?
They travel to mostly the Caribbean and Latin America.
So Dominican Republic is black or not?
Wait. Most Dominicans don't identify as black.
I didn't ask how they identify, brother. I said what they look like.
No, most Dominicans are not black.
But the brothers going to Sosua are going there for who? It is.
They're going there
they're going for whoever they can get.
Yeah.
Because if they can get the white women, they'll get the white women.
But you said they're traveling there for white women. I need to know where
they are. They are. But if they can get the white women, they're getting the white women.
And if they can get the black woman, they're getting the black woman. What do you mean?
They settle.
They settle for black women, and they pay them less. When they get with Haitian women, they pay them less and treat them like crap. A lot of passport bros are notoriously anti-black, and Sosua they go to because it's cheap and it's close to America, right? But when their real number one place is Colombia. And when they go to Colombia, the majority of them deal with paisas, because what they're doing is they're trying to get away from the black phenotype. It's very obvious that passport bros are anti-black women. Obviously, you look at the thumbnails, you look at the talking points of Big Shirley, it's all anti-black woman. So on that, I could even have a very temporary, I guess you can call it like a bond with Zed against those talking points. You know what I'm saying? But let's not make it seem like passport bros are looking for black women. They're not. And if they are looking for Afro Latinas, these are barely black women, right? Who they think are better than a black woman that's not sprinkled with adobo.
Do you mean Nak? Do you mean like they just think that they're better than black women from the States, or?
Well, who's this? Darnell?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How you doing, Darnell? Well, they say it. They push these. Oh, they're traditional, right? They're better. No, it's not. You cannot put a working woman, and however she got there, I hope that she can work her way out of it, because that's not a life that anyone should be promoting. But you cannot put someone that even their own society looks down on and say that they're better than Black American women. Exactly. Women that can bring actually something to the table, women who have jobs and careers and who don't need to bow at a broke passport bros every whim, and because they're not financially strapped. These guys are looking for near white people who have no money so they can manipulate them. That's a fact.
Exactly.
I can only talk about the brothers who I've seen bring somebody back. So I know BMT, his future wife is far from looking white. My wife is far from looking white.
She definitely is not looking black. Your wife is not black.
Oh shit!
And I don't even want to talk about your wife because, like I said, I do not like to talk about somebody's personality.
If she's not black, what is she?
You know that if you are not white, if you are not black, it doesn't mean you are. If you are not white, it doesn't mean you are black. I mean, Asians are not white. That it doesn't mean they are black.
So is Ronin? You consider him black or not?
Well, he is black, but your wife is not. Doesn't have his phenotype. I don't.
So what is the phenotype?
It's mixed with very little black. If we were to do, I mean, I don't even know why. Do you consider your wife black?
I just consider her Dominican.
Dominican is not.
That's a nationality. The majority of Dominican people are mixed race, and the black Dominicans get crapped on and being accused of being Haitian. Dominican Republic is a heavily anti-black society. That's a fact.
That's why they don't. That's why they don't say they're black. That's why they say they're not black. They say because if you say you're black, you're technically saying you're Haitian. So exactly. They don't even want to identify as that.
No, brother, I did a whole podcast on this. Man. That's not it. What happens is we, as America, we put people in groups. If you go to Irish or Ireland, you say, "What are you?" They don't say why. They say, I'm Irish. Anywhere you go, that's how it is. We in the United States changed that. We, for instance, and you can talk about this. There was a time when, or now, and before 1920, the Arabics were considered black. Somebody went in and said, no. Now all Northern Africa is considered white. That's why Egyptians in the United States are considered white. There was a time when Italians and Irish were not considered white. We constructed that in the United States.
¿Qué tiene esto que ver con el precio del café? Mr. I'm married to a Dominican. Speak you no Spanish?
¿Qué tú quieres? Háblame.
No, it's dígame. Okay, we can go back to English. But
dímelo. Those are all slang terms. I don't speak in slang, my brother. I know the thing.
Okay, so if you speak Spanish, then you should understand and have a window to the social construct of race in the Dominican Republic.
I do have a social construct. I'm saying to me.
So then you know that blackness has no value in the DR.
No, I can't say that. That's incorrect.
No, okay. So let's talk about it.
All right.
Do you know that recently there was a
I tell you what, hold on. Why don't I just get my wife who is Dominican who can talk about it? I don't want to have to. I don't have to defend somebody else's culture when I can have a person defend their own culture.
Well, I mean, you're having a conversation. When people put their wives on here, it tends to get spicy, which can
no, but not even. It's like me trying to tell you you're black or you're something, and you're like, well, brother, you don't know what we are. So
well, we don't know if your wife is black.
So what I'm saying is, why don't I let her speak for herself? I'm always from the horse's mouth.
Well, because if the horse is not a black stallion, then the horse's what comes out the horse's mouth is irrelevant.
But you just
okay. Let's put your wife on, and we'll all be very respectful.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to bed.